VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Art's gonna grab an Odin. Signature weapon for him. You can see this time flash out as well.
Holding the angle, and Famous hits, whips in the pistol, makes up for it here in the bonus. Not gonna fall for the fake out, but Famous is just he's feeling it. Shearwall, will go ahead and separate them here for the moment.
Boo.
Tucks into Pizza. Does this get red? The answer is no, and Famous hits him in the head.
He's gonna get another one here, I swear.
He's got a 4K! Not a fake, like I would love to see. He's looking for the concussive bounce. Envy still here. Top of the box, swings out, does end up falling. A Wild Oreo able to find one. Jesse Bash comes up with 3, gets the 4th! For what happened on Lotus, they were able to avoid it. The second map. See if they can look to just close things out. Francis is going to be able to find one, but Margaret just absolutely out on an island. 6 bullets remaining. XDL puts every single one of them to good use. Now looking for an ace. Go ahead and start things off, and there you go.
Oh my god.
Trying to find some way through. Down goes 10-10. Okay. That's fine. Gotta wait for this execute to go before Margaret's attention is...
Oh, the stun. Francis now sending the salvos. Shota out ahead of it, but still taken down, and now the spike is on the floor. 30 seconds remaining. Blues needing to find this opener, but he cannot. Knife out into the heart of Sugar Zero. Bit of damage taken as Monette paranoid here, but within his own smoke. Does that expire? 2G able to find one. Shots lined up. Monette finding the headshot. Goes for a quick little TP reposition. Draws out the shorty, and Monette massacres.
Just now we got 90 right? Now we 90 the back guys. Let's go.
긴장 풀고 하자 얘들아. 별거 없다 진짜. 어차피 다 경험치야.
이렇게 오면 죽일게요 그냥.
그래 그렇게 하도록 해 오늘.
알아 해. 다 죽일라니까.
안녕하세요.
네네.
Guys, fast hand please. I need to pee and I need to okay.
야, let's go. Tani 이제 파이팅, 오케이?
오케이.
Tani, 파이팅! 이거 다음 있나? 나세세. 오자, 나세.
Let's go boys. Let's go boys. Let's go boys. Let's go Lish. Let's go everyone. Boy. Let's go. 아, 야 리칼 조심. 별 깔아놨다.
리코 왔다. 백업 불러야 돼 형이. 알람 몰리면 뺑깔 테니까 바로 슬라이딩 벌려도 돼. 확인.
Can we reclear A? Can we reclear A, boys?
Declare mo bash with run.
Need to reclear this.
Coming out.
앞에 하나 있어, 챔버.
자, A 온다. 스모크 해줘.
쭉 뺄게. 유를 TP까지.
아, 리테 줄 거야 우리.
알아, boys. 30 seconds, boys.
Tap mo ay right side. Back to Sager. Lictor.
뺑 하나.
Dalaban, bash. Plant.
시간 없어. 설마 끊으면 이겨. 살아. 나이스!
뭐 하세요 형님들?
나이스.
SRB. I smoke.
레스타 레디어서.
I cap.
자 커넥터.
Wait. They recon B. They be default.
니안 B. 몰리 얘들 몰리. 갈치. 엘보.
Can we fight?
엘보 나온다. 엘보. 똥말. 살았게. 서른대 들아.
Open. One hole. I'm only hole. 자. Go. 어차피 미사일 쓰고 나올 거야 얘들아. 뒤에 없어.
To. Should be to be man.
Bman right side.
슬라이딩 있어.
나이스!
라틴자.
Feel fun. What are you doing, bro? 자, you make him cry, 자.
가라지 앞에 케이지 깔았고 얘네.
A 먼저 일단. A쪽 땡김.
얘네 리콘 없어 지금.
Let's pick together. Ready?
Okay, you can guys.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
시롱 하나.
혹시 내가 볼게 생각해도 돼?
확인했어. 나 가라지 안 싸움 할게.
자, TP 디퍼.
시사틴.
15.
원 CD. 실물. 5v3 오케이.
I watching garage.
각자 스윙한다 얘네.
Go back.
Play post. 메타 포스트 플레이인데?
아니고.
헤트 봐줘.
나 계속 커버해줘. 나이스. PT 하나.
어이! 어때?
나이스.
니콘 내가 밖에서 그냥 마음에 들고 따다다다 했어 그냥.
잘했어요. 나이스 시우 리컨 자리.
봐봐.
소해. 아이고 당겨.
알래. 애미나. 그래도.
잡아내.
Speed mà. Betul laban. Bola. Này. Đi 그려 맞어. 브레이크 라이까.
쌤을 흥분파 디자이스 이유래.
요. 야 봐봐 피카.
Welcome to Veto.
퍼시픽 와요. 나이스.
What did you connect?
Take flight.
The droning art boys, maybe air split eh.
I'm gonna send Lich in front. Hey, kami dating.
와서.
Kita sabater.
버티나.
Right trap eh. For sure one aim in maybe chamber eh.
왜 다음에 됐다 이래.
이게 됐다 이래. 헤더 110.
또. 라스트 guys. Play together.
그래 콘탁 찍고. Lotus go, Lotus go. Be going AJ. I'm gonna stay mid. 今左見えたかもフラワー。CT チェックして CT セットする。Cutting boys. One art, one flag side. Nice! 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 막았대! 갔다! 나이스! 에이 리콘 B메인 연막 왔다. 레이저 B메인.
에이 앞라인 쓴다. 컨택 가봐.
B카운터 B카운터 B카운터.
아 원래 A 가자 A 가자.
B메인 둘이 갈게. 오멘 레이저 오멘 레이저 오멘 레이저. 망상 빠졌어. 망상이랑 QQ 빠짐.
자 B를 돌아봐. 다시 갈 생각할게. 8번 하나. 땡긴다 하나 레이즈. 레이즈 파이프 잡았고. 둘둘이야.
야 레이저가 땡기면 없어.
아 레이즈 왔어 둘둘이야. 레이즈 땡겼다. 빼자 서라고 빼자. 나 미드 박혀 있을게. 조용히 봐줘봐. 그래 하고 싶은 거 해. 지금 이겼어.
야 뒤로 빠지는데?
에이스 줘 에이스 다 에이스. 야 뭐하노?
뺑 깠어.
붙어 있어.
파이프 있다 뺑 깠어.
야 장막 내려가.
야 언더.
야 이거 끝나고 가자 얘들아.
야, 이번 턴에 들어 써볼게. 장막 기다려 올 때. 스크린 위에 없고 앞라인에서 안 보여.
형 들어가 구태기 형.
하게. 석가래.
천천히.
벌린다.
벌려.
둘. 저 반피에 이야.
시티. 에이스.
너 시트 보고 있어? 다 보고 있어. 어디 봐줄까? 석가래.
원자. 원예.
얼.
He's gonna show you a picture together. You guys recognize it?
Hell no.
I forgot.
What?
Jet has 3 smokes, but it might be better. Wait, I don't remember this.
I forgot it. Me either, I don't know.
This I remember.
This one is
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
for sure.
wow, this one is a horrible thing. They can't pass this way.
어떻게 엄마 오버했대 나이.
This one is annoying. I don't like ranked when Rain is again.
Oh, when you can on both at the same time, right?
So it's
OP.
No, at that time I think this one is not OP, I guess.
初めて見ました.
Who the this guy?
Vision
the goat.
これは覚えてます.
Did we step? You.
これ覚えてる人いるかな?
So this is the Korean team.
Oh, this is. Wait, you were in. Did you use the same name?
Yeah.
You know, me and Jinmung is quite we competing each other so long time since 21.
Oh.
What? This guy looks like 괜찮아. Ding 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 ding. You look
Yeah,
older,
younger
bro.
now,
Yeah,
yeah?
younger now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same like me, bro. I think everyone know that.
No, classic stacks.
The mouse kiss.
The mouse kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, classic. You same, bro.
Yeah, same.
You same.
Really? So long ago.
So you're like 16?
No, I was 17, I think. So young.
We're getting old, bro.
I'm already a boomer.
Hello guys, I'm Stax from T1 VALORANT. I play VALORANT since beginning.
こんにちは、DFM のジンブンです。バロラント始めてから始めました。Hello everyone, I'm Sing and I'm from PaperX and I've been playing Valorant from the beginning.
Hello, I'm Cruz and I'm from Talon Esports. I've been playing Valorant since the start as well. For me, he's the same. Toxic.
What do you mean toxic, bro? I'm not toxic. I'm kind of guy.
You fake kind guy.
Not fake. After break time, you come follow the blue cup, bro.
My first match ever was against you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Reina?
Yeah, right now.
Yeah,
at the
Reina
Haven.
Haven.
Yeah.
I was complaining in a scrim and I played against him and then his race was so annoying and I'm
Yeah,
like, oh, this
true.
guy is so annoying. So I told my teammate, play like him.
ステッツ選手なんだけど、初めての、会ったのは覚えてないけど、大会で配信で見て、熱い男だなって。The most memorable thing was probably qualifying for my first tournament. It was really a big surprise to me because I never expected to qualify for a tournament like that. When I was playing professionally, I was just
like playing casually with friends, you know. I didn't expect to like make it this far. Somehow I'm here today.
一番覚えてるのはティオン上がってきて最初の試合が一番圧もかかってるしちょっと熱かったと思います。
I think personality-wise, of course, I feel it changed. Last time I'm more like introverted, but now slightly better, I think. I become more calm, I guess, because I getting older and then I think a lot. So yeah.
僕いた本当にゲーム始めた時はランクでボイス使わなくてもう全部意見とかも無視してもうゲームする人だったけど、性格時代が変わっててそうしたら絶対うまくならないなって思ってもう頑張って変えたけどまだ足りないですね。
For me, it's
Nothing
like
changed.
a lot of change.
Really?
Yeah, because I was like hype man. I was like ah, and then now I feel like when I have a lot of kids in the team, I can't be always mad anymore because they will be very sad if I'm always mad. So I need to come back to being the same guy I was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's like I change all the time.
All these old players, it's like we play against them like when I'm like a kid, you know, like 17, 18 years old, I remember just starting out. Yeah, definitely it's like nostalgic, you know, like just thinking of all those times.
その先輩っていうかその長くやってる人を見ててすごいなって思ってもっと頑張れたのですごいリスペクトしてます。
Yeah, I can remember Jimbung. Yeah, he was really good. He was really good aimer. I think Munchkin few times. Yeah, not many.
なんかまだ強い人とまだ会えてないなって感じあるので多分モンチキンさんとかそのチーム時代でちょっと強さを感じたので。
I agree. Munchkin, insane. I pressed tab 18 and 2, and I'm like, okay. Next, for me, I think it was 2022. The only team we couldn't beat was them. So the next tournament, Copenhagen, the finals, I was like, okay, guys, we all agreed that let's just run it down. And it was 3-0.
I think it has to be Demon 1. That guy, I just remember whenever we play him, it's like you cannot even jiggle pick him, you know? You jiggle pick him, you just get one tap.
X10 against Envy. I think that was the first time Pacific team ever beat NA. And my life's changed after that game in Thailand. People know me, stuff like that.
That thing's crazy.
That's
Superstar.
why I think like that. And then I checked my Instagram. Not a lot of followers.
I think against NRG in Tokyo, it's really fun to play CGRS because I think he's like a really good teammate. Like he just makes the team very hyped and happy. So he played really well and it was really, really fun. I played you in Tokyo first game.
We got destroyed by you guys. Yeah. That's bad.
Good memory.
Yeah, good memory. For you, bro. For me, it's the first international Masters, Berlin Masters. It was first. Yeah, when I was in the Business Strikers. If we gonna made a playoff, we can qualify for the champions.
Did you make it?
Yeah, we make it.
Yeah.
And then we made a playoff, and then we go to home. We met the Gambit, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Prime Gambit.
Yeah, Prime Gambit.
Every player improved a lot, but I miss the older player, like ex-Gambit player, like Shadows. First I met him in the Berlin. He looks like kind of UFC fighter. Really, he beard and the muscle and height, right? And then he's the first time he met me. Hey, you have a lighter? And then, yeah, I have that.
I feel like now May has improved a lot. He was good, but he wasn't
He was a support.
so good like now. I feel like now May has improved a lot. So I think May.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think maybe like 3-4 years ago, the game was way more simpler. Maybe when you execute side, it's just like smoke and flash. But now there's like stun, bomb, flash,
Sit down. Nowadays, everyone is the burst shot, you know? Move and burst shot. Ba-bang, 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 ba-bang. Back in the day, we just...
We see,
we crouch, we spray. And then we won. Easy one. Real man fight, you know? Everyone is just like... Beep, 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 beep. Everyone Michael Jackson, bro. I want to see more agent over the 100 agents.
Too many stacks, too many.
Yeah, but at the time we're not gonna play. We just watching. we just watching the chicken. 없으면 좋겠다고 했어? 유지됐으면 좋겠다고?
아니요, 바뀌는 건 좋은데
너무 많이 추가되는 거라.
바뀌는 건 좋은데 결국 프로니까 이게 돼서 메타 바뀌는 건 좀 빡세가지고 僕もバランスが面白いからずっとやってます。
First thing is a fan, of course, right? And then yeah,
This
that thing.
energy. I lift weights because this year I lift weights because practice lifting trophy.
Thank you to all the fans for supporting us. Whether we are winning or losing, it really means a lot to us. And
Keep on supporting us, whether you're Thai or not.
ステージはもう頑張っていきたいと思います。
이제 시작했기 때문에 아직 할 일이 많다고 생각을 해서 더 재밌는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 끝까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
It's Creamy, Wild Oreo, Forsaken, and Kelly S.
Flex?
Flex, they all play Flex agent.
Flex?
Yeah, I think flex.
Why? Flex? Younger guys, young boys.
It's not the videos. Confirm.
Creative is important guys in this game.
Hello. For second announcer.
We pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide by the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with effort and skill in the spirit of fair play. Bang Da Phai. Bang Da Phai.
ลองไปดูกันเอา1,000 Let's go boy.
Let's go. Da Phai. Da Phai. Da Phai. Da Phai.
Bye dead brother. ก็ค้างเลยก็ค้างรอบนึงอ่ะ Yeah brother.
Bye. Just kill him.
ว่าแล้ว
No shit หรอกเร่ง
แล้วก็คลิกซ้ายค้างแล้วก็โดดยิงมึงอ่ะ
สอนใหม่
Lagi bang, lagi bang.
มันจะคลิกซ้ายค้างใส่มึงก็โดดยิงใหม่อะไม่หลบกันแล้วไม่มีกล้องผมจะสอนพี่ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้หน่อย
โอเค
ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้อะบอกเลยจะยิงปัดโดนเลยมีเสียเชิงแล้วเนี่ยก็โซว่าเมน brother ชิลัวเว้ยโกโบให้มันก็ถือธนูค้างมาเลยแล้วมันก็ไอ้นี่ต้องหลบก่อนเว้ยขั้นแรกอะไม่หลบกันแล้วเต็มหลอดอะหลับบัดเดอร์ I think he หลับบัดเดอร์
Hey nervous ฮะอะไรวะ Not even close ดีครับ
ก็ไม่โดน
Wow, you guys look like NPC
10 points from
I'll go crazy on later when you want. Okay.
Go bro
3, 2, 1, go. Okay, I win.
มึงแพ้นะมึงต้องเก็บบอมแล้วเอาไปไล่มันใช้สกิล
I want you. I need you. JJ.
สวยเพื่อนผิวจัด Let's go Jong.
Let's go. Wang Qingzhe.
Can win better
Spike drop. I have the spike.
Perfect that better
JJ.
Go him, J.
Dude, you should just run away from just now, no? Oh.
Spike drop.
No
ไปไม่ติด
โอ้ Wait, you don't get it? You fail, brother. Bro, you fail, bro. Yay! Nah, no way, Dila.
Slow him.
Oh. Brother.
No.
Nice one, Talon. Let's go, Talon. It's okay, J. Warm up, J.
Warm up. I don't know what happened, man.
Let's go. Gen.G.
Let's go, brother. Let's go, man. Anh tỉ chiều ấy, chiều đó. Go. Ôi.
Lên thiếuกันแล้ว
Spike drop.
Why he don't get the bomb?
I think you need to wait, bro.
Slow him, Jay. Out him.
Yeah, you can use ulti non-stop, J. Just spam the ulti, yeah. Just spam the ulti, J. Yeah. Come down, brother.
Jay.
พลาดบ้าง
Wait.
มึงทำอะไร Don't use flag, Jay. Don't use dash, Jay. Don't use dash, just wait and then you go.
You don't have spike, bang.
Let's go, Talon win, bro.
Bang, you don't have spike, bang.
Jay.
What? You try lah bang.
Bang, you don't have spike, bang.
It's hard bang. I thought I pick it up bang.
This is what happens when you don't plant the spike most often.
Đây. Let's go.
How to give the spike, bro?
No way lah, this one.
มึง200 คิวโชว์เขาเลยนะ
They just need to wait when he dash to you, then you dash away. They just need to wait for him to reach to you, then you dash away.
Let's go. Đi đượcทันเว้ย
Spike drop.
Ôi.
Spike.
อุ้ยชิบหายแล้วกดดี
Spike drop. I got a spike.
อย่าไม่ทันว่ะ
Yeah, let it, just wait for him to reach to you.
ได้เบอร์
Come back is real
Come
good.
back.
Oh, that was butt clenching moment.
It was a butt clenching moment.
They already lost the moment they lose the third round just now.
Good luck, bro. We will win, bro.
จริงปะเนี่ย
Oi. You bait him a bit, Jay. You bait him to dash, you know.
นี่ตัว out team มา Jay.
You act like you're gonna dash, Jay, but you don't dash, you know.
Jay. First dash. This is first dash, Jay. First.
Oh, dude, you got
ดี
dash.
ได้
Jay, he got slow. Just chill out. Chill out after he dash,
โอ้
dude.
ยกูบัตรก็ไปไกลแล้วรอบไปฝั่งถ้ามันมา
Hey,
ใกล้
you're
ๆมันกด
running, You bring
แต่นี่มันเหมือนใกล้ปะวะไม่ใกล้
ไม่ไล่บังยิง
ไปสกัดบัตรชิบหายละ
Wait, TP.
นานวะWe win, bro. T2, brother.
This guy, Jay.
What?
He already get ulted what just now.
But he dash bang.
Yeah, but use your feeling lah, dude. You gonna dash what?
Okay, you genius bang.
Yeah, go.
Nice try.
Fake comeback.
Disappointed.
It's okay. It's not too bad.
Disappointed, man.
Good. He pay well.
เวเลเมน
Oh my God. Let's go. Oh my God. Wait, he practicing, eh?
You practice, no?
No battery cup.
Hey, no practice, no.
Oh, how to get up, bro?
No practice, no.
Not even close, bro.
Primi, go.
He win.
Why?
Check take a look
Bang.
Warm up what? You.
Yeah.
You go first.
Okay. Oi!
You die?
Yeah.
GG, brother. He's dead. No, I just play for the win.
Oh, you actually going, ah?
No, I just play for the win.
I go first? Oh, okay.
Okay. Hup. Ooh, not bad.
Not bad. Not bad. Oh, the enemy is working hard, huh? What? Again, brother?
Kencana.
อยู่เฉยๆอะอยู่ฐานอันนี้แล้วต้องไปไหนแล้ว
Kalau aku di sini kan, aku taruh klon. Kan di situ aku.
Neng, song,
กดแล้ว
brother.
Oh, ready?
Dude, he's gonna try something funny, dude, this kid. I win, man!
No, I win. You see?
Huh?
Here, I'm here.
No, but...
You look cool, brother.
Bro, too early, bro.
No. Okay, what?
Bro, there's no way he's gonna beat your ass, bro.
อีก3 วิอ่ะ
Yeah, I'm ready. Ready?
อีก
Premium?
3 วิจุด 1 คิว3 วิจุด 1
จุดหนึ่งนะ
1 2
Lumen, brother.
Lucky dong, you lucky dong.
Lover. Yeah. Okay. It's about time, right? You guys have some?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got this, bro.
The team is awarded the trophy in recognition of their victory at the first Pacific Field Day, where they demonstrated exceptional skill and outstanding teamwork.
Anjay.
Champion, man.
Champion,
Very good. Yeah, feel good and night high, bro. Yeah.
You got one trophy, bro.
Yeah, champion happy, brother.
같이 기념사진 한번 촬영을 끝낼 건데요.
Sometimes in life, in order to get to where you need to be, you have to do things that you've never done to get to the places that you've never seen. To be successful, you have to eat, sleep, and breathe your goals. Hustle every day, no, we don't take time off. We go strive, we make a moves until we hit in the top. Can't stop, won't stop, let the games begin. Never giving up, that's how the champions win. You won't beat us, you won't beat us. We are champions, we are winners. We will fight till the end, we are fearless. You won't beat us, you won't beat us. You won't beat us, you won't beat us. We are dangerous, we are killers. We will fight till the end, we are fearless. You won't beat us, you won't beat us. 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah, my eyes tight and I'm yawning. But if I don't get up and arrange my setup, then everything gonna start falling. Universe calling, no time for the breaks, no stalling. Who of us, who run the world? Us, we make money, we ballin'. Are you ready? Do you got what it takes? Vision the goal, embrace the mistakes. Teach you how to put a real show on the stage. The time is now, no time to waste. We dangerous and we strong. This exactly where
Hello guys, it's Bella with the pre-show again, and I'm standing in front of Talon, but it's so noisy. Whoa, party people, what is happening? What is this?
It was my birthday a few days ago, so yeah.
All right, this is happy birthday, belated birthday to Jovi. Did you guys have any fun?
We had some good food, some good time. So.
All right, well, with this good energy, come on, Jovi, come with me to the side. Thank you guys, that was awesome. All right. Before we get into the game talk, I have one question. Do you know this guy?
That tense?
All right, okay, tens. And, you know, you are well known for prepping for your games. Do you have your famous notebook with you today as well?
You want to see it?
Yes, please. Can I?
I'll show you a little something.
Oh, okay, this is cool. Ah.
Chill. You got a little too close, too close.
Only me.
Exactly.
Welcome to another week here at VCT Pacific, where we no longer hold the longest record for the longest tech pause. I suppose. You're here on desk with Big Time and Pilsky and myself, Mika Fabs. I don't know, could you even call it a tech pause? Not exactly.
Who knows
like,
at this point?
I was talking about it with Paper Thin. It's kind of like a stop at some point.
I mean, one thing is for certain, there are no tech pauses today. No. Absolutely not.
Our games are fast.
You
Our
just
tech
jinxed
pauses
it.
are short.
No.
You're not supposed to say things like that.
Jinx is unreal.
Okay.
I'm manifesting that there's no tech pauses today. That's what this is.
All right. Okay. If you feel like it's gonna be that magical day, hey, I am prepared for some banger games in any case, because basing on the group stages, it is, by the way, welcome to playoffs, everybody. Welcome to playoffs. It is the first day of playoffs, and we had some amazing games in the group stages. Just check out this Pulsar Flick of the Week for some of the highlights of last week. We're expecting the same amount of amazing plays going into playoffs.
Yeah, Flick of the Week never stops. There's always easy to load up this highlight reel, and it's only going to get better now we're in playoffs. The best of the best teams fighting it out for Masters Toronto. So all this mechanical skill will be put to the absolute test from this week onwards.
Absolutely. You know, we had Tens himself come and spruik about his Pulsar mouse that he's put together here. I dare say that some of the pros here in Pacific might be giving that one a little bit of a crack. I saw a Smite Vandal there, so I already knew whose clip that was. And he is a man who's known for giving his Pulsar mouse a little bit of a kiss.
Oh, definitely. And I feel like, you brought up the Tens the Tens appearance last week, right? There was that little clip on socials where he had to name all of the Pacific teams. And apparently he nearly left out Talon, which is why, we saw in the pre-show that Bella showed a picture of Tens. Like, do you know this guy? Because, but I mean, that's a lot of fun. I mean, you have 12 teams here. Unfortunately, we have to say, of course, goodbye to some of them, but we do have our playoffs teams. Taking a look at our brackets right now, we do see, of course, that we have Boom and RRQ in the upper bracket. And for today, we're seeing Talon and Gen.G and DRX and T1.
Yeah, these are huge games for these teams today. They're good enough to be starting in that upper bracket, which is exactly what you want, but you have to play tomorrow if you win today for that spot on Masters Toronto. So fast turnarounds when we get to this bracket format, and a lot of them being put to the test here.
Yeah, Boom and RRQ, one game away from Toronto. That is very big news for them. I think for the teams in this upper round, one that we're going to see today here, though, it's a bit of a weird situation. Either, yeah, like you said, very, very fast turnaround. Or you only have the one day to try to prepare for that upper bracket series, and you do have some very, very tough matches on the cards for them. You've also got the teams down there in lower round one that do have a little bit more time to sit back and kind of prep for the games, but the teams that get knocked into that lower bracket, it's almost like worse for them in a way, because you've had to show more and you've had to actually, prepare with less time. You've had a whole nother series to practice for, whereas those other teams in the lower bracket are just kind of kicking back, waiting for their game.
Yeah, and especially since in the upper bracket, you get to conserve a little bit more energy as well, right? Not just learning the strats, but making sure that your players actually do have, are ready to perform on that day. Of course, you're looking right now at the championship points, at the standings as they are. And hey, we still have T1 and DRX in a pretty good position, but not too far away are Boom and Talon.
Yeah, championship points are what it's all about. It's how you are able to get to champions in Paris, even if Split 2 doesn't necessarily go your way. So banking these points as early on and as often as you can is massive. And of course, both T1 and DRX playing today to get an even step closer to those Masters events where they can farm even more championship points.
Boom looking good, considering that all of those championship points do come from going flawless in the group stage. So, it doesn't really feel like a lot when you just look at one game. It's like, I win this one series, I get one championship point. But if you dominate a group stage, 5 is a very juicy amount of championship points that could be a huge difference maker from their performance in the group stage there.
Oh, definitely. And speaking of performances in the group stages, we're going to have a little bit of a look back at what happened in the group stages, starting with, a lot of the stats from some of our teams here.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these stats really jump off the page. We can see how dominant Boom have been. 70% in pistols is criminal. Yeah. By the way, that's such a huge boost. We also see them topping the charts in defensive win percent and operator win percent. I mean, I think this Boom team is borderline untouchable in the group stage.
So they're just abusing the op on defense is what I'm getting here. They're not really that good.
It's a crutch, actually.
Yeah, crutch op, famous. Can he even play the game? Or does he just use the op? Does DOS9 get any kills other than sitting in a shorty with in a smoke with a shorty?
So frauds is what I'm hearing.
Absolutely.
One of the most interesting stats on this for me, though, is we see Gen.G there with first kill win %. So meaning when they're able to get that first blood, they win around 80% of the time, which is very, very high.
Yeah, for sure. That's a really good conversion in the 5v4. You know, a lot of the game, especially for me, like previously, like reviewing things as a coach, is like, how do I create opportunities? How to create opening kills? So being able to convert those opening kills as well with the correct protocols, you can just see how solid Gen.G's structure is, but also you can see how many of those routines they've been able to put in place, because they're a team that doesn't change up their comps a lot. You can actually be able to establish all of those protocols and routines when you do have more stable comps. But secondarily, I will say is that Texture doesn't actually have a good strike rate on winning first opening duels. Like, he's got a negative opening kill rate in both kickoff and coming into stage 1 here. So if you do start to see him really pop off and win a lot of those opening duels, and they've got this good of a conversion, you could just see them dominate a map.
This kind of just fuels the myth as well, the 4K myth too. It's like Texture at some point, it has to stop for the team to be able to win those rounds, right? Going into our players now, we're seeing a whole lot of Famous on that board, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, Famous has been the top player throughout the group stage. We see him topping here in ACS, Operator kills, and ADR, once again proving he's an Operator crutch and a fraud, according to Pilsky.
Just get you get 150 for free. All I have to do is click my mouse. That's not even hard, man. That's like playing, you know, a point-and-click adventure game, you know?
But I mean, there's no doubt he's been a real standout in this group stage. He's utterly dominated.
It's phenomenal. It's been fantastic to watch Famous. It's been fantastic to watch the rest of Boom. 46 kills on the op. And to put that in perspective, guys, I think the next highest is 30. He's literally got like 33% more than the next highest. It's ridiculous. He's absolutely dominating with the op. The highest kills was DOS9 going up against Gen.G on Haven there. He had a hard carry performance. Margaret just went plus 35, and his aces are pretty insane. Going to start to get to see some of these op highlights here for Famous, and you're going to be seeing a lot more of this as we watch Boom going through into the playoffs, as well as, I'm assuming, Boom going through into Toronto, because they have got a very good shot at qualifying
Declaring it this early. Well, I mean, I don't blame you. They're in a really, really good spot right now, and as you can see with a performance like this from Famous, I mean, how could you not think that they're going to dominate?
I mean, it's crazy how easy he makes this look, right? Yeah. I mean, it sort of looks like people are just sort of walking into his crosshair, but it's smart positioning, it's already baiting out the util, and all he has to do is press mouse 1 at the right time, but that's because the rest of the setup around him is so strong, and he does just make it look so easy.
That is outrageous, this TP play, by the way. This is DOS9 up against Gen.G, the 35 kill game that he put together for himself, and this is where he really arrived in the playoffs. Like, you could tell this guy was feeling it. He was abusing the shorty, he was running around winning clutch rounds, which we'll get into a little bit more tomorrow when we do actually get to see Boom play, but you know, Foxy9 as well, he's done very well for himself on his re-entry into Gen.G, was put on the back burner for a little bit. They kept him in the freezer, you know, they were playing it cool, but you know, that just made him even more motivated to come into stage 1 here and have a fantastic performance. And although, look, a 1.5 KD when most of that is farming DFM and GE does spark a little question mark for me, he also did have a really good series up against DRX as well.
Yeah, I think that series against DRX was a real proving ground for him, and I think he's going to be trying to come in strong today and really carry Gen.G over the line. Here we can see just a little group stage recap of some of the team compositions and the variety that we're able to show. We look especially onto Ascent and Lotus. There is no one dominant comp. We see lots of innovation there for the most part, so that's very, very nice to see. And of course, we can see the most popular comps like that. Yeah, the Yoru ISO on Haven becoming more and more popular. It's a really interesting snapshot of the meta.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Yoru ISO on Haven is a little overplayed at this point, and it's got like a pretty hit or miss rate, to be perfectly honest with you, but it is a nice... I mean, it's interesting. It is kind of the meta comp in terms of pick rate, but I see it as kind of like an off pick, really, compared to the standard meta comp. At Icebox, you are seeing a very similar comp to what was a classic standard choice of the Teo in for something like a Sova or a Gecko. With the KO mixed in, I do like that choice over there. The chamber comp on Pearl is interesting for me. I think Pearl doesn't have a really defined like standard comp, so that's kind of like the G2 comp that you've seen a couple of times and a couple of different teams picking that. But Pearl has a lot of different choices. Fracture, I mean, that makes sense to me, to be honest. Yeah. And for Split's another map that is a little bit all over the place. There's a lot of different choices, so I don't think there's really an established meta comp there. And a lot of those Ascent comps are like similar variations of the same comp, really.
Yeah, for me, I like seeing this because it does show that there is a lot of variety. And even, you know, we take something like Pearl, the most played comp was played twice. So that means there was a lot beneath that, you know, people are able to put their own spin on it in this meta, which is something that I personally quite like to watch. I like it when teams do different stuff, you know? Show me your players and what they're good at. That's what I like to see.
And I love that we're actually getting away from, you know, it's really truly a new era in Valorant when you're seeing even the Ascent comps change quite a lot, right? I mean, just last year you had the standard Ascent comp and everything, and I'm so glad that now it's totally different when you say standard Ascent comp. And speaking of compositions, we're gonna go into a little bit of our own using our Pacific players with our build diff game brought to you by Acer and Intel. And as we know, Victoria is owning in this game.
Yep.
She is currently the talent version of Boom Esports at the top. And we are desperately trying to get to her. I don't want to say what am I the equivalent of? But we have well. I wasn't gonna name names, but we have Victoria's team here on the board. As you can see, she has Primi as Duelist, she has Freeing as Initiator, she has Meteor as her Sentinel, Karen on Smokes, and she has Foxy9 as Flex. What are you guys' impressions?
I like it.
I like it too. I think I went with a lot of these same picks, but with a little bit of a different flavor. I don't mind Vic's team, but I'm worried about Vic's team for the same reason I'm worried about my team, which is Foxy9 as the Flex is going to be an interesting one for sure, and Meteor could definitely tank the team a little bit depending on how much he plays Duelist and how he performs.
What's your team?
My team. Am I going to be the outlier here once again? Okay, we have Buzz.
You've got faith in Buzz.
Duelist.
Okay, that's fair.
I do have faith in Buzz.
Killua, okay.
We have Killua. I mean, after that performance last week.
Yeah, he was
solid the whole time. He's been solid the whole time, so yeah, I'm feeling that. Okay, Foxy9.
Solid.
We have Foxy9.
You know ball.
We have Mako.
Okay.
And then we have Meteor on Flex.
Okay. Meteor on Flex. Interesting.
Yes. Who knows?
You're not worried about Meteor picking Duelist too much on your Flex?
I just hope that, you know, there's been enough reps on the Reyna to know that, like, we're not going there.
Oh, we're not going back to Reyna. No.
Surely not.
No.
We're not going there. No. Not today. And anyway, I'm interested to see what you guys have planned for
me,
build diff.
I personally, I know that Victoria's doing so well, so I'm just gonna completely yonk the team. We've actually picked identical teams for today. So I'm just going to swap that out there. We have exactly the same team. I mean, I think it's the right choice for today.
Oh,
you're joking.
Yeah, no, we picked independently. We picked the same team today, so
you guys are colluding for sure.
Oh yeah.
I wish I was colluding. It's quite smart.
This is scripted. This is scripted.
Okay, and for me,
do you need me to yoink my team, or do you want to jump on here?
I found this competition a little bit too easy, so I've actually got a two-man team today. It's just Xiaomin and Killua. This is all I need to win today.
Do you want to borrow?
Should be pretty easy.
Do you want to borrow? Okay, wait. Let's start with your.
No, you just need to take. I think you just need to take Primi.
Give me your name.
I get. Okay, yeah.
Where's your name card?
These are yours.
There you go.
We're playing shuffle.
I want to take my own name card.
You want to take your name? I was going to keep your name.
Wait, hold on. There you go. Okay.
I have picked Primi so much, and it's been a little bit too easy, so I thought I'd swap him out for Hyunmin today.
Okay, all right.
So Hyunmin's going to be my duelist. Me and Mika are aligned here. Killua has been very solid. A lot of good choices. Freeing's let me down recently, so I refused to pick him. For my Sentinel, I did go for Meteor.
Meteor, okay. I have a Meteor over here.
Yep.
Beautiful. And then Caron for Smokes.
I have a Caron here.
And then Foxy9 for Flex. So mine's looking very similar to Vic and Vic Time, but my choice of Duelist and my Enit was a little different here.
Interesting.
A lot of us are going for 2 Gen. I find it interesting, Morgan, that you've picked 2 Gen players, but you think Talon are going to win.
This is about kills. It's not about, we're not looking at macro, we're not looking at anti-strat, we're not looking at the nuance of the game, we're looking at who's going to frag. I think Gen.G can frag, but as we'll see later, I have predicted Talon for this series because I think they're a little bit more smooth, a little more put together, a little bit more well-rounded. But that's not what this game is about. Smooth and tactics isn't going to win me a laptop. Kills and frags are. So These are all of our teams.
Talon described as smooth is an interesting one because
so
they are the most bumpy team, win-loss, win-loss, win-loss I've ever seen.
Not from this week.
Well,
That changes today.
There's a lot to discuss on that topic. But going back to our build diff rosters, this is it. We're locking these in right now. So yeah.
Wait, I want to change mine now at the last minute.
Do you want to change Meteor perhaps?
I'll put Meteor in Flex and Foxy. No.
you gave production a heart attack right there.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Dying in the control room.
Jay was up there saying no, but he can't change his roster.
I already send him like 5 different ones a day. He's over it.
I did come in clutch as well.
He's over it.
I was in makeup and I was still deciding my roster. So really thinking about it, really putting effort.
The makeup ladies, they know.
They
you know,
do.
I go to them for my advice.
Actually,
Yeah.
you
They
know,
told me to pick Kahlua today. See how it works out.
Interesting to see. Yeah, no, we definitely trust them on this. Not sure if you guys trust us on this, but we'll see. I don't know. Victoria, so far, you know, she's been killing it.
Yeah.
So I would think that, you know, this is probably, you know.
That's why I had to copy her homework. She knows what she's doing, so full faith.
You've just decided to give in and be like, you know what, she knows.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna go all in on this. Today we have Talon versus Gen.G and we have DRX versus T1. As we were saying, these are two very, very big matches. Of course, these teams also, I mean, it can be 50-50. I'm not really sure who's coming out on top.
I mean, very much so, I would say. I mean, this is why you gotta love playoffs. These are the best of the best teams now going head to head. It becomes so hard to separate them, so hard to pick between them. All these teams have their own strengths, have their own weaknesses, and it's all about how they interplay on the day. So who knows who's gonna take these wins?
These matchups, I mean, this is effectively a best of 3 for 2 chances at Toronto. You get to actually play for one of them in the upper bracket versus having to grind all the way through the lower bracket to play for one singular spot.
And of course, we have Talon, as you can see right now on your screens. They've finally gotten rid of that first map curse, I guess, if that's what you want to call it. That was against T1 as well.
They're breaking curses, they're breaking streaks. That's why win-loss, 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 win-loss ends today. I think they're taking the win today. But for me, I'm excited about this Talon roster. They're looking better and better coming into this playoffs. And, you know, we speak so much about the prep that this team is able to do, the coaching staff and crews they're leading from the front, and about how smart they think about the game. And that's, of course, backed up by fantastic firepower from Thailand.
Yeah, for sure. I think the rookies have been pretty solid lately. Kahlua is very consistent and stable series to series. Thai is up and down, but he had a great series against T1 recently. Prumi back on the duelist, playing more aggressive than ever. It's good to see. We've heard lately that Cruz has been practicing like a madman. I did like the comp that they brought in versus T1's Haven, which they were able to actually finally win their streak. And Chip Boys, after a bit of a role swap, he's actually had a bit of a dip in performance, so I think he could even probably lift a little bit coming into playoffs, and there's more ceiling there for Talon.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a different Talon, or a different chapter of Talon, rather. There were a lot of breakthroughs that happened, but of course, with Gen.G, I feel like we're going to see a different Gen.G as well. This is playoffs, and, you know, when these moments come up, Gen.G, they know how to turn it on, and they know how to become something even better than what they had in the group stage. I feel like maybe they were reserving themselves a little bit in the group stages. Now we're going to see something else.
They were bloody building out their roster in the group stages. I weren't sure who they were going to be starting at some points. I don't know what was going on there. I think that now they have very much landed on a pretty solid 5. And I actually think Gen.G's, I mean, it's the stupidest thing to say after what the core achieved last year, but I think Gen.G's a bit of a sleeper to go to Toronto. I think this team is looking really, really good at the moment. I see them getting more and more consistency lately, and I think that, honestly, with Foxy9's re-edition and him really having good series, particularly the DRX series, sold me for Foxy9, who I already was pretty impressed with. I think that this is a really, really solid roster right now.
Yeah, I really like this team. I mean, it's hard not to after the success that this core had last year, but they haven't managed to replicate it this year. I mean, I can see why people would want them to go to Toronto and feel like they can go to Toronto, but I don't think it's as clear-cut as that compared to how things were last year. But, of course, this man, Foxy9, I think he's been the real standout since he came back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he is mostly just playing the Senti roles, but he's been flexing into some different agents. He was kind of struggling on Cypher in kickoff, to be honest, particularly on Abyss and some of the other Cypher maps. I think it was Split, but he's had better stats on the Cypher here in Pacific Stage 1. He's been flexing onto Vice and Viper and still playing a little bit of KJ, and hasn't needed to go into that init role at all, having played the Gecko on Bind previously. individually, he's been much better. He's got some of the better stats in the competition with really 3 good series back-to-back. You go DFM, GE, and then the DRX one, I was like, okay, this is where this man stops farming, but he just went plus 15 against DRX.
Yeah, and of course, on the other side, you do have Primi for Talon, who, I mean, everybody around the world knows that this man can frag. This man is definitely one of the top players to watch out for in Pacific, but why is it that we aren't 100% comfortable with Talon just yet, even with Primi there?
Well, I think, you know, that's a question that remains to be answered. But for Primi, I think you're looking at a player that's gotten a lot more aggressive here in these stats. Like, you've got a very similar sample size between kickoff and stage 1. 217 versus 231 rounds. The first kills here in kickoff on the left side of your screen, that's 24 opening duels taken. Whereas you look here in stage 1, this dude's taken 59 opening duels from the exact same sample size, and he's on the duelist. So I think like Primi is a player that I sometimes didn't see getting into the action as much. Here in stage 1, he has been very aggressive and really not shying away from taking those opening fights.
Yeah, that's what we want to see from Primi. I mean, that's what he was touted to be, this all-star duelist coming into Talon, so nice to see him rise to the occasion. Here we can see a little head-to-head between Talon and Gen.G, looking at some of the key statistics here. You know, we already spoke a little bit about that first kill win percent for Gen.G in the bottom right there, but I think there's many stats that jump out. We see Gen.G being above 50% in both attack and defense win rates, which just shows a lot of consistency across the maps and across the macro understanding.
Yeah, I mean, 40% there for Talon, although, I mean, I don't know how much I buy into stats like that. I think at the end of the day, it matters what comp you're playing. It matters which maps in the pool. You're going to be jamming a lot. And look, we are going to see a representation. I believe this is only the map pool here for stage 1 so far, so there is still more reps on some of these other maps going back to kickoff. But I mean, it's no surprises. Really solid stuff from Gen.G on Lotus here, and great stuff from Talon on Fracture. So we'll see how that does sort of influence the Veto going forward.
Yeah, and speaking of the Veto, we're going to have that in just a bit, right? But I feel like Gen.G and Talon, they're both kind of in the same position with regards to adjusting to their new rosters, right? But different sides of the coin. And right now, as we're stepping into playoffs, of course, we're seeing the map Veto for their first game in playoffs right now.
Yeah.
It's a big question of who finally has that final form here in stage 1. It is time to show that right now. Haven and Icebox being our first maps here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see the Fracture taken out there by Gen.G. That's a respect ban on the Waylay. And then you do see Talon taking out Lotus, which has been Gen.G's best map here. And then Gen.G's going to pick Haven. So I'm wondering what the comps are going to look like. Yeah. But Talon is going to force Gen.G to play an Icebox that they haven't shown yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Veto is kind of about what we would expect. You know, Gen.G, they love Lotus. If that's taken out, they love Haven. They play with that Viper, that similar style. And I love the Icebox pick from Talon. I think it's trying to catch Gen.G off guard, and they should be able to kind of catch them out a little bit there. So I could very much see this series going the distance. But as you say, looking at Haven, we saw Talon last time they played this map. They swapped across to the Deadlock.
They did.
But that was in a way to counter the double duelist that they knew T1 liked to run. So are we going to see that again today against this Viper comp?
I mean,
what are your thoughts on this?
Talon is like one of the teams that I could see change up the comp series to series, map to map. So I really wouldn't be surprised to see them not run the Deadlock, but we'll see how it does actually end up working out for them. One thing's for sure, Gen.G's not swapping off the Viper. They've been playing that for ages.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Talon is the Talon pick, the double Sentinel is very interesting, and I know that there was a lot of work that really went into this for the Talon roster, right? So it's going to be very exciting indeed. As we kick off playoffs, ladies and gents, here on VCT Pacific, we get closer and closer to finding out who makes it to Masters Toronto. So let's send it to the stage for our first day.
안녕하세요. DRX 감독 터미 편선우입니다. T1 발로란트 팀 감독 윤으뜸입니다.
My name is Hector Rosario, also known as Frost, coach of Talon.
You guys can call me like Six Fingers. I'm Boom Esport head coach.
I am Ewok, head coach from RK VALORANT.
Hi, Alex from VaporX.
농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀 감독 실카논이라고 합니다.
저는 젠지 발로란트 팀 감독 홀로 강근철입니다. 반갑습니다.
I can say feels great because I mean me personally like I achieved the milestone for the team already, which is like top 8. So far we can manage to lead the group stage 5-0 and then going into playoff. Like I just want to see like how far my team can go.
Of course, we're delighted to be first seed. Give us a bigger chance to make it to Masters. Of course, maybe not as clean as we would have liked it, but of course we're happy either way to have managed the first seed.
대진 받았을 때는 사실 젠지랑 PRX 있는 거 보고 진짜 힘들겠다 싶었는데 2위로 진출하게 돼서 너무 다행이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
플레이오프도 힘들 수도 있겠다라는 생각을 많이 했었거든요. 저희가 PRX도 이기고 그 다음 연승을 하면서 확정을 지었을 때는 기분이 많이 좋았던 것 같습니다.
Well, I don't feel great about our record because we were pretty inconsistent, win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. So I think overall we should be happy that we placed second given our inconsistencies, but we're looking to have a much more consistent playoff.
본 무대가 이제 시작된다 생각을 하기 때문에 좀 더 진지해지고 좀 더 승리에 목마르게 된 그런 감정을 느낀 것 같습니다. 플레이오프에 올라와서 기분은 정말 좋고요. 밑에서부터 이제 시작을 하기 때문에 그 부분은 살짝 아쉽긴 합니다. 무조건 도전자 입장이에요.
I almost didn't make it, so I mean the chief emotion I feel is just like oh thank goodness, we made it.
탭자 선수나 서재영 선수나 원치케 선수도 분위기를 좀 많이 띄우려고 하고 있고 물론 다른 팀들도 다 그렇게 해야 된다고 생각을 하고 있거든요.
베인 선수가 다들 아시다시피 팀 내 분위기 메이커 역할을 잘해주고 있어서 팀에 한 명씩은 꼭 필요한 존재라고 생각을 하고 베인 선수 같이 긍정적인 선수는 본 적이 없는 것 같아요. 그래서 처음 보는 좀 케이스고 특별한 선수라고 생각을 하고요.
Cruz is essentially a coach and a player. He's probably the only coach player in the league. Even right now to do this interview, he's conducting VOD review. So I did my own personal VOD review with him. I recorded like a video for him this morning. And he looked it over, listened, took his notes, my notes. Jovi and I often prepare stuff for Cruz. Cruz learns it, dissects it, then he's the one that teaches it to everyone else. So that's pretty much what we've been doing with this roster.
붐이랑 다시 하고 싶습니다. 저희가 또 새로운 로스터로 다시 준비를 했는데 이번에 다시 만나면 이길 수 있는 자신이 있어서 그룹 스테이지에서의 복수를 플레이오프에서 꼭 하고 싶습니다.
붐이랑 만나보고 싶고 잘하고 있는 걸 알고 있었거든요. 근데 이제 1등까지 할 정도는 솔직히 기대하지 못했는데 그 1등한 경기 내용들도 다 정말 훌륭했다 생각을 해서
I feel like 농심 kind of have like a mixed kind of play, which is like a structure and also like a high risk one. I don't know, like I feel like they are our kryptonite. Like the way they play is just like countering our play. I don't know, somehow. Frankly speaking, like it's much easier to play against structured team rather than 농심.
저희는 저희가 변칙적이라고 생각을 안 하거든요. 이게 좀 오해가 있는 게 그 담비를 던진다고 하는데 저희는 던진 적이 없어요. 본인이 가는 거지. 네온이 혼자 들어가야 되는 경우가 있기는 해요. 있기는 한데 근데 일단 저는 그렇게 시킨 적은 없어요.
Gen.G, we're already playing them. We haven't beaten them before. We've gone close, but we haven't beaten them before. And this roster is much better. So we have the perfect route to win Pacific, period.
그분은 근데 항상 자신감이 항상 차 있는 분이라 저 역시도 자신감을 항상 가지고 있습니다. 재밌는 경기가 되지 않을까. 저도 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
My favorite player I think is Marco, aside from my team right now. Yeah, I really like the way Marco plays.
포세이큰을 데리고 있으면서 너무 욕심이 많은 것 같은데 저도 포세이큰이 탐납니다.
저 무조건 포세이큰이고.
포세이큰 선수를 한번 데리고 한번 해보고 싶은 생각은 있습니다.
If we had K-Ron, we'd be the best team in the world, and it wouldn't even be close.
I like Francis, I like Munchkin. If they can really speak good English, like they can come with the team, within the team.
Maybe Izu, flexibility. I'm not really looking to replace any of my players as of right now, so there's a lot of good players in playoffs. But
그냥 저희 선수들이 거기선 최고라 생각합니다. 이번 경기를 준비를 정말 잘했다 생각을 하기 때문에 이거 보여준 것만큼 다시 자신감 있게 게임하면은 다시 또 충분히 높은 데까지 올라갈 수 있을 것 있기 때문에 다 같이 열심히 해봤으면 좋겠습니다.
That I'm proud of them, and I think that we've turned a corner, and I believe we're going to win Pacific this year, or especially in Season 1.
work hard. We put in the time, put in a lot of effort to get here. Now, responsibility is on us. Pull it through. All the way through, we need to stay mentally stable, mentally solid, and confident and hungry for the win.
경기에 들어와서는 상대를 리스펙하지 않았으면 좋겠어요. 그러니까 우리가 항상 경기 너머로 봤을 때는 당연히 다 잘하는 선수들이고 뭐 당연히 그들만의 무언가가 있고 하지만 우리도 우리만의 무언가가 있거든. 그냥 내가 더 잘해라는 느낌으로 했으면 좋겠다.
지금도 열심히 연습하고 있는데 토론토 가자.
Keep humble, don't over ego, don't overconfident, don't overpick, don't overhit. That's all. Yeah.
So I think you guys can do it. I think a lot of people believe. That scares me a little bit, but I think we should. I think if the boys themselves, you guys have faith. I think we'll be in Toronto.
저희가 굉장히 힘든 상황을 겪고 있고 그리고 선수들과 감독 코치진이 굉장히 많은 노력을 하고 있는데 피부프에서는 우승을 했지만 스테이지 1에서 뭐 우승을 하지 못하고 혹시라도 마스터즈 토론토에 가지 못하더라도 선수들이 실망하지 않았으면 좋겠고 우리가 이 플레이오프 스테이지 1을 통해서 얻는 게 있으면 그걸로 충분히 잘 해냈다고 생각을 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Rise Pacific. Talon.
Talon Esports are out to prove that this all-tie roster is the strongest iteration for this team. They've had their ups and downs and adjusting, but with the victory over Team 1 last week, are we about to see Talon at their full potential and full power?
Yeah, for this team, it's all about finding consistency. They made it through in second place out of their groups, but it was win-loss, 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 and you can't afford for that pattern to continue. We just hear how confident Frost sounds, so let's hope that's bled down into these players, and they can look to really string some wins together now they're in playoffs.
Hopefully so, because they're up against Gen.G. The Tiger Nation are back on stage, and this time it's playoffs time. Are we going to see a much stronger Gen.G from here on out? They've missed out on Masters Bangkok, and you know the Masters Shanghai winners are not going to give that spot at Toronto away just that easily.
I think Gen.G have really started to play themselves into form. They've looked better and better as they made their way through the group stage, and I think that if you looked at their playoff bracket run, they only have to make their way through Talon, then they've got to play against a Boom who has not got much playoff experience inside of Pacific. I think they would be feeling reasonably confident that they can make it to the international event this time that they missed out on in kickoff.
That's the thing. This is playoffs, right? And you see entirely different, phases come out from all of these players. You can see so many teams transform into something else entirely now that they know that that window of opportunity for Masters Toronto is just getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, the pressure cannot be any higher than this. It's not like the group stage where you get lots of chances to recover yourself. Here, from this upper bracket, 2 losses and you're eliminated, but the stakes if you win are so high. Winning this game today gets you 1 win away from Toronto, which is of course where all of these teams want to get to.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of question marks in this Veto as well. Haven, for the most part, we know what we're going to get, especially from Gen.G. Over on the side of Talon, they've been swapping up their comp a little bit. Over on Icebox and even Pearl, there's quite a few question marks in this Veto. Gen.G have not played Icebox yet, and Pearl hasn't been a heavily repped map for either one of these teams.
Yeah, big question marks all around. Even with our predictions, we're actually, quite split. And I think for all of our audience as well, we can expect that every single map we're going to see right now, every single round we're going to see right now, it's all up in the air.
Yeah, it's such a 50-50 prediction. Myself and Pilski, of course, massively disagree. I think Talon are finally finding their form. I think they're finding their feet, and they can make it happen. But what are your thoughts on Gen.G?
I think Talon are far too inconsistent for me. You have rookies that can be very up and down. You know, Thai can carry the game against T1, but also completely go missing against Zeta. I think that's going to be very difficult for them to make a playoffs run here. I think Gen.G, like I said, have looked better and better as they made their way through playoffs. I think they've landed on the best iteration of their roster. Ash continues to look better and better all the time. Foxy9, after coming back into the roster, has been one of the better players in the team, and it's still the championship core that we know and love.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could definitely see this game going either way. I think both these teams have massive potential to make it to Masters Toronto, so they're really looking to convert this win today. Now we have the agent picks come in. We are seeing Gen.G do what we know they do.
Yeah, for sure. I think Munchkin is the player to keep your eye on here. In all of the recent Haven games, he's been one of the better performers for Gen.G, and the Viper is the defining agent of this Haven match for the side of Gen.G.
On Talon, sticking with that deadlock, but it's all about how can you counter that Viper. When Gen.G get across the defense, Munchkin rotates so fast to try and stop that execute. So if you can get the deadlock wall in the way of his fast rotate, I think that's how they're going to try and counter this. And of course, when Gen.G are attacking, they love to burst with the bubble, with the molly to stop that flood. So deadlock needs to stop them before they can get in.
Yeah, I think the Yoru could actually be pretty important playing around the Viper wall and things like that, playing the off angle to disrupt some of Gen.G's slower defaults.
Well, there are a lot of exciting matchups here. You have Premier and Texture, and you also have Munchkin and Cruz going head-to-head here. It's going to be an exciting one to kick off playoffs, so let's get into Haven. Let's toss it over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
It's that time of year, of stage, of whatever you want to say. Again, it is the playoffs, baby. Achilles and Paperthin coming at you as we jump into day one. Gen.G versus Talon. Both of these teams looking to claw their way back to former glory that we were witnessing from them last season. Talon able to qualify over to Gems. Gen.G, of course, on their complete tear throughout the year, going to every single event. They're looking to get back with Toronto on the horizon.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And today's matches are mega important for every team here, because if you win, then you only need one more win to make it to Toronto. If you lose here today, then you have to win 3 times in a row. So it is way harder if you go down into that losers bracket. You got to play, Paper X Nongshim are the other 2 teams that are going to be awaiting the losers of today. So it doesn't get any easier throughout this bracket. Every team in Pacific is crazy good this year.
They absolutely are. And like you said, these series absolutely matter. Every series absolutely matters. So take that, Sideshow, suck it. All the games are good. All of them are important. But these ones especially, as we go ahead and kick off the playoffs, let's get things started. Gen.G versus Talon. Haven to begin with Gen.G on the attack.
This is going to be really interesting, how Gen.G is going to dissect some of that double Sentinel util that's going to be popping up across the map. We've seen a lot of teams really struggle against Deadlock in Pacific. It has a pretty high win rate with between Nongshim and Talon running this agent every once in a while, but it is so frustrating to get through. You can see there's a sonic sensor on beat, kind of the typical place where you'd see like a nano or an alarm bot. They're just going to burst right through.
TP in, Plant getting ready to come in. Kahlua lingering within the smoke, looking for a timing, goes on the push, is able to find Charon, takes a bit of damage in exchange, but Texture at the same time, able to find Jit Boys over here on the A site. Lobbing in the nano, zoned away for the moment here by the Salvos. Talon are in, they're in somewhat control, but now Snakebite going to be thrown down, Thai taking a bit of damage. HP bars continue to get whittled away at a Texture, swoops around the back, but it's been noted very intelligently there. Kahlua turns around, is able to find it now, which is going to be a spray battle. The smoke gets ready to fall, the wall still there in the way of the defuse, being stuck. He's not off it yet, and there's the kill. The last glimpse of a second. Gen.G are able to pick up the pistol with 2 players surviving.
Yeah, you can see that Gen.G already has some ideas on how to deal with that Deadlock util. Got the barrier mesh coming up at the entrance to a link. And Gen.G's just going to plant their feet, throw a molly at the ground, and then spam through, send Texture to the other side. Even though that gets noted, still opens up an opportunity for them to set up a firing squad. And just, there's going to be a gun down because Talon has to go for the defuse. They're going to use that advantage and get loud off the rip. So it's going to be a rifle for Texture. Munchkin with that Marshall goes for an opening shot, but is backed off by the Tejo Salvos. Fox9 with just a Ghost is the low buy there. A couple Guardians, so just going to open through to a clear C site and make their way in. Drone to check, but yeah, looks like right now Gen.G getting the right read here on where potentially Talon might be set up. Just how much does Talon want to commit? And how much does Gen.G want to push off the back of, you know, not wanting to give up those deaths to the spike?
We'll have to see. For now, though, Munchkin getting a shot across. Cruz and Kahlua both tagged up. As it looks like Talon widely content to just try to chill out.
Attempted a combo there with the grab net and the salvos.
Yeah, but no way to push forward. Had a nano blocking off his back side access. So Talon finally just going to go ahead and die to the spike, it would seem here. Gen.G, I don't think they're going to pursue too much. Maybe you send Foxy into Garage, given that he has the Ghost. Try to see if he can finish off a couple of these players that you should know you've chipped away at, but seems like it will just be the full 5-player save, the full 5-player death to the spike, as Gen.G will get a flawless anti-eco.
Okay, so kind of the textbook anti-eco and eco round. What does it look like from here forward for the side of Talon? That's the big question. You know, you've already seen that Gen.G has some ideas on how to deal with the deadlock. You know, one thing is you can use the Neon to trip some of the sonic sensors, and then they've got plans for the barrier mesh as well. Just how much further are they going to be able to scale up? Bonus coming ahead. Full rifles, a few half armors here and there, but Gen.G as well going to invest in some rifles of their own off the back of that. Have plenty in the back pocket to go into the next round, so this is a dangerous bonus that Talon is going to be facing.
Slow here off the start of the round. Big exploration in the mid, though. All 5 players from Gen.G creeping in towards the site. Sonic sensor set up here at the front. As Kahlua going to be forced away the salvos. Creating a bit of space. TP up over the top here for Karan. Now it's situated at back site. Plant to come through. Alt's still a world away here for both squads. Don't have to worry about those in the post plant quite just yet. Grimmy trying to open up a little bit of space here, but Ash is going to be taken down. Salvos over on the site, able to go ahead and get a catch. Not sure if it was, grab combo.
Yeah,
Cruz had it. You can see there on the assist. Solid kill to be found. Texture looking to try to hold the door, hold this A site, but ends up getting taken down. Solid kill opening here from the side of Jit Boys. Now a 5v3 as they look for the retake. Paranoia towards the back. Karan going to be flushed out. Munchkin trying to hold the line. It's going to be a flawless anti-bonus here.
Wow.
Fantastically done from Talon.
Wow, that was really well set up. Very patient there around the B site. They didn't even have to really push through before they started getting kills. It's util to find some early picks, and then just kind of dissecting players who are trying to hold the angles, hold the entrances.
And it's hardly any damage dealt at all.
Jeez.
Just 2 players taking minor chip damage to the armor, but yeah, you can see here just netted in. That's one of the big things with this deadlock. For these retakes, it's going to be combos like that.
One enemy remaining.
Very well set up from Talon.
And so now my question is, you know, you're already seeing adjustments from Talon on how they want to approach the post plant. Same from Gen.G there. But Talon just kind of immediately boxes Gen.G in. Doesn't let them go versus the pistol where they let them push out through a link. This time not having any of that. But Gen.G already setting up some conditioning, it seems like. Thinking about that B side. Wow, Karan just hits a banger on the Privy.
Very nice opening kill.
That's huge.
So yeah, the Yoru now not going to be much of a concern. So the big setup on this A site, 3 players lingering. It looks like Spike is going to be ushered across towards this part of the map. If they decide to try to execute into this, things can still get very rough, very sloppy here for Gen.G. Given that you've got double trips as well as a sonic sensor right here on the entryway.
But you saw Karan with the stealth drone there, and he's generally not the one who's going to be lurking by himself. So maybe, you know, with already the 2-player stack here onto the A site, it seems like Talon's happy with their read that they've got. Just a matter of how efficiently can you get through this layered Cypher and Deadlock util. They don't clear any of it yet. Karan TP's past it though.
Himself situated here back site. It seems like they have no idea. Kahlua going to be taken down. Paranoia sent across towards that A connector. Jit Boys. For some kind of timing here. Anything that he can find. Gets a ping reveal onto 1. That's going to be Texture taken down. Ty is able to go ahead and collect the kill, but Jit Boys gets traded out as a casualty, so massive player advantage now to the side of Gen.G. Cruz will bound up in towards Heaven, but unless he can find an opening kill here, might just be an angle to save.
Just do whatever damage he can, but tries to go for the peek out the window, gets shut down by Munchkin.
Yeah, and for Thai, there's not much more to be done. He will be able to try to get the catch, and okay, eventually is able to readjust, gets the headshot there onto Karan. Finding 2 eliminations here is Talon, but not the round win, so tie-up not going to be coming through. It will be a 3-1 for Gen.G.
Yeah, still the economic damage okay for Talon. They still have quite a bit in their back pockets for the next round, so they could afford to throw a few extra bodies at that before they decided to save. For Gen.G, they should be okay going into the next round, but trying to make it as costly as possible are Talon. But they're getting some info. They're not really trying to go for the reads, and it's a really smart play by Karan to just bypass all of that util. TP into the back, under health, gets the opening kill as well, so this is a beautiful round from him. Basically secures Gen.G this round. Jitboy's trying to wait for Ash there to create some, or excuse me, not wait for Ash, wait for Killua to set up some crossfires, but not quite able to get there. Now Primmy's gonna have the op. Big round for Talon here. A lot of investment into this. You have the Taeho ultimate. Ash one away from his. So you might have kind of a duel with some of our big-time ultimates.
It is glass cannon here for Killua, forcing to get that op purchase here in for Primmy. So needs to survive to be able to put that Armageddon to good use. Ash now grabbing that orb means that we could have dueling ults.
Yeah. But Gen.G makes some presence known over at C to make sure they can grab the orb. Now maybe rethinking about Garage. I'm curious to see what they're going to do, how they're going to react off of a deadlock wall. There goes. And they're actually just going to kind of sidestep it. Cruz
coming down. They're suspecting a linger here. A lingering lurk around C long. They're correct, but Munchkin out a little bit further, but is not going to be fast enough to find the kill. Puts Cruz down to 45, but ends up losing his life. Very solid response here from the IGL of Talon. Gets him that opening pick.
And Primmy TP'd right off the back of that. When you just get Munchkin, kind of assuming there's going to be much behind that. Jitboys gets texture.
Just get taken down. Minor readjustment to have Karan be the one go in to get the spike planted so he can TP out when the net comes through. He's able to do that, avoids it, but now Karan taken down. Armageddon going to be sent out. Ash trying to hold the door, nearly has him lined up, but the nano from Foxy9 is able to find one. With the Phantom comes up with another. Diffuse starting to be held. The shot gets the hit. Takes down Thai, but that is still going to be Primmy standing, getting the diffuse here. Op should be nearby enough to get the recovery on that as well, and Talon will scrape by with a round win.
Yeah, some really interesting reads by both sides. I mean, Munchkin reads it well that there's going to be a player pushing out of C long. He just gets out-dueled. I like the way that Primmy immediately TPs back after Cruz gets this kill. They don't stick around. They don't anticipate that there's anything else behind it because it's just Munchkin there, and he loves to lurk. And then they use a great ultimate. The Taeho ultimate forces Karan out into garage door right where Cruz is ready and waiting. And a nice quick trade there by Primmy. Very ready for that window position. A classic Gen.G style of play for those B hits to set up for those deep post plants with the mollies. So you're going to need to try to find some different answers. A few Guardians being bought down for Gen.G. So they're trying to get another round in the books, because if they don't get this one, money behind it for a few players. Pretty dire. Cruz again going to try to push out of the doors, but thwarted, and there's Primmy.
Primmy able to find Munchkin dead in the same position. Just got on that deep line, immediately TP's back over towards the C site. Keeps himself safe, and now it's going to be Munchkin IGLing from beyond the grave.
One suppressed.
Forward presence here from Foxy9 slid up in the smoke just in front of B, but Gen.G now starting to try to tackle this A site where once again the lion's share of this defensive util is situated.
Yeah, you still have Karan there to clear some of it. They're going to use some Taeho utility as well. They get the trips, miss one of the sonic sensors, but everything else is cleared, and Foxy finds one on the lurk.
Got 2-tap, basically in transit, able to find that hit. Cruz gets taken down. Kahlua spotting out the placement of the util here. Foxy looking like he wants to challenge the angle, does so, and Kahlua able to strike, finds the kill. Ash quick to trade it back. Keeps him in with a 3v3 as Primmy sprinting around the dimensional drift. Looking for a weapon here, but Texture, noting the flank, is able to find Jitboys. Now into the post plant. Not much util to speak of here. Just end up being a firing squad down from window. If Talon can try to find the setup here to start actually getting a tap on this plant.
Got a couple flashes, but you got to get deep enough to use them.
Salvos go through. Primi tag to 11. Dai does manage to come away with one. His Texture's going to be taken down. Primi finding another! And he finds 3! 11 HP, be damned. Primi is on point, and we are tied up at 3-3.
Jeez, he's quick. That is crazy good. Gen.G had a lot of opportunities and an odd man advantage, and Primi just not having any of it. Gets the first with the operator. Oh, nice work there by Foxy. Ash, quick to trade, and Texture watching the flanks nicely, but Ty up on top of the box gets one. Oh my God, that's so good. They go over the peak. They just get shut down. Primi out in the open, no problem.
He's feeling it. 7-2-2 at the moment. That op still carried forward. Gen.G knocked back onto a bit of a half buy here. Just the one hero Vandal, as well as a Bulldog in alongside this Sheriff and the Stingers. And Ty gonna be able to find one. Karon taken down. Just gets suppressed. There's the stealth drone. Chases forward.
Yeah, but a heavy stack.
Gen.G, yeah, abandoning this.
Yeah, it was a heavy stack early from Talon off of any pressure, trying to thwart the quick hit from Gen.G, and they do. And the B side is a real problem. You know, Talon is perfectly happy to funnel Gen.G into that area. So you stack the Sentinel util onto A, you have Primi on op on C, and you go B, and that's where, you know, the Deadlock Teho combo can be really annoying. They've got so much util to clear that space. And it makes it really challenging for Gen.G, no matter how good their post plants are, and a judge for Cruz.
Swing the corner, snappy to readjust for Texture. And Salvos absolutely annihilate Munchkin. Hope of a Thrifty very much gone, as it's just going to be the one casualty. Cruz giving his life for the retake, and Talon now gaining the lead.
Yeah, I think you need to call a timeout here as Gen.G to kind of figure out how you can find other ways onto the other sites, because it's been almost B every time other than the anti-eco round where you went C. And this is, in my opinion, all according to plan. This was something I was worried about here for Gen.G, is this is going to be an important site, I think, on both sides of the coin. I think when they switch over to defense, this is going to be a site that the Deadlock could be really frustrating to play against, because if you can get there, get that wall down, it's really hard to go for those retakes. So you're going to have to be active on the map on that side. But over here on this attacker side, seemingly Solo going to trust Munchkin to make the right call here. Let's see if they go for another quick one. Cruz this with a little bit of spam early. They used the salvos early, did Gen.G to clear sewers. Just slow marching their way forward. I'm not sure if they know about this forward-facing Cypher trip either. This was here in the previous round, but it didn't get cleared, and I don't think it ever got noted by Gen.G, so that might cause them some grief on this execute if they do commit.
And either way, even if it's not that, just the triple stack that they have.
That's not great either.
It's a very solid read here from the side of Talon.
Cruz knows. He knows they have to try something different.
Yeah.
He is just not working.
Well, the deep angle push, not spotting out too much of anything. It looks like now Gen.G is going to look to re-wrap around. Texture able to break that line of sight before the triple push into sewers. Goes forward, but this is still so much info gained for Talon.
And they put up the wall. They're expecting this push out. They know they've got the space.
Them.
Yes, exactly.
Right now, reading them like a book. Grab net set, not getting a catch on anyone, I do believe. Sets are going to be cleared out, and Cruz is on a peek, able to find it. Now they strike in from behind. They are just absolutely pinned in position. Munchkin able to find one as Jit Boys does get taken down. He's trying to swing around, looking for a little bit more, but now the spike is going to be on the floor. Ty catching Ash. And Kahlua catching Munchkin, and this round is so beautifully read from Talon, understanding and manipulating the movements of Gen.G. They are pulling the strings and making them dance.
Yep, this is great. I mean, you can see the plans that Cruz and Frost have put together. The way that they understand how they can toy with the tendencies of Gen.G. And this time, it's as soon as they feel like they've got some extra space in the sewers, it's the wall up at the front of B so they can't go there, funnel them towards garage. You can take window control and create a crossfire. Really well thought out. This is extremely, extremely smart. Yeah, okay, now you got to take a timeout. I think this is a round too late for me, but you got to figure out ways to create pressure in parts of the map where Talon isn't dictating the pace. And whether that means find ways to make Primi's op on C uncomfortable, or have some kind of set execute onto A to clear that. Because the only time that's really worked is when you're able to TP past with Karan. And other than that, you haven't really even been able to find your way onto the A site. That Cypher util is really giving them problems. And it's a great combo to have against a Neon as well. This double Sentinel setup. You have to use something like a stealth drone, or you have to rely on Ash a lot to be able to find that util, but I've been watching pretty closely on the minimap the way that they're setting it up, and it's all over the place. It's hard to keep track of it, and now they're moving it over to C. They're gonna, off of this timeout, anticipate an adjustment, kind of set the Cypher back to the normal side of the map on Haven that you would typically see.
And similarly, they're a little bit inverted, I suppose, is Talon shifting Primi across.
Yep.
Gate Crash at the moment, just set up to go over towards the A connector. As, oh, well, never mind, it's not C.
Of course it's B.
It's back over to the B site. Quick TP to readjust here from Ty, just sure to not get caught. And he is, of course, the one with the operator now. And ooh, catches a glimpse. Looking for the stun, still gets a quick peek, and that's going to be Foxy9. Take it down. Camera cleared out. Salvo sent both sides. Gen.G control of the site here for the moment. Ash going to be left to stick around with Seam as Munchkin. You've been spotted, and you've been sprayed down. It's just far too late. Swap to the shorty. Ty cuts down Ash. Texture the overdrive, able to come away with one. But needs so much more than that. He and Karan now trying to fight their way out of what looks to be a damn near impossible situation. The overdrive now expired. Sets the wall to try to act like he's repositioned. Runs out of bullets in the Stinger. And it's just one kill. It is all that they can find. Some chip damage, some forced armor rebuys. But Talon are not allowing for any kind of thrifty business to come through.
Now, what a decision here to move the op over to Ty, and he puts it to great use. That is so well thought out there to absorb the concuss. He had just gotten a spot of the players when he was looking away to maybe change positions. Munchkin there just gets too deep in the paint, anticipating that his Poison Cloud had bought him enough space to get that Viper's Pit down, but Talon was already there, and they were willing to pounce. And they just have every read so far.
Talon, around.
Yeah, they're just ahead of the curve.
They get the Annihilation out, but commit two of their own to no avail. Still do have a lockdown available, but similarly, Kahlua, he's got an Armageddon, so he can just clear that and disrespect it. Munchkin netted, but able to get around the corner here fast enough to avoid getting caught.
Now Munchkin trying to be that anti-lurk guy. In the back of his mind, he's got to be thinking about how Talon was able to push that space for free. Previously, he has to be the one to keep control of it while the rest of the team tries to find openings on B and C, but Talon aware of it. They're making aggressive moves towards that side of the map. They're just going to leave Primi on his own. He's got the op again to watch A.
This time though, Talon, slight misread. Like you said, they have Primi situated. Still, they're not going to be spotting much of anything there. It's Foxy. Is prepared, gets the catch. Crew's going to be taken down.
Seemed like a timing idea there from Cruz. But Gen.G has been pausing maybe longer than he expected. They're going to catch him trying to find that opening for the lurk, and it's a misread from Talon. They think this is going to be A. Gen.G's been kind of making contact and rotating, but this time just going to barrel on in.
Picture dashing forward, try to clear things out. Goes to the site. Here, primed for the taking. Is now just looking to play off the timing. Lockdown going to be committed. Armageddon not going to be seen here. Talon realizing that they're just not in a strong enough position to try to flood back in off the back of that if they do go ahead and clear out the lockdown. So now they will look, try to get their way back into this. Deep lurk from Jit Boys, swinging around through the attacker's spawn. Alarm bot, however, is still set up there from from Foxy9, I should say, to alert for Munchkin.
This one should be about done.
Yep, should just be a tuck and save here. Jit Boys may be able to come away with the kill. We'll be able to find that one. One off now, a neural theft. Spam through, Ash nearly catching the time to find him. Jit Boys repositions, looks to play this out a bit more aggressively. As the cage falls, he'll get his ult in death. Operator gonna be saved as Gen.G very finally able to break a very large win streak from the side of Talon. It was 5 consecutive wins in a row to get themselves up to 4.
Yeah, and if you're thinking like, okay, this is a double Sentinel comp, this is the defender side of comp, not against T1, it wasn't.
Yeah.
They won 6 out of 8 rounds on their attacker side. It can be very annoying on that attacker side. There's still a lot of oomph behind it, especially in those post plants.
Get the deadlock set up able to throw down the wall, get the sonic sensors in place.
Exactly.
Trying to flood retake, especially with a neon.
Have fun. Have fun being stunned and detected for days. Now, Primi this time takes some sewer space. Cypher back over towards A.
Cruz on a very tight angle. No one giving him the time there to go for the peak, so backs away.
Yeah, they're going to use the drone.
That's just going to be sent. They get a glimpse, though. They know that this deadlock is in position, and Cruz is just spamming through the wall. Texture dead. Just not looking to reposition fast enough. Now Sonic Sensor is situated here in Garage. Gun barrel spotted. Primi on to hit a flick. Munchkin taken down. Wall set up in Garage. No access here. Gen.G once again are losing the plot. Double face in towards long. Ty able to come up with a kill. Foxy9 dead. Swing in, looking for the hit. Ash able to find one, but Kahlua just frantically spraying, is able to find Charon. And now it is just Ash all alone. Looking to try to clutch this out. Salvo's buying him enough space to go ahead and get the plant. Salvo's in response, however, take him down to 60. You've got Primi swooping around from behind here. Now it's C-Long scoped in on the op.
Try to hold this angle again. See if he can trick Talon a bit.
But swap should have been heard. Oh, faces in. 2 players there. Will end up falling. Decent little run of it. At least get the plant money across, but that is going to be Talon now securing the lead at the half. At least 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, at every twist and turn, Talon has the read. You know, Primi can just hold sewers. He's got A under control. Cruz then senses the drone, knows the drone is coming, throws out the grab net to slow it down, sees the shots coming through the wall, and just wins the counter spam battle. And then the rest of the way through, they're finding some good double peaks. Killua, nice little drag. Ash trying to do what he can, but at this point, he's got players coming from every which way. Got identified, tried to swing, paid the price. Tejo's have ults. Still have Jit Boys' neural theft. This round, very important for Gen.G. This 5th would feel very nice. Feel like you could still get this done. 4 seems challenging.
Yeah. Last round of the half. Armageddon's available on both sides. Jit Boys, the neural theft is there. Foxy, he's ready for this push out. It's been happening consistently from the side of Talon, but Primi playing a bit more reserved this time, not looking to overstretch the angle.
Cutting through.
They're just very wary. Our Gen.G. They're going to get the stealth drone out. Doesn't see any contact. They have to re-clear themselves. Make sure there's no push coming through sewers again.
A little bit wider. Foxy does not pass enough. Primi quick on the draw. Finds that kill and a player down here, our Gen.G.
Go, go, go.
Talon taking the right steps towards securing that 8th round victory here in the half.
Quick rotate after clearing the barrier mesh. Now they want to try to find a way through towards A, but
30 seconds left.
Ty, also seemingly aware, hasn't seen anything over at B. Kill, Jit Boys.
Just has the cam situated, slide across texture. Able to find Jit Boys, just sprinting through the cage. Swoops around the back, 2 players now lingering within the smokes. Charon pushing forward, able to find one, the spike. Need to get planted here. Ty still looking to cause chaos here on the site. Gets the spot out, pushes forward, ends up getting taken down with 2 seconds to spare. The plant now being stuck is Primi. It's the last one standing. Looking to try to clutch it out, but Charon off on the flank angle. Has the headshot. It's going to be Gen.G narrowly making their way up to 5-round wins.
Yeah, I mean, that was really tenacious defense from the side of Talon. Tough nut to crack for sure. And eventually Gen.G able to get there. That's good paranoia to set up texture on the entry by Charon. And then Charon able to push deep into the back of site again. Finds the angle where Primi's not expecting him and preventing him from getting another nasty clutch. Let's see what the other side of the coin looks like. I mean, again, Talon looked good on their attacker side against T1. It's really annoying if they can find that open space. I mean, they have a lot of these same kind of util to sort of clear angles and get information that Gen.G does. You have a Tejo. So a lot of those ideas are going to be there in terms of the same kind of play.
I think, yeah. Something tells me this is a bit of a lopsided question.
Yeah, this is a little unfair.
Do we not have I guess we don't have the score tracker to see like which one wins out in the vote. But
yeah. Oh, Solo?
Okay. She's going to go with Solo.
Okay.
That's a scarier situation.
I imagine that would be a little intimidating too.
It could be.
We know he's a pretty intense guy sometimes.
Maybe if you don't have the strongest understanding of what Frost is saying, it might not be that scary as well.
Yeah, he's just
not to make assumptions, but
yeah.
you know, like if he's just yapping at you and you're just like, I don't understand any of this.
Yeah.
I'm unbothered.
Yeah.
It's like when you're taking a taxi late at night in Seoul and the guy's like yelling because he's like upset about like where you're going, or it's like, oh, the trip isn't long enough, but you're just like, I don't fully understand what you're
not my
angry
problem
about, so I'm just gonna chill back and put my earpods in.
Yep, exactly. Just this guy's yapping, and I don't know.
I'm unbothered.
Yep.
Just get me to my destination.
In my
Let me
lane.
swipe my card.
Yep. Oh, they're ready for this.
Paranoia, Primi, blinded up. Damage not suffered though, and we'll just go ahead and take a quick little exit. They get the snake bite out as well. Now it's going to be a pivot across over towards the garage. Stealth drone going to be sent through. Munchkin able to find a bit of damage, but suffers some in kind.
But they got the wall deep, so the two players stuck on B have to clear that before they're going to be able to help.
Primi's able to find one. Ash going to be taken down. That was the full HP player there at back sight. Texture now arriving, sliding forward. Talon able to find one. Kahlua going to be dropped, but Cruz trades it back out. The swoop around the back. Primi looking for the timing to try to swing out from the smoke. Does so and eventually drags the shots across, finding Munchkin's head. Foxy now the last one standing. Primi, Cruz, both tagged up. Jit Boys, however, full HP, full ghosts, full pressure on the shoulders of this Killjoy.
Doable. Still have a grab net though for Cruz.
And there's the catch. Finds the first one. And needed to hit every single headshot from there and cannot. That's going to be Talon taking the pistol here in the second half, tying that up in a 1-to-1, further stretching the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, again, going back to what I was talking about earlier, this comp to me really feels like it's well set up to put pressure at B and C. Because if you can get those walls deep from the deadlock, you could cut off a lot of the rotation angles and really make it easy to read where and when your opponents are going to be, because they're either going to be clearing that wall at that one spot or they're going to be pushing from C-Link or something. So you have so much ability to manipulate the map here with this comp that Talon brings, and to understand where and when your opponents are. It's going to be really difficult for a lot of teams. Gen.G here today on their map pick, also already struggling. And now they're trying to set up crossfires with the classics outside of the door. Sheriff for texture. Is this going to catch Talon off guard? Drone's not going to spot it. It's going into the garage. They don't like it.
Yep, they're not going to play around with this. All falling. Potential catcher on a Kahlua. It's out in mid. That's maybe a weapon eventually recovered in the round, but looks like it will just be a re-aggress from Talon into mid, try to keep that weapon protected. And does get scooped up there by Cruz, in fact.
Yeah, that's... oh my god.
He's just donk walking into garage, and he ends up getting taken down. Primi quickly trades it back as Jit Boys on the linger up in towards A. He's able to find Ash. Gen.G, though, really scratching their heads, have a strong understanding that this is going to be a seaside plant, especially now that they hear it coming through. Get themselves into a 3v3. Some more damage dealt from Gen.G would start being costly to Talon. Dai doing well to find that kill, though.
One enemy remaining.
And that one. And maybe the third one, yes. I did well. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah. Man, he was on point for sure. That's very nicely done again. I mean, Talon has a great read. Again, they're not actually going to A. That's where Gen.G expects them to. They cover the gun. Gen.G anticipates they were going to rotate off of that. Instead, Talon finds the open space, finds the open site. Able to hit some nice shots along the way, so looking very, very nice right now for Talon, up by 4 rounds. Into the bonus, have some Guardians, a shotgun for Cruz.
And that's a great way to start working towards a conversion. Hell of a shot from Jit Boys. Ash dead, and now this scrambles the forces from Gen.G across the map. Meantime, just going to be an exec forward here onto the B site for the side of Talon. Wall set up, cutting off that A connector. Texture getting the bad news, just trying to spray that wall down as Munchkin has no idea. Right in between the shoulder blades, finds the kill. Texture dead. This round is as good as done.
Got to save.
They
No choice.
Absolutely do. And Cruz could just throw himself at them. He's got a Bucky.
Yeah, why not?
Talon are going to get up to 10 rounds with a bonus conversion. Gen.G left scratching their heads.
It's just, they're winning so many of these opening duels. They're so on point with their reads on the timings. The deadlock util, so annoying. All of this for Talon. Just incredibly well put together, incredibly well executed. Players on point today.
Not sure why Ty went down, but...
The memes.
It's fine. He's got 7,000. They're up by 5 rounds.
He's 15-6.
Yeah.
it's oh man.
For a sec, when the first knife swing didn't kill, I was like, oh no, he's beefed it. Munchkin's got a 180 and just head tap, you know, but nope. Got it done. It's been a very, very rough go here for the side of Gen.G. And Foxy only won double-digit kills.
Who's next?
I mean, they're just having such a struggle reading the map.
They are just storming their way forward now. Foxy just getting absolutely overwhelmed. Primi will get taken down there as the snake bite is enough to go ahead and confirm the kill. That slows up the approach from Talon. Gives them pause for the moment. Jit Boys still lurks forward into window, but Munchkin seemingly aware of this, but cannot find the shot. Jit Boys is absolutely devastating, and Caron too late to try to find the punish here on the tie.
I mean, this is actually a pretty good read by Gen.G. And you got the ult out of the order when you traded it. It looked like it was going to be good, but then Munchkin loses the 1v1, and all of a sudden you're scrambling to try to control the map.
Caron, okay, I was going to say Cam Toggle is set up. Jit Boys keeps himself safe. And now looks for the punish and will not be able to find it.
Little overconfidence for Jit there.
Caron able to go ahead and secure them a 3v3, but the plant now gets ready to come through. You still have this deadlock. Two sonic sensors and a grav net available for Cruz to try to prevent a retake.
Can't go through heaven. That's cut off by the barrier mesh. And then there's sonic sensors at the door. What do? You got to rely on a lurk. You don't have one.
So they are just going to go ahead and clear this one out. Kahlua, position ought to be noted, got grav netted there by his own teammate, but no punish to be found. Wall going to be set up, Texture dropping down, out from heaven, able to find one. He's out wide, however, and Kahlua will just massacre all 3 players. 11-5, Talon running away with this map, and it's Gen.G's pick.
This is a treat to watch. Talon in full control here on Haven. I mean, again, this isn't a bad start at all for Gen.G, but this right here is devastating. Losing Munchkin when he's got the read, he saw the player there. A nice attempt on the entry by Texture, but with the post-plant positioning and a great triple there for Killua, forget it. You have all the info as Talon. I mean, you know what to expect, where to expect it, when to expect it, and on top of that, you're winning your duels. Now they're going to try to slow walk their way up. A really far forward alarm bot. Early pop of the nano, so some time bought for rotations. Poison Cloud.
Oh,
ooh, that.
Yeah, tiny touch of damage on the Cruz.
Yeah, looked like it might have caught a little bit more, but.
Yeah, mostly connecting into the legs.
Foxy, though, took some damage as well.
Yeah, he gets the worst of it by a pretty large margin. Those drones just saying hi to each other.
Slow rotate over towards C, and Gen.G leaning the other way. There's been so much contact on the other side of the map. And they're so quick to rotate. TP's gonna go back behind the box. The salvos to cut off the corners.
That rings out the bad news. Deep in the back sight, the flash connecting. Foxy trying to get himself out of garage. Ends up getting taken down. Texture now needing to do so much here for the squad. Does well to come away with a second kill, but there you have yourself a 2v3 attempt at a retake here for Gen.G to stop Talon from getting up the map point. Primi going for the plant, gonna be forced away. I should know that he got a bit of connection there. Spots out Jit Boys, knows the position of 2, spots the head of 1, and cannot find either. Jit Boys collects them both. Good to see that one back, but Talon now up to map point.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Let me see that from Jit's perspective. I thought Primi got one, Jit got the other. This is just so beautiful. From the side of Talon. I mean, the play off this concuss. Oh, so good. But this is such a good play off that concuss by Jit Boys, to be patient, to not swing, to try to cover his teammate, to just wait until the concuss is going to wear off and they can swing together. Just phenomenal work here on the Cypher. He has been mostly very, very good. I'd say other than that peek up through courtyard against Karan and a couple rounds ago, he's been near flawless. He has been reading the map so well, playing this Cypher so effectively. Great lurks. They are just on point. Let's see if Primi can be, if he's going to be ready for that player up in the tucked into the corner. Haven't seen that yet. Seemingly thinking about it, but Karan knows that he can hide in that angle, and there's enough space. That toxic screen, and Talon, I think, getting a sense that there's a trap behind that wall.
Foxy in a committed spot. We'll find one, but cannot get any damage across on the cruise, in fact. He's now one away from having that annihilation on line. Munchkin finding the 1 kill, but again, the trade exchange. The annihilation going to be sent out. That gets a banking shot into the corner?
What?
I'm amazed that that one hit, but Karan, he's dead. Cruz has got 3. Primi's looking for the rest, and Texture now in a 1v1. The push in, and Texture barely stays alive. Gen.G will get up to 6, but they need 6 more in a row just to take it into overtime.
Oh, man. I want to, do we have like a wide view of that annihilation? Yeah. I want to see like the bird's eye view of that.
Cruz can hit shots like that. I mean, give Minnesota Fats a run for his money. He should be hustling pool.
He did that on purpose, yeah.
Okay.
Incredible. We didn't get to see it quite, but he just at the end.
It looked like it was going in towards the alley.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, but he adjusted just a little bit. Incredible.
All right, well, with that round win, Gen.G call their last timeout. It's hard to decipher if this is in a real attempt to try to get these 6 in a row, or to just quell whatever nerves and issues may be cropping up here in the comms and get them ready for a next map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes as a coach, you know, you still have that timeout. Might as well use it to, I mean, again, this is one of the situations where I feel like Solo should have pulled the trigger on this a few rounds ago, but to at least try to stabilize the team's mentality, get them ready, see if they can string a few more rounds together, get some confidence going into Icebox. Because right now it is all Talon all the time for the most part. A few glimpses of hope here and there, but once again, Primi has the outlaw, sees the economic situation that Gen.G is in. Only Texture can get the full armor through.
Over there.
So he can continue to abuse that weapon. And they have a ton of alts.
4 half armors.
They're 1 away from Primi's.
Primi just strafing in. Disrespects all the util. Ash blinded up, dead on the jump.
What a play.
Salvo sent, they flush him out. Foxy picked apart, Texture as well, tagged. As this is the end of Haven. Mask will go on, Munchkin, far too late to find anything. The neural theft will tell all. As he is just strafing in along his back. Jumps out, just playing distract, playing protect. Primi giving over his HP bar to secure the kill. And Texture, you're a damn good player, but I think this is a bridge too far. 13-6, Talon looking absolutely electric. Have every correct answer to every problem thrown to them here by Gen.G on Gen.G's map pick of Haven. Now we get ready to go in the Icebox, where Talon will be looking to send Gen.G down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the desk was talking about the improvements that both of these teams have made, but Talon is starting to gain a lot of distance ahead of their opponents. They are really coming together nicely now. With this all-tie roster, it is starting to fire on all cylinders. They're getting ready to lap their opponents at this point. And they're fired up too. And you know, they're having fun in there. You can see some of those moments with the knife and some other plays. You know, a lot of times Jip Boys, when they got his camera on down in the bottom corner and he's lurking around the map, he's got a smile on his face. He's just ready to go. He knows they've got the reads and he knows he's gonna get impact kills. I mean, just tremendous. Nothing else to say about Talon right now. They look phenomenal.
Excellently done. Great preparation. Heard Frost talking about it, giving his notes, passing that over to Cruz, and then having Cruz basically issue it out to the rest of the team, teach them what the game strategy is going to be. And right now it seems like the system is absolutely working, firing on all cylinders. Meanwhile, for Gen.G, it is looking broken down and dysfunctional. The players themselves not looking like what we're used to seeing from them. But that's Haven done and dusted. We'll go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down all the action from map 1.
And that's Haven going over to Talon for our first match for playoffs. And this was just back and forth when it came down to reading each other's strategies. We saw how much Talon was able to catch on to Gen.G's strats here on Haven.
I mean, this was such a dominant game. If anything, I think 6 is generous on the side of Gen.G. This game. Talon, so well prepared, just shut down everything Gen.G wanted to do.
This was peak Talon. Every single player performed above the margins. You know, Jip Boys has been having some rougher maps, had really, really good performance here. Thai was playing fantastic, particularly in that first half. Every single player on Talon performed. The game plan was phenomenal, and they just absolutely slapped Gen.G. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke before this game about how high Gen.G's first kill conversion is at 80%. But that doesn't matter when you're only able to get 4 first bloods the whole map. They're never in an advantage. Talon shutting them down. Primi topping the scoreboard there with 5 first kills just for himself.
Yeah, Talon literally just says, convert these. Like 15 of 4 opening kills. It's ridiculous. Like, they dominated the opening duels. And it wasn't even in the fashion of like individual pop-off or anything. It was constantly like they're able to read exactly how Gen.G wants to play. They know where they're going to find those lurk timings on the map. Primi was just walking up and finding opening kills. You had Kahlua there at the end of the game, even with some salvos just flushing players completely out of position. They would just die for free. Like, it felt like Talon knew exactly how Gen.G was going to play. And that's because you always know exactly how Gen.G is going to play. They don't change very much, and Talon is known for having good prep and good game plans. And with this Haven pick coming out for Gen.G, not any change in the comp, not really much of a change in the approach. Talon just walked all over them.
Yeah, absolutely. But we did see some good plays from Gen.G, right? We did see some, you know, a little bit of aggression coming out from Karon, for example, in a few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, so this was clearly sort of Gen.G's idea of how to beat all of that Sentinel util, right? They just want to send Karon.
Yeah, look at him. Double TP into the backside of the B site. He's able to hide behind the fast lane. And for all those Omen players in ranked that never get in on the entry, that I'm playing Enit, I'm off my Soba drone or my Teo drone, and I come off my drone and you're still standing right next to me looking at me. Please, for the love of God.
You can't go in
the site, man. Get in the site.
Yeah, I respect that he's getting in the side. That was, you know, Karon is at his best when he's aggressive.
Sorry, yeah. Good job, Karon.
So many people could relate to you in that point in time. Yeah,
get in the side.
Karon heard you at that point in time, and that's exactly what he was doing, right? But let's be real. This was all on the side of Talon Esports, especially since, you know, Haven was a big question because there was a turnaround coming into this match, right? They did have those little breakthroughs that happened in their previous match versus T1 that they were able to apply here.
I mean, this win is on the prep. If you ask me, I have some highlights where we can kind of break this down for you just a little bit more. So we can see on this defender side that Talon understand how grouped Gen.G are so consistently around the map. So they move, they take this space together, and they're able to just restrict. They force them and sort of funnel them into Primi. You know, they're in so much control of this round. Gen.G aren't able to really play that fast, and they love this kind of 4-1 approach. So we see how consistently Talon are able to kind of push out. Now this was a separate look where they lock Primi on this A line. Again, dominating all that space. They have 3 people on that left-hand side of the map, and they're able to just use the util, stall them out so consistently. Honestly, I know this game must have been so frustrating for Gen.G to play, because it will have felt like Talon had a UAV, had a map hack, because they were always in the right positions, because the read was so good. The anti-strat was so good from this Talon side.
But you even see it from those 2 like minimap highlights that the timings are always the same for Gen.G. It's around the wall cycle denying information over on the A line, and then very standard timings, 50 seconds to a minute 10. They're going to go and run their default. They're going to drone something, you know, every single time, and it reveals a lot about their intentions playing the Teo there. Primi given the map MVP, but I would love to give it to the coaching staff and to all of Talon. Like, they all played phenomenally. There was no carry in that game for Talon. They literally got 100% out of their roster. All 5 of the players played perfectly, and the coaching staff had a fantastic read. You literally could not have dominated harder there as Talon. Like, this is what peak Talon looks like.
This is my problem with Gen.G, right? I'm sort of getting stressed out about this, because these 2 teams are very polar opposite, where Talon change everything. They all the time are reinventing, pushing the meta, and Gen.G love to do what works for them. But then I think in this kind of matchup, Talon are always going to have the edge. That's why I predicted them today. This was the same Gen.G running the same composition that we've seen for years, with exactly the same gamepad. Literal years. So it's no surprise that good coaching staff are able to pick it apart.
I mean, they've had good run on Haven so far in Pacific, as have T1 and Talon, playing against both of those teams that just run the same thing over and over again on Haven and have a lot of success doing it, have absolutely smashed both of them. They smashed T1 with this Deadlock comp, and then they've adapted it to be able to smash the Viper comp here from Gen.G. Like, they are very good at figuring out opponents that just does the same thing over and over again.
And speaking of that, I just want to take a moment and glaze Cruz for a bit, for being able to adapt so quickly. I mean, in the press conference, Frost was saying how a lot of the development on Haven, when they had that match versus T1, was thanks to Cruz actually adapting or tweaking what the strategies were for Talon on that map. So major props, and this really comes out. I mean, Munchkin, come on, he is definitely one of the best IGLs in Pacific, and Cruz was able to outplay him on this map.
I think Cruz is thoroughly underrated as an IGL in this region. I mean, something Frost talks about so consistently in his interviews about how he feels like Cruz is the best IGL in Pacific, and I think we're slowly starting to see a lot more of that. I feel like his calling is consistently good, the anti-strat is consistently good, and he's holding his own in the server. So I'm very high on Talon right now, and I think if you're Gen.G, you're a little bit worried about this map too.
I mean, going here into Icebox, right? We're gonna see the data up in just a bit. This is a map that we haven't seen Gen.G on since Champions Soul. That was the last time when they lost versus Sentinels. So we haven't seen them on this map for a long time. I highly doubt they're gonna run that Gecko KO once again.
You can see it there. They banned it a handful of times as well. Have not really wanted it to be pushed into the Veto very often. Over on the side of Talon, did recently play this up against who was it? Was it
T1?
T1. Yeah, that they got a really good win over. So you can see defense win rate 100%, and again that might be a good little anti-strat, recognizing that T1 is a little bit too one-dimensional on that map and doing the same thing on attack over and over again. So I think for Talon, this is going to be a little bit of a different look for them, where they have something in particular prepped, but there's nothing to look at for Gen.G. This is not going to be a game plan W this time around.
Yeah, that's almost a good thing for Gen.G in a way, that they haven't shown anything on this map, because I think that would be an even bigger worry for them right now. But ultimately, I think Talon are still feeling very good. They're clearly taking it to a map where Gen.G are not comfortable. Gen.G have been looking to ban out this map, so I think Talon are going to be feeling so good heading into this map too. So it's really on Gen.G to show up now. Show us something a little bit different and have this well prepared, because if you're banning it, you probably haven't put a ton of time into it before now.
Well, maybe you haven't put a lot of time on the stage, which is also another factor, right? You might have been maybe saving it for a moment like this, for a moment like playoffs, but how many reps have you had on that stage, which is such an important factor?
Alrighty, let's see what we're going to get from these teams in terms of agent select. Talon are staying one step ahead here. They are going to swap to the Harbor comp off of, they were running Teo in this slot before, and this really changes things up a lot. Some teams running Harbor comp. In fact, a fair few in NA are running Harbor at the moment, so maybe that's a bit of that NA coaching staff flavor into Talon once again.
Yeah, I love Harbor. Great for the retakes and getting that spike down. Over across on the side of Gen.G, a fairly simple, more standard comp. We are seeing them stick with that KO, but, you know, Munchkins has a real strong record on that KO. Texture on the Yoru. We saw his Yoru last week, I believe it was. Wasn't entirely convinced, so he needs a better performance there today. But ultimately, not too many risks on this Gen.G side. Only small adaptations on the current map.
I mean, Texture on the Yoru on a map that you don't see Yoru as a core agent a lot is an interesting one. He must really be backing himself on this agent lately.
I don't know, he's smiling. He's smiling over there, just like our audience are smiling right now because we're about to step into Icebox, our second map here. And does this go over to Talon or can Gen.G come back? We're gonna find out as we toss it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Well, some new sights here, it would seem. Harbor, something that we have not seen at all in Pacific this year. Comes out, bit of the classic one here from Jit Boys. Granted, you know, has played it in the past, not to a huge amount. I think it's his 7th game on it. And for Texture, similarly, 2nd game on the Yoru. So some big changes. But for the side of Talon, curious to see how they pilot this. You and I were talking about it as we saw this come through. They don't have any flashes.
None. And you've got a bunch for Gen.G. So you got to find those timings.
Well, that is a huge reveal. Shoot the dart challenge, impossible. Texture, however, able to trade one back. Foxy and Primi both going to be left on the floor.
You can already see some of the ideas with the cascade there to try to cover the retreat after the pick, but too quick for Gen.G to respond. So not bad so far. Scaling their way up towards A. Our Gen.G has to be left open by Killua. He is the only player there. Good read by the open space here for Gen.G. Nano popped, but Gen.G still hadn't made their way through. This is buying time for the rotations at the very least. The Viper Wall as well helping out. So Gen.G gonna have to find some good value out of those flashes, but Talon seemingly aware they're just playing outside the site.
Shock darts at the ready here for the plant. Lands right at Ash's face. And that is going to be a huge chunk of damage as he falls down to 25 health. This flank being noted and dealt with. Karan snapping on the shots, is able to find Kai. As Texture peeks over towards screens and Jit Boys will fall as well. Gen.G looking well poised to close out another pistol here for themselves as Cruz will still be able to put that Sheriff to good use. Finds one, finds the timing on the Munchkin as he turns back. Suddenly, it's all being undone. Texture dead, Ash has fallen, and Cruz has absolutely saved them. Thousandth kill accrued as well. Congratulations as Talon collect another pistol round win, stealing this from Gen.G.
Oh, what a round to get it. Cruz hits the 1,000 mark. Great opener by Primi. Reaction from Gen.G there, but the delay with the Nano Swarm and the Toxic Screen give them enough time to get into place to shoot, send out some shock darts.
Well,
Munchkin just not ready. Oh, above on the rope too for the final.
That one's on me, gang. That was definitely my cast of curse this time around. I can't really point the finger at Sliggy here.
You've been borrowing some of Chronicle's powers over in the LCK.
Yeah, apparently. Chronicler.
Chronicler, yeah. Sorry, Chronicle is the player.
Yes.
Yeah. Chronicler is the caster.
Both goats in their own right. And it's Premi up and over the top, able to find one. As Texture will get taken down. And Kahlua just holds it down this under 2 position. Foxy 9 not able to get a lurk through.
Quick clear by Karan with a Sheriff. I believe Foxy had a Sheriff that he dropped as well. Below the tube. A little bit of an investment from the side of Gen.G. Oh, Killua so far ahead of this. Is anybody on Gen.G going to be ready?
Karan for now just tucked into the side here.
They're scared to push.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so locked in position. I mean, fortunate for them, Cruz has just got a stinger playing from Snowman.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the Toxic Screen to come back up before they made their move.
Shock darts, however, still can find value as Munchkin nearly gets picked apart. Push in, Karan on the swing. Does manage to come away with a second kill, so some damage starting to be dealt here. As Ty, though, quickly with that Guardian in hand, be able to massacre the remaining 2 players. Carves them up nice and quick. And that is going to be, you know, Guardian, Outlaw. Looks like Cruz is going to be stuck with a stinger carried forward here as we go into Talon's bonus round.
Yeah, this is not bad damage done by Gen.G in the long run. Karan with some snappy shots onto the Sheriff. That Outlaw continuing to find value for Primi. And with a couple Sheriff spot, that Outlaw still in play. Going to be interesting to see what the buy looks like coming out for Gen.G. How much do they have? Only one player there with the regen shield. Just Foxy9, so everybody else able to find the full armors. It's good management, a couple Sheriffs otherwise for Talon. They're getting aggressive.
Dark cleared out, shots do end up connecting here as Munchkin able to get the transfer down to find two before getting traded out. Still close to being a 3v3 position here, but given the weaponry, Gen.G a bit more of a comfortable position for now.
Pretty quick to move over though. Off just a little bit of contact, especially with that drone, not seeing anything. Cruz as well now, sliding a bit further back. See if Talon can do any more damage here. Texture so low after getting hit by the Outlaw. Alarmbot's gonna give it away here. Stealth drone as well to clear. This needs to be pretty clean for Gen.G. Primi in position.
And lobbed in, no one there for the plant to receive the damage. And shot from Primi, getting offset a bit there by the movement, not quite prepared for it, so Ash is able to collect one.
Spike planted.
Spike now planted. It's Guardian and Sheriff here for Kahlua and Cruz. Tries to see if they can spot anything out, but everyone from Gen.G disconnected back over behind yellow and around green. Has up and over the top, spot out on the one. Does get a headshot across on the Foxy9, at least will force potentially an armor rebuy. He's got the regen shield. Either way, solid cleanup, just the one casualty here for Gen.G as they deny the bonus conversion.
Okay, starting to be a little bit more methodical here, our Gen.G. Very ready for that push out off the clear of the knife. Munchkin able to find two very impactful kills. Karan there swings out at the end, so okay. Not bad from Gen.G, but I'm still seeing good reads from Talon.
I think you could just take Karan's yells
and
just put him over like anything.
Yeah.
It sounds like he could be getting horrendously injured,
I mean,
or he could just be excited. Like,
yeah, well,
it's
you know,
the same sound.
If this was EMEA, it'd just be highlights of him screaming after the matches, which is a choice.
My internal dialogue every time I see a tech pause. It's just that scream.
Or Texture malding after not getting the ace.
Yeah.
Okay. Drone caught. Orb secured. Ult online for Munchkin. So maybe going to be able to bully their way to a plant. Foxy has to be diligent, making sure that he's tracking the lurks, but he's got the turret as well to make sure if they push through two, but just got cleared.
0 point to B, though, pretty much confirms that this is where the hit's going to go, so now the wall gets set up. Strafing across, Karan trying to lead the charge here, take some space forward. As Ash is able to find one. Ty going to be noted, Ash turns sights up above, and Jitboy's taken down as well. Looked like Jit was going to be able to find a solid time to get some damage through. Gen.G now in a good spot as it's a blind shot connecting onto Primi. Not much damage going to be dealt, but given that they have the op committed here, it looks like the call to save is already going to be made, so Gen.G will tie things up at 2-2. Cruz, quick little peek back in, trying to see if he can find any extra punish, but widely, Gen.G are now well poised to go ahead and secure a flawless round.
Yeah, what a round for Ash. Gonna have his ult for the next round too. Just breaks things open for Gen.G. The map control, though, pretty well under Gen.G's purview for most of that round, especially with Foxy being able to watch for the lurks, whether that be through mid or across the belts. He had that under control, so Gen.G able to scale forward very nicely, use that Munchkin ult to get themselves through, so the ult cycle looking good potentially here for Gen.G as well. It's encouraging news if you're a Gen.G fan after how rough things went for them on Haven. But this is a map that you haven't seen from Gen.G yet this year. So we weren't really too sure what to expect. Kind of starting to see some of the ideas formulate. And they're able to keep the op though. Our Talon. What does the buy look behind this? is my big question right now as we get a quick look at all the players. So a couple Guardians had to be bought down by Talon. And able to hang on that very important op, trying to set up for it. You do clear the knife at least. But, you know, Gen.G already doing a little pre-fire to check. But that angle held. Gonna need some good flashes to clear that. Or a drone potentially here from Ash. Might be able to get that out early. Jitboy's right there to back up Primi. Throw out that cascade if necessary. They're just gonna hightail it out of there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just burning the tailwind. Backpedaling here as quickly as they can. All coming up, and it seems like Gen.G relatively happy with that pressure, but the lurk from Charon is gonna be noted. Weapon swapped out, as Ty just gonna be looking for the quick little exit here.
They've done such a good job with this of Talon. Get the one and dones. Don't overcommit, don't overheat.
Ty on the swing out, finds the headshot. Texture dead. Solid damage dealt, ensuring that they maintain that player advantage, at least for the moment. But Foxy9, this time, able to linger forward, finishes the job there on a Kahlua. Now we go into a 3v3. Armageddon, clear out over towards Snowman. Holds Jitboy's back, plant now, getting dropped in. No further ults to speak of.
Gonna have to be really good with this Harbor util and the Soba util, and a shot from Munchkin.
Pop flash.
Nice.
Absolutely perfection. Or absolute perfection, one should say. As Jitboy similarly going to be taken down, and now Primi is looking to hold on to the operator, see if he can find anything additional here. The round just a bit out of touch, and they are in position to go ahead and find this punish as well. Just trying to confirm presence as Foxy, the gun barrel just not quite spotted. Won't be able to see him, but now can turn his sights back, and as he goes for the updraft to exit, Foxy is there to shoot him out of the sky. 3 in a row, Gen.G now in the lead.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. Let's see when Talon wants to think about a timeout. Been pretty quick to pop him, especially with Killua finding 2 kills. Ty and Killua, I should say, finding a kill apiece, but a good lurk by Foxy9. Finds a ton of value under 2, but that gives Gen.G the confidence that they need, the safety that they need to push forward on towards the B site. The very impactful kill, and yeah, timeout right away. I like this a lot from Talon. The coaching staff being very proactive, not liking what they see. I mean, I think just a lot of the early rounds to me looked pretty good with their ability to take mid control, but that round they ceded over. Foxy punishes them on a kill that turns the tide potentially. Not able to find any value out of that op either, so Gen.G doing a great job. Talon win easy?
Talon's first 2-0. Good thing. From Singapore, just won a full series, 6.5 hours for VCT Pacific. They don't care who wins.
They just want
their money's worth on the ticket.
Well,
we're usually pretty good at delivering that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I came into today expecting 6 maps for sure, with how good all these teams are, how tight everything was across both groups.
Bot coming back.
And you know, poor Talon. Just at least they've gotten the first map jitters out of the way. They've been able to win a couple of those now.
Very true.
Early flash to try to counter that lurk we saw in the previous round from Gen.G.
Needing Jitboys to start getting activated though. Not on the board quite just yet, which is why it's such a huge delay on trying to get that reckoning online. Still 1 charge off of it. It's triple stack to defend B. Seems like whether it's Haven or Icebox, Gen.G favoring the B site today. As some noise made. Kahlua on the timing, looking for the hit there, unable to find it. The turn back from Texture, able to find one as Munchkin also gets a piece of the action. As Jitboys able to avoid the stun, avoids the fragment, stays tucked away, just the classic in hand, but now does have that reckoning with that kill.
Did the drone miss him?
I don't think he's been spotted by anything. No one is lending any credence to his position at all until that very moment. Sorry, Jit, didn't mean to curse you. As Foxy is trying to readjust his cruise good for the wide swing. Eventually finds it. Timeout call not going to lead to a thrifty, but let's see what plan Cross looks to enact here as we go into the next rifle round.
Sure, got the reckoning for Jitboys now. Finally able to get that online, but back into the op as well for Primi, it looks like. kind of just a delayed push out from Talon. Gen.G playing very, very patient today. I mean, that is one thing I can say is Gen.G is being very slow at the beginning of these rounds. They're looking for aggression. They're looking for those players. They were just losing a lot of those lurk battles. The 1v1s, you know, if you saw the first kill stats from Haven, it was so heavily in Talon's favor. Texture, though, on the exploration mission.
Spotted out 3, and that basically does clear the site. Hasn't even checked over towards 410, so doesn't even necessarily have that confirmed. As Talon will flush him out into the open, but instantly hits the headshot. Does eat a big chunk of damage here in response, but the flash is out. And Kahlua dead, just trying to strafe in from the Raptors. Once again, given that they have this op committed, now that the pit is in play, I think Talon is just going to have to save.
Yeah, you could try to use the Reckoning to clear it, but numbers already not in your favor.
They're going to swap over. Texture pop flash going to be sent, gets a full hit onto Jit Boys, and now the Reckoning cannot come into play. Shorty, a bit of damage, just under the shoulder there of Ty, so for the most part, not too much found. But they're still playing up into this. They've got the money to be able to afford another purchase here to Talon, but it seems like in the end, yep, updraft just to go for the exit. Munchkin going to go on the hunt, see if he can try to catch anybody in transit. Spots him out, has the headshot onto one. A one-way setup from Primi as he bounces out towards safety. Will be able to hold on to the weapon, but Gen.G staving them off, not allowing for the timeout to lead to a win.
And now you're seeing those flashes really come into play. Munchkin and Texture using them beautifully in the post plant and to set up the plant. This is a great one right here to set up Texture for his second. The third is found. No fourth there though. He goes bounding out of the smoke.
How is he?
He's just a kid.
I can't believe his energy.
He's having fun. He's so into it.
We'll get pinged. Or going to be picked up there by Cruz. I didn't even necessarily hear exactly what he was begging, but I heard him saying, please, please.
Yeah.
There's no op that you were trying to get.
I think he wanted to, yeah.
Maybe he was begging them to kill Primi.
Yeah, I think that was it. That's my guess. I would have loved to have gotten that op out of their hands. Couldn't quite get there. Now being a little bit tricky on the map are Gen.G. Showing some looks towards B. But again, Talon has to play off site. Too dangerous for them to try to contest around 410, around Nest because of the flashes. I mean, Cruz is taking a peek, but has the safety of the screens. Nanos popped, one on top of the box there. That forced players away from the plant site, at least momentarily. Gen.G, though, trying to figure out what's going on around them. Pop flash from Texture just in case there was an interruption attempt. Did not come through this time.
Reckoning and the lockdown to try to attempt the retake here. Honestly, all 3 ultimates could just end up being invested here from the side of Talon. As there is the lockdown sent. Swing out Texture, trying to find any kind of damage that he possibly can before disconnecting back away from this lockdown, but ends up falling. The fragment to delay. Salvos sent. All of Gen.G flushed back, and Primi looks at fill that space, pushing forward. Cruz trying to get the defuse up to half, I believe. Ends up getting taken down, and now the firing squad gets opened up. As the defuse is held to half, but this is starting to get away from Talon, and it's been absolutely wrest from their grasp. Jit Boy sprinting as frantically as he can, will be able to avoid the blast radius, but Gen.G is taken away round after round.
6 in a row. They're so diligent. They're being very smart about this too. As soon as that Reckoning is in play, you know that Talon is going to be kind of scaling those ultimates so they can try to take control of the site. Oh my!
Off the rope into the fragment.
Oof. Maybe just a little bit of whoopsies there from Cruz. Blade Storm for Primi. Still has the op. This is the end of the cash though for Talon. If they lose this round, they're going to be very broke. Cruz trying to take some mid control. A little bit of presence shown through his opponent's Poison Cloud. Munchkin again with his ult. So Gen.G continuing to just find value in every round, no matter the situation. Against their opponent's ults, they get the win. That's a huge one. Now you've got your own again to clear some site space.
Enemy tag.
There's nothing confirmed on that drone. Not much information that Talon is able to work off of right now. Now they're going to start hearing The drone cleared. Gen.G trying to scale up. Grab the orb. Get the Poxy's ult. Looking really nice for Gen.G.
In a forward spot, Karen is just back in spawn. Catching this flank. Cruz now dealt with. Jit Boys in a committed spot, is able to find one, looks to exit, cannot. Foxy will strike him down. Interrupts the plant here for a moment, as some time going to be bought. Trying to get back into a retake spot. Fluid dropping down. Catching Texture off guard, able to find him there at close quarters. Up and over the top goes Privy, the knife now pulled out. Foxy9 going to be taken down. 2 players remaining from the side of Gen.G as Ash gets spotted. He gets flushed out. Karen now with everything to do. Tries to set up for the bite, tucks back into the corner, needs to hit the headshot and cannot. Kahlua with a 3K. Will finally break the win streak here, 6 in a row for Gen.G as Talon find themselves a 3rd round win.
Oh man, Kahlua getting so aggressive in this round. You know, Gen.G gets that 1 kill, tries to get the plant down, and Kahlua is just right there around the corner waiting. And then some good patience shown by him as well after he gets the first to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Start finding some damage, and then Primi with the knives. He's so clean. Again, they're able to work those crossfires around 410 very nicely to isolate the Gen.G players that are up close and put it down to just Karan, who cannot clutch it out.
This is Talon.
Talon's timeout?
Okay. Wow. Puzzling, perhaps. Still in quite a big deficit here. So it seems like Talon maybe believing in this composition a lot more on the attacking side than on the defense. Hard to say either way. It's a 2nd timeout commitment here, so coaching staff, they are sending the team out on their own here for the remainder of the map unless Gen.G gets a timeout call and until we get to halftime.
Yeah, I mean, part of this could be just this. It wasn't the exact same comp, right? You switch out the Teo for the Harbor for this map versus what we saw against T1 for Talon. And they won 7 in a row on their defender side to close out the map against T1. 6-6 on their attacker side, so maybe they feel like this is actually the more important side of the map for them, and they really need to get these wins.
Probably feeling like 6 would be enough, but time will tell. There's up still in hand here for Primi. Just the pit available from Thai. Munchkin with an ult command. Texture, if he can get an orb, will have a dimensional drift.
I like this 3-2 split changeup for Gen.G. Kind of a counter lurk setup.
Keeping it quiet for the moment. The peek's about to come in from the operator, and Munchkin has already swung out wide. Has the headshot now. Null command in play. Kahlua down below here at back sight. He's trying to stay tucked away, but Ash scaling forward. Finds one. Plant going to be interrupted. Kahlua able to find the transfer there. Gets rid of Texture, but he's down to 8 HP. Technically still resable. 4 players alive, and if they can find the killjoy, then that gives them the opener to go ahead and bring Munchkin back to the fold. So Rez is in. Jit Boy's able to find one more of those. Karan will fall. Salvo's set his way. They nearly all line up. As for a moment, I thought we were going to be getting 100 Thieves v PRX moment.
Yep.
I forget which player it was. I want to say it was like Asuna. Either way, Gen.G.
I believe you're right.
Scraped by with the victory. Kahlua continues to try to make this as close as humanly possible here for the team.
Well, he's being so aggressive. You know, for Gen.G, the timings here, they've been so passive in the beginning of the rounds. You know, for the first 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they haven't really scaled forward that aggressively. This time, they're able to catch Primi completely off guard. Killua, though, with a decent response, but it's too little, too late. Pass to Salvo is Primi, and he's dead.
And he is. Texture put him down very quickly. Munchkin finding Jit Boys, and Cruz just kind of sitting here being like, I don't know what to do now. Swings the corner, gets some good damage onto Ash, but they need Thai to really deliver and going to be able to find the one. So Kahlua now, Sheriff in hand, rotating over. Armageddon going to be picked up here for the final round of the half. As Karan not quite able to lock down this kill. Foxy9 will be able to do so, and a team ace as Gen.G get up to 8.
Last round
they're just really starting to feel themselves. Our Gen.G able to secure another ult off of that orb for Ash, and this is just clean stuff. Another nice flash, anticipating pressure. Now Munchkin really starting to get the download on his opponents, really starting to anticipate their reactions. This is when Gen.G gets scary. And this is something I talk about a lot, is if Munchkin has good reads on you, it is really, really difficult to figure them out, because he's going to be throwing the right util, the right people at the problems. Didn't see it on Haven, but certainly starting to see it. Ooh, there's some spam damage.
It's a really good amount. Poxy down to 42. No regen armor behind that, so we'll just be stuck at that flat number.
This Sage on this map sometimes. Just want to see a little heals, some walls, some reses. But anyway.
Well, Pit is here. Dimensional Drift from Texture can try to get the spot out. They also have an Armageddon, really just force position on the Viper.
That's what I was just thinking about. I mean, you have a lot of tools to clear this pit. It's quite early. They're going to go for it. Playing right on the edge of it, I think. Yeah, up on the raptor.
Above. Yes, he does.
Yep.
We're now going to be sent out. And Munchkin dead, as Nano able to find one Foxy taken down. As Armageddon now going to be called in. Shoves them away, the site gets opened up. The flank, however, coming through. Primi swinging around the backhand side. As Hunter's Fury goes across, looking to interrupt, but Plant is already through. Karan escapes, gets himself up and above. As Texture finding a nice shot. He'll take down Ty. Double swing out though, the drop down. Ash dead to rights. Primi finding Karan. It's all on Texture. To try to clutch it. Gets himself up to 3. And honestly, he's going to be happy that he wouldn't, as it would have been an ace clutch. But that is going to be Talon now finding themselves a 4th round win. But the question is that enough with this composition as they move over to the attack?
Yeah, it is a big question for me. You know, this can be an attacker-sided map sometimes, depending on who's playing and what's going on. But like the way that Talon plays off the Reckoning this time, it's just a game of timing the last couple of rounds, who can find the right one to catch their opponents a bit off guard. And a lockdown as well, and Talon able to just kind of storm their way through. But, you know, a big part of this so far for Gen.G has been their ability to limit Primi, especially when he's the operator. I don't know if he found a single op kill that I can remember. Can you remember any? You've got a better memory than me.
Not off, well, clearly.
Yeah.
But not off the top of my head. No, I can't. I cannot actually recall whether or not he really was finding impact with that op. It wasn't regular enough for us to have it stick in our minds. That's for sure.
Correct.
Feels like he had to have got at least a kill in there somewhere.
I'm sure, but I just don't remember any. That's how crazy it is.
Had some outlaw ones. He had, I think he had an op kill on Texture pushing into a main.
I think you're right.
I think he got onto a forward angle, or maybe he was boosted on top of the box and was able to find one. But he was pretty
limited.
Pretty limited, yeah.
And this fan wants to see the 4-kill reactions. I do too. Can you tell by the picture if Texture won the round or lost the round? Some say an impossible challenge, because he's always reacting one way or another.
Well,
Ash 10-4 though, what a half.
Yeah, it's been having a decent one. I mean, all of Gen.G pretty tight knit.
Yeah.
And Foxy down there, 7-6-1, still playing positive at the moment. But for Talon, needing to find the opening pistol, needing to show us what this comp is going to be about. And they're going to be able to get themselves into sights without having these flashes. Obviously, the walls are going to be the solution, but how do they utilize them? That is the question. Foxy able to find 2, though. They just lurk down 2. Nice little walkabout. 2 players dead. Damage dealt to the remainders. Swooping forward, Cruz is able to find Karan, but now Texture up above. Comes away with 2 more, and that's Kahlua all alone in a 1v3.
Oh, boy.
No Nano here from Foxy9 to try to interrupt. Kahlua does have 1. And Stealth Drone just going on the chase, trying to spot out anything that he can, but nothing really identified, but it does narrow down his possible positions.
Surely not another Talon clutch on the pistol.
And while with the 0 point, you should basically have a very strong idea of where he's at. Salvo's now set to try to flush him forward, and Foxy9 will be good for a 3rd to try to fast track that lockdown. So Gen.G tie it up 2-2 in pistols across the series. And they take that first step towards sending us to a map 3.
Oh, this is just a phenomenal hold by Foxy9 down the tube, just winning against 2 different players. Meanwhile, the rest of Gen.G was aggressively pushing out towards A. I mean, Texture, you can see him on the map. He was already all the way up on the belt. He was almost in their spawn. And by that point, it didn't matter because Foxy had gotten the kills anyway. So you're able to just rotate the other direction, counter the B hit. Texture's on his horse to get there. Helps when he has the TP.
Horse by now. Talon feeling the pressure. One of the teams that will, with regularity, pull this out.
Yep.
So Gen.G should have this in the back of their brains, that this is a possibility as Texture gets himself forward here and does get scanned out. So quickly we'll have to exit.
Showing a little presence there, but around these tight angles.
The 0 point will tell all, but Kalu at range able to find one. Push over the corner though. Ash and Munchkin say Arslingers hit a little bit harder. Into the meat grinder. 2 players dead. Decent damage dealt. Guardian will get scooped up and carried forward, so the more expensive weaponry is retained as Gen.G now get the double digits.
Yeah, what felt like a must-win there for Talon does not go their way. So seemingly Gen.G going to be very much in the driver's seat as it's going to have to be just, you know, you can get a couple stingers again. You will see this after those attempted, you know, half buy-ups, I'll call them. But things get very, very challenging. Ash with a full rifle. You've got an Outlaw for Texture. Only one player with even half armor for the side of Talon. Munchkin does not care.
Just kind of using the wall against them.
Yeah.
He's able to go ahead and scoop up that orb before they can get a position. As, Cruz actually falling down. Away dash at the ready, looking for the exec. Stingers in hand. As a drone going to be cleared out. Primi arriving, dropping down. Munchkin finding one, Karen finding another. Jit able to trade one, but Foxy 9 instantaneous, just locking onto their heads. There's Gen.G looking to similarly deliver a beatdown here on the Talon, just like they suffered in the map before.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, you know, just how different it can be map to map, and on each other's picks. Both teams have great reads. One way, it's Talon. This way, jeez, Foxy. He is really starting to heat up. You know, he's been, depending on whose ratings you look at, one of the best rated players in Pacific for Stage 1 as Foxy 9. He has just been so reinvigorated since his temporary benching. He has been a force. Texture has an op, but he's putting it to good use.
Primi just not having much of a game here, not much of a map. Picked apart here off the rip. It's Gen.G. Look to lock in that map point and get ready to send us over to Pearl, which the desk was talking about. It's not the most popular map for both of these teams.
No.
So very curious what sights we end up seeing there.
I do love Pearl. So I think that's going to be a great kind of gambit between these two with the IGLs. Looking so good across both different maps.
Ooh, it's okay, Munchkin not quite ready for the push. It's a slow creep up there from Jit Boys, able to find the opener. Gun barrel, I don't think was spotted by Charon, but obviously they're only going to be coming from one direction. He's able to find the first, but cannot get the second. Some amount of tap there on the Jit Boys as the plant now gets ready to come through, and that's going to give him the reckoning, and given the scoreline, they might feel the necessity to go ahead and invest that, but now he's all alone. And just from behind, Texture slowly creeping forward, up to the back. And that is going to be Gen.G now getting up to map point. Pearl looking like it's very much going to be on the horizon. Unless we can see an 8-round run back here from Talon, but it's a reminder that they have no timeouts.
It's very, very difficult now. Money's going to be bad for Talon. They're going to have to scrape together some buys here and there. I mean, Jit trying to barrel his way forward. Ash accounting for Ty's lurk very nicely. That's another thing that Gen.G has done is they've started to win some of those 1v1s that we weren't seeing on Haven. They're winning those anti-lurk plays. Well, those were not coming through at all on the previous map. Jit Boys has an ult, but so does Gen.G. They have 2.
Null Command can just go ahead and stop him from using it.
Exactly.
Get themselves into a post plant.
You can use Texture to figure out what's going on. This is going to be tricky.
Texture's going to be peeking, turns over to the right-hand side. What a timing from Texture. Just finds one Foxy, forward lurk, tucks back, gets around the corner, looks to escape. Widely chooses to go in behind the storage unit rather than jumping across towards the site. This Cruz headshot is going to be found on the Munchkin.
To start, you're really deep, but Jit Boys uses that cascade, so Gen.G aware of what's going on over on the A site. Just going to be happy to give that overplay for retake with the man advantage. And there you go. Texture gonna rip the ult pretty early here. A lot of the other players not able to play off of this, so kind of curious what the plan is on the back of this.
As a flash through the cove. And tucks back, gets around the corner. Does still just have that operator in hand. Hunter's Fury gonna be sent in. Cruz hunting, looking, Jit Boys tagging. Finds Ash at screens, now a 3v3. Ball at the ready, but Ty a little bit faster, able to find that kill. Jit Boys sights up towards the Raptors, finds one. Texture swaps over for the Vandal. Running low on bullets, running low on time. He's not ready for the close angle. Cruz in pole position, able to shut him down. As Talon will get themselves a 5th round win, now needing 7.
Yeah, this one, a little bit uncomfortable for Gen.G. Munchkin going down early, pulls one of the ults away, and Texture, I think, maybe just a little bit ahead of the curve on this. Maybe he was looking for Cruz. That's another thing I have in the back of my mind, is that he was looking for that Hunter's Fury to see if he could find a isolated play to pick, but never really able to scale deep enough to get that info. And then Talon able to set up those crossfires nicely, finding a 5th round, but like you were saying, need a lot more. Now it's 7 in a row. Primy up on the tube. Oh, goodness.
And he's taking out a 4.
This gets lit up.
And now, he just has to backpedal, and he's gonna die. Foxy just sprays through the smoke, through everything, finds the kill. Another first death here for Primy. As the turret will finally be taken down. Texture holding underneath the angle here at tube.
Yeah, I love this. Trying to make sure that Ty has no ability to dictate the flow of this map.
Coming out, Munchkin able to drop back. Karan looking for the kill, can't find it. Lua does take a bit of damage, but elimination not going to be found out. Munchkin going to be bleeding out on the floor. Foxy arriving, able to find the first, cannot readjust. There's Munchkin no hope in hell for a res to come through here. Ash, however, good for another. The peek and on the op, just a hair off. There is Texture. Lockdown now going to be invested, so even if Gen.G don't close out the round, given that they have a deep flank from Ash coming around the backhand side, they still get rid of one of these critical ultimates here from Talon. Oh, and this timing could be absolutely devastating. Oh, shots, whips, and Ash just absolutely beefed it!
Oh, no.
Now on Texture's shoulders. Lineups at the ready. As there goes the first dart. Here comes the second. Swap onto the Vandal. The tap, just looking to try to bait them forward. Who's now dropping down, and Texture says, yeah, no, I'm gonna hold on to the operator. Carry that forward into the next round, and Talon will be given a second lease on life.
A few moments here that this round could have gone very differently for Gen.G, but not able to stabilize. The aim is Ash. I mean, this is a great start again. They got a good read on what Primy's doing on top of the tube. Foxy 9, if he can find that third, that could be a very different story. Same here for Ash. If he finds Cruz, could be a very different story.
I mean, he found him.
Well, the hard way, yes.
Just
not, you know.
Slippery. Just couldn't get a good hold of him.
Yeah.
Unreal. Well, Talon run this back. Ash is going to be kicking himself about that one for a long, long time. Still, though, odds in Gen.G's favor, as I think the drone should have seen him. Primy was ready, checking the angle.
Bait and switch.
Just immediately finds a shot. Texture finds a follow-up. Crew's going to be taken out. Repeaks. Jit Boys back around the corner. The swing out. Sets up for the wall. Goes for the timing shot, but Ash is there to collect. And then starts getting away from him. A 3K from Texture. Munchkin finding the last kill on the opposite side of the map. It's going to be 13-6 this time at Gen.G's hands to go ahead and send us over into a third and final map.
This is pretty wild. Such dominant wins on their opponent's map picks for both Talon and Gen.G to send us to Pearl. God only knows what this third map is going to bring. I mean, I figured today would be close, but it's kind of weird to see it in this way where it's just dominant from
dominant
one team
map,
or the other.
Map.
Yeah.
Seems like maybe some over prep on their opponent's anticipated picks, perhaps. Either way, hard to say, but Pearl is a relative unknown for us as far as what we can anticipate. I think it's damn exciting for our first series here of the playoffs. It does not get any easier from here. You win today, you play again tomorrow.
Yeah, no. This is a grueling playoffs, no matter what happens in some ways. But a win today can certainly relieve a lot of that pressure. So both teams going to be fighting on Pearl, no doubt about it. Just have to see who's got the good reads. To me, it's been an IGL battle so far. You know, yeah, it helps when players like Primi and Jip Boys are fired up for Talon, and then, you know, Texture, Foxy9, Ash having some good moments. But it's a lot of just finding those timings were a big part of it. You know, who could get ahead of who could be in positions where their opponent wasn't expecting it. It was really the big name of the game on Icebox.
Yep. Wow. Back-to-back 13-6 score lines, perfectly balanced between these two teams. But Pearl will tip that balance and send one of the teams down to the lower bracket. We're going to find out who it is when we come back, but first we'll send things back over to the analyst desk. Take it away.
Okay, we will. We will take it away. We're going into map number 3, and we are just trading map picks at this point. I'm not sure if Talon was entirely prepared of a Gen.G that had months to actually draft something on Icebox, and that definitely showed. I mean, Talon, they had, you know, a little bit of momentum at the very beginning, but it just came snowballing down once Gen.G were able to actually put their strats into place.
Yeah, I mean, the shoe's on the other foot now. This looks like the total inverse of map 1. Talon obviously not coming into this game with any prep because Gen.G haven't shown their Icebox before. Gen.G playing a, you know, probably a slightly different comp than Talon would expect, and this was just a domination the other way, right? We just saw Gen.G run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, Talon tried to change up their comp going into this and shift the roles around a little bit. Jip Boys back onto a controller, and then you put Killua over onto the Killjoy. Killua doing a pretty decent job for himself, but this has got to be one of Primi's worst maps I've seen in Pacific.
I've not seen Primi shut down this hard.
Yeah, 3-1 in opening duels from 10. That is not a good way to go, and particularly towards the end of the game. I felt like those last 4 or 5 rounds in a row, he was first picked on attack there.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like there was, especially in that second half, he contributed so little because he was so routinely picked off. And I mean, you can't have that happen to your star player. We saw in map 1 just how effective Primi was. So now he's just not even in the server in this map 2 because he's constantly dying first. Of course, your team is going to be massively handicapped. But big props to Gen.G for being able to shut him down because that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and I think also compositionally, like this is just one of the things about Valorant compared to other kinds of attack FPS that makes things closer to like a MOBA or something like that. It's just the fact that you've loaded into Agent Select, Talon's changed up to a Harbor comp, and you're loading in against a KO Yoru, which we'll touch on a little bit more in depth when we get into some of the replays. But like, honestly, this just feels like a bit of a counter comp in a way, like not a hard counter or anything like that, but I feel like the comp for Gen.G plays very well into what Talon tried to switch to here.
And that's one of Gen.G's specialties, honestly. I mean, we did see good rounds from both, especially when, you know, they were fresh into the map here. But I don't know, I just feel like on the side of Talon, they just could have prepped a lot better. I mean, you're right. Primi, it was absolutely painful. I'm so sorry to see those last few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they can't prep when they don't know what's coming, right? And as you say, I think Gen.G's comp was such a nice counter. If we take a look at some replays here, we'll break this down just a little bit more. But it's all about that double initiator, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Yoru as well as the KO is kind of what I'm looking at, where you do have just so much potential to be able to flash. It's an easy clear on yellow. You can kind of read the setups very well with the KO Teo. I think that's a fantastic pairing on Icebox right now, but you even see these kind of set plays that you can do with the gate crash plus a pop flash straight through your own Viper wall to take Snowman. You see that with the flashes scaled up over yellow, but then you see Talon. I mean, you expect their retakes to be good, but Gen.G was just playing around it perfectly.
Yeah, Gen.G got the spike planted every single round, so Talon's plan here was clearly retake, and I think the Harbor can provide a lot of value for these retakes. You get the Cove on the spike, but we just look at Gen.G, the way they funnel this util, cycle it so well. The Molly comes in, then the Teo missiles come in. It's just getting this diffuse off is nigh on impossible. So mad respect to Gen.G. I think their comp really countered what Talon wanted to do, and they didn't let Talon's game plan deter them.
This exact round is what Valorant's all about. You get the Reckoning lockdown for the retake plan that Talon's running, but just perfect utility usage from Gen.G. Like, they bled every single little piece of utility, both nanos, both salvos, the fragment, the snakebite. Every little bit of utility was used perfectly to be able to delay that spike for just long enough. And Texture's going to get the MVP. A beautiful second game from him on the Yoru.
Much
and
better.
I used to think picking Yoru on Icebox was borderline trolling, which is a bit of a reference to a game from Ascension that our Big Time's team was playing. But nowadays, I'm actually liking it more and more. I think, honestly, on defense, it was fantastic. I think Icebox is a map that when you're playing something like a Jet, it's very hard to rotate on defense a lot and change up what your setup is. It feels very rigid. It's like, I'm going to play Senti on one side of the map, or I'm going to play like Retake A on one side of the map, and then my Jet is on a B long info line, or I'm playing Jet on A or 2 Walk or something, and it feels like the whole setup revolves around where is your duelist playing with the op? But I feel like with the Yoru, you can be everywhere. You can be taking a pick B long, I can TP back to spawn and B and A in like 5 seconds, and then the whole setup shifts, and it's impossible for the other team to read.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest thing. The rotates on Icebox for the defenders is one of the longest in the game. So Yoru lets you just kind of skip all that. So you're basically always able to be in the fight, which is something we saw from Texture. Routinely, he's able to get that first pick with the operator and then move to the other side, get on another line, mix it up. So I liked how he played it. I thought this was a much, much better showing for his Yoru than we saw last time out.
Yeah, I feel like there was a lot on the side of Talon that we really didn't get to see because they didn't get to put those strategies in place, right? On paper, this composition, there's something there. There's so many rounds that they should have won with what they had, you know, just on their hands.
Yeah.
But it just didn't work out. There were just so many chances that were missed. There were some awkward rounds as well from the side of Talon that, you know, they should have had.
I mean, Gen.G just played really well. That's how I feel about it. I mean, Talon, it's a little bit of a lackluster game, I think, in particular from your duelists, like not really putting up the numbers that you wanted from him. He's been very, very consistent, but just the way that comp from Gen.G played into Talon's comp in a lot of those rounds, it felt very hopeless. Like that Harbor comp is fantastic. You see it in a lot of different regions, and it is a comp that has been mixed in for a long time on Icebox at this point, but it just feels like against particularly that KO and Yoru being your duelist as well, it's like you're creating all these little pockets of play that the other team can just flash through. Like classically, you'd used to see like Loud and teams like that run the Harbor with the Sky so you could flash through the wall. And when the other team's abusing your own walls against you, it is very, very demoralizing.
Now going into map number 3 though, we are going into Pearl. How are we feeling about this, especially since Gen.G, hey, they're quite notorious when it comes to slow starts. So I feel like that map number 1, I mean, the Gen.G loss, it's something that might even be expected. Does this mean that they ramp up all the way into Pearl?
4 bans for Talon. I mean, you're looking at that. Their loss was to Team Secret 5-13, so that doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence in their Pearl here. It's not something that's been heavily repped, but the same thing can be said here for Gen.G. Do have a win against GE. That also doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence, and they lost versus T1 back in kickoff, so neither one of these teams has really played a whole lot of Pearl and does not have a lot of reps, so I want to see what we're going to get from either one of these teams here.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing we can expect from Gen.G is I think even if they do make changes to this composition that we're seeing now, it won't be big changes, which again does play into Talon's hands. We spoke about map 1, how good that preparation was, so I think that they will be able to look at what Gen.G have used before. The question is how much are Gen.G going to really change, but who knows what Talon are going to do. They have the potential to play lots of different stuff on this map. It's a very versatile map.
Yeah, you think they're going to change something?
Gen.G?
No, Talon.
I would like to see it. I mean, I would be...
They might as well lean into it, right?
It would, because if you want to build a proper anti-strat, the same way that they did for the Haven against T1 and against Gen.G today, they were okay to make changes. This is Talon's biggest strength as a team, is they're so flexible. So if you want to make changes to be able to counter effectively, then do it. Talon are not a rigid team. They're not locked into this kind of meta idea. They're not locked into roles, you know. They're a loose team. They're Jazz. They are the Jazz of
I love your description of that. Going now into Pearl though, as we mentioned, you know, Talon, they have the whole spectrum to play with. What are we seeing right here? Ooh, we are seeing some changes coming in.
So Gen.G, they are going to play the double init here, so it is going to be a little bit easier for them to kind of play flexibly on the attack, but they'll get to start defense first, so it's really about Talon and what kind of pace they can bring on their offense.
Yeah, Talon, we're seeing double Senti with Vice and Cypher, Solo Initiator Fade, and of course, Primi back on the Yoru. Now this is a slow comp that should be very strong on that defender side, but they're looking to just push aggression, pull these rotates from Gen on this first half, try and find those gaps, which is something I will say Cruz is very good at. I like this comp from Talon.
Yeah, I think Fade and Yoru is a good pairing. It really kind of smooths over the fact that it's hard to breach a lot of different areas of the map. You can clone, as well as both of the Prowlers and the Haunt coming off cooldown is going to help you kind of simplify the map control, contest A main, as well as be able to clear art and doors.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see who indeed takes this final map of this series. The first one for playoffs, and as we can see, Karen right now enjoying his 100th map here at VCT Pacific. Of course, everybody now is wondering who's gonna take it. Is it gonna be Talon or is it gonna be Gen.G? We're gonna step into Pearl and we're gonna toss it over to our casters and pressure them for the answer.
I don't have to tell you anything.
Maybe.
You can't force me.
No, I have no idea.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
I like it though. The description of Talon, the fluidity of the roster being a bit jazz-like. Problem is, that last map found dragging. You need to be on tempo. We'll see if they're going to be able to find that groove as we get ready to go into Pearl. Winning team moves forward, will be one more match victory away from punching a ticket over to Masters Toronto. Loser down into that lower bracket. Neither team wanting to suffer that fate.
And if it is going to be a jazz style for Talon, it comes down to the swing. Need to be able to rotate around the map nicely here to avoid some of this. Primi able to get past the salvos.
Kahlua does it without taking damage.
Yeah.
Mid exploration coming through. Ty over here at Shops. On the peak, does get noted. Doesn't necessarily know how many more players are coming at him until this very moment as the relay bolt goes in and Munchkin swing in the corner, is able to find one. He said King of Swing. There's that first swing coming through. Good damage in reply though, as Munchkin will fall down to 13. Jit Boys at the same time, creeping forward, tries to open up the site. Gets the one tap to put down Foxy 9. Now the plant can come in.
Yeah, that's huge. They were lurking on a couple different areas of the map were Talon, so even though they lose that mid fight, they were able to take a lot of map control. Primi was pretty deep towards A, so they had a great idea of what was going on and how they could quick rotate to the other side. Now Gen.G has to set up for a big retake. You've got some flashes, you've got the Teho util. Can you get the job done? Cruz still has a haunt. So timing's gonna be important.
Be a bit of a death ball here. Texture somehow able to stabilize that. Shot finds Jit Boys. Cruz now dead. Site widely opened up. Still this flank coming through from Primi though can find some solid damage, some solid impact here in the round. Kahlua widely all alone, but Munchkin holds the angle, is wise to it. Gen.G with a very solid read. Pick up another pistol, taking the lead in that regard.
Yeah, they had this round very well under their control from the beginning and the end. The beginning, great play there to find that isolated player. Cruz was trying to get back in time, was throwing a Prowler, but by that point it was too late. Gen.G was already accelerating up into the shops. And this is, well, all's well that ends well. But what a read by Munchkin there, anticipating that a player is going to come out. A great smoke that covers that spike and sets up Munchkin for that positional play too. Again, those salvos.
Oh, that is so much damage. Ash immediately collecting two of them. Now a third, now a fourth. As it's a flawless average pack round, baby. Woo!
Woo! I heard some players making similar sounds down at the stage before the map started, and I honestly had no idea if it was Talon or Gen.G because they both kind of have that sort of whimsy about them, I suppose.
This was, it might be a stretch, but you could call it whimsy.
Well, this round is, yeah, this round, I was talking about their pre-map noises. And this is a quick scale towards the B site, clear the turret. Munchkin gonna throw a flash to try to buy a little bit of time. Mid pressure being watched by Talon, but nobody from Gen.G oversteps. It's gonna slide right over towards that B site off of that turret clear, just in case. There was pressure coming that way, but this is all setting up for a bit of a fake.
Maybe let's set up. Oh, that's, oh, the feet spotted out and a ton of damage pushed across on the two players of Talon. 52 health between Kahlua and Ty.
That could be a difference maker, especially against a bonus. Some of those other guns that might not normally get the kills. Yeah, this is bad.
Cruz needing to find anything, but he cannot. Now the Nebula gets popped, he pushes forward. Jit Boys is there. Yep, gets into that smoke a little bit faster. Finds that punish. Texture. Eventually able to line him up. His relay bolt not going to connect onto these, but no, actually does find one. Drop down though. Premi coming away with a kill, but Texture able to find the first. Premi finds a second, but now Munchkin finds Kahlua, and even if Premi gets this clutch, this is so much damage dealt by Gen.G. With the spike across the opposite side of the site.
He doesn't have time.
And he doesn't have it. He doesn't have any util.
Ash just needs to watch.
Yeah, he's just playing stuck back here. Premi has to get this elimination, run for the sprint for that plant, and he cannot. That is a bonus conversion here at Gen.G's hands.
I don't blame them for fighting, but it won't help.
I mean, Gen.G just has so many little traps in this round. They've got that smoke where they can find a bit of an angle, get a ton of damage, shotgun around the corner, and even though Jit Boys plays it nicely off the fake out through the smoke to get the kill, everybody else just doing a really nice job of swarming, swarming in through, yeah. And a great play there by Texture with his fast lane to set up that push into halls as well, cutting off those players that were in his sight. He's got an outlaw.
Just imagining listening to nice jazz, and that's the backing vocals. It's just the screams. Oh, that Texture gonna be out way too wide. Gets overwhelmed. Classic from Premi able to find that kill, and that's potentially a weapon recovered. And with the smoke, yep, we'll be able to grab that quickly. Exits back across the opposite side of the map. Does also have a dimensional drift available. It's be a hell of a way to get themselves on the board here for Talon.
Yeah. What a start there. Maybe Texture anticipating that maybe one player was there, he could just grab info. Instead, he was overwhelmed. So now it's on to Munchkin. Karan over there towards A, but they're wrapping all the way back. They're playing deep.
0 point going to be cleared. Knows that they're in. Catches a shoulder. Fragment delays the rest of the team. As the Prowler gets cleared out, the jump out from Premi, looking for the shots there. The Outlaw, however, will be felled. Munchkin re-swings, looks for a little bit more, ends up overstepping as Ty scoops up the weapon, able to find a little bit more. It is a bloody brawl, one that Gen.G narrowly gets away from here with the win. 4-0 to start, but a hell of a go from Talon to nearly pull off the Thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if that can get a fire lit underneath this Ty team, because that's a ton of damage done on an eco. The problem is that you've already lost the bonus. So things get a little bit messy behind that. And good delay from Munchkin there off the rip, using that fragment to divide up the Talon forces, set up for the rest of the Gen.G players to get there. And Ash comes through, clutches it up, having a whale of a day is Ash.
We'll ignore the icebox moment.
Yeah.
Everything else.
Everything else has been good. You know, one beef, it's okay. Premi just sees the site open and says, come on in. Water's warm.
Scouts it all out for him.
Munchkin's
All
got his
command
ult.
available for the retake, yeah. But for now, plant in play. As Ash is looking to scout around here, stealth drones to try to check, and not sure if it was able to catch a glimpse on Premi, but it does force him to go ahead and evacuate all the same.
Look how far back Talon's playing on this.
Jit Boys lurking his way around the back. All of Gen.G now forward here into the site. Kahlua maybe looking for timing to try to swoop forward. It's about to be barrel stuffed, and Munchkin quick to turn, finds a headshot. Jit Boys now starting to swing around towards Flowers, but it's already too late. The defuse is just being held around. It gets away from them. They'll find some more kills, but Jit Boys needs to hold on to the weapon. Question is, can he do so? Tagged down to 52, and they will leave him to his own devices, but Gen.G are now up 5-0.
Yeah, they're playing for retake the whole way, our Gen.G. This is just a mess. I mean, the timing there for Killua couldn't have been worse. The peek from Cruz, ill-advised. There's a operator waiting for you there. And I don't know what Jit's doing. He took quite a while to get through water.
Oh,
he's just a kid.
Oh, good God, it's so funny. Armageddon going to be used aggressively here, forcing them forward out of club. I can't even find my words yet.
Nope.
I mean, this is basically the round done. The spike is now stranded.
Gen.G learning from their mistakes on this B-long push out. This time they've got numbers to back Texture up. And he dies again, but that's okay. You won that battle. the war for the rest of the round continues, but a man down. Our Talon looking into this. They've got some ults, but two of them are out of their hands. Ty has the Cosmic Divide. Are they going to be able to use it? You have to use it to grab the spike. You can't. Just use the smokes, but look at all that util.
You know, they try to nano it. The spike's still on the floor. Back screens. They just spam them out. They say, well, we have a suspicion. And it is confirmed. It's Primi now. Here alone to try to play recovery. Deep, long flank from Dai once again. Trying to make his way through. But he can't make any noise. It's a grab well. I mean, this is like cringe post play from Gen.G, but they're just protecting a spike. And with Primi dead, now it's absolutely over because this whole slow walk up attempt from Dai to try to get into a position to keep his flank unknown means that he is in no spot to find the impact, and he cannot get there in time before Primi falls. Now will just be the save.
Yeah. I mean, just crazy stuff from Gen.G. Doubling down on some of what we saw a few rounds ago. This time it works really, really well. Just Talon scratching their heads. The lurking player ineffective again. So Gen.G playing with some confidence, playing with some pace, shutting Talon out of the round. Oh, the Nova Pulse back there too, yeah. Cringe post plan is correct.
There's the timeout call after the 0-6 start. The Jazz is not coming together.
No. This is more of a cacophony than a Jazz.
This is, yeah.
It's not really sounding like music, postmodern, maybe, but.
It's like when you give a young kid their first drum set.
Yeah. Or you get like a recorder concert at an elementary school, and it just,
no.
Woo. My Korean teacher got me an ocarina.
I
was thinking about bringing it to annoy you.
No, that is that is the nerdiest.
Someone, the Valo to Asia guys told me I should learn how to play Die For You on it.
Yeah.
I would just love to torture you with that, so maybe I'll do it.
How did they miss that one during the production of the song?
Yeah.
How did Gravis not go, oh, you know what we need?
Well, I could record it, and then you could use it on like your TikTok reels and your Insta reels and stuff to put over like fail plays in Valorant.
See, I have an ocarina back in New Jersey.
Yeah.
I bought that
because of Legend of Zelda
when I was 12.
Yeah.
And yes, because of Legend of Zelda.
Thought so.
Though, if you go to, I'll have to hold that thought. Tempted the side exec coming through here from Talon, Nightfall. Widely just going to be used though, and then they're going to back away.
Yeah, they can't do anything off of that. And Gen.G just backing up towards spawn, looking for those aggressive pushes, those lurks.
Look down. Yep. Extra able to find it. And now they're committed. Stealth drone basically tells them everything they need to know. Flash set up, dodged. As Relay Bolt looks at further delay. Steel Garden going to be invested here. Texture no real route of escape. Gate crash going to be faked, but Texture able to confirm that it's not for real. Miner zap and nearly finds some damage. Overdrive and play gets the transfer. Woo! 3K from Texture, looking for that fourth. The swing around the side, and can he get it? Yes, he absolutely can. And that might just be the final nail in the coffin. This Gen.G move up 7-0, just swatting Talon aside round after round.
Mr. 4K has done it again. Just giving the people what they want. I've already seen a couple signs in the crowd looking for the 4K, and they get it. That first two with the overdrive. Disgusting. Disgusting, those headshots. That was phenomenally played by Texture. What a awesome counter to that Vice ultimate to have, and Talon invests a couple big ones in that round, and they get butt kiss in return. Still have Ty's ult, still have Jitboy's ult, but those were two big execute ults that you wasted in that round. Primi one away from his at least.
Texture finding the one, quickly slides away. Relay to cover the escape as well as the Nebula pop. She's going to be another early player advantage here for the side of Gen.G.
They just can't get a good read, can Talon. Texter's been holding long B, so they thought they'd try some art aggression, and he shifted over. Munchkin one step ahead of his opponent in the positioning of his chess pieces. Cruz, though? Ooh, almost. Have the read.
Close but no cigar. And Ash, he's just going to look to jiggle out a bit. Nothing else going to be spotted here. Just an orb grabbed up here for Cruz. Work his way back over to join in with the rest of the team that's encroaching on this A position. Primi getting noticed by the 0 point.
That's dragging Texture over to back up the defenses on A.
Mask goes on. Primi looking to lead the charge and spot things out. Caron caught. Does end up getting taken down as there's the neural theft reveal. Take the turn from the flash there is Munchkin. Not getting spotted out, but Texture's position now going to be noted here. Dugout. Foxy9 strafing forward. Jitboy's going to be found. Munchkin peeks in from the window, says hello. He was able to take him down. Lockdown now going to be committed here from the side of Gen.G. The flank coming in from Cruz, needing to deliver, but it has been read like a book. And now the two remaining players are forced out of the sight. Primi does manage to find one, but then swiftly will be dealt with. And tie! Oh, it's a catastrophe. So anyway, what I was going to say is that if you go to, I'm going to butcher the name, it's Chufan in Taiwan. It's a city, lovely, gorgeous city. They, for whatever reason, specialize in making ocarinas. Because I feel like right now, it's better to talk about that.
No, that's where my Korean teacher bought it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
It's a little duck. Which I found to be funny because we have a quack on our casting team.
I see.
She does not know that.
Well, you should harass him with it.
I will. I will. I'll harass both of you.
Last player.
You can't hold me back. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my God.
Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, no.
I was just watching the lockdown and...
I'm watching this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, looks like we're being told it's just a gear issue on the side of Gen.G. Hopefully. Just, you know, a little too much excitement. Maybe slammed a mouse. Something like that.
Just yank that keyboard out
Check
of...
the dongle, check the polling array. Let's hope that everything's good to go.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get it resolved pretty quickly here. But, I mean, what a pace Gen.G has set here on Pearl. And
Being told that it's going to be a very fast turnaround.
Trust.
I'm knocking on wood.
Trust. Thank God this desk is made out of wood.
Yeah. I bet that Munchkin gets MVP. I bet that Foxy9 gets MVP. Loser has a favorite barbecue. What if you both lose?
Yeah, what happens then?
Is it just a split?
Just
do it Dutch?
Yeah. You might be on that trajectory with the way Texture's been playing.
Yeah. Yeah.
They want to see Gen.G play again tomorrow, for sure.
Well, they are 5 rounds away from making that happen. 5 round wins away, I should say.
I mean, it's just so fun to watch some of these teams, but Gen.G is just having a blast. I mean, obviously, but they're so loud, they're so fired up. You know, you gotta love the energy that both teams will bring, but
hey!
And we're in.
Alrighty.
That's how you do a tech pause.
Ash has not died. It's worth noting.
Oh my God, he hasn't.
9-0-3.
Okay, so maybe Ash MVP, we'll see.
He's had performances to try to back it up, so. We'll see which way the votes end up. For now, 4 Guardians, a Phantom for Jit. Talon about to face in towards this judge. It's going to be Kahlua on the opposite side of the map. Is actually able to find that kill, but Texture does manage to find Tai. Pivots back across towards A, which has not yet been taken.
Just a smoke dissuades them from this. They set up the Vice Wall inside of it, so if there's any lurks from Gen.G, they'll get identified. But you don't have a ton of information on this map. You've lost mid-control. You've been spotted. Just the Cypher, though, so that's some good misleading information.
It's not the tell-all.
Yep. Gen.G hasn't bitten on any of this. Yeah, that's going to make it a little obvious.
Salvos to go ahead and delay. Cage lobbed forward as stun maybe just narrowly avoided there by Primi, but Caron has now moved forward to further reinforce this site, and they are tearing them apart. So how much was the ocarina? Was it, you know, was it
No idea. She didn't tell me that. But it's very cute.
Well, 3K from Caron, 9-0. I would recommend going there, though. It's a very nice, gorgeous city.
I would like to. I really would like to go someday.
I went.
That's a good shot.
I went when it was raining, which was less ideal, but was more idyllic for like photos.
Yeah.
But it's just imagine like just old, just like night market type. You know, there's all these like paper lanterns lining the streets, and you're like going up these staircases and stuff that lead to the top of the top of the town and everything. And there's just shops and restaurants everywhere.
Oh, you know me, I'd love that.
It's very, very beautiful.
Absolutely.
And do a taxi tour, and they'll take you all around the northern side of the island.
You know, I'm okay with that too. What else has been beautiful? That textures op. Been just stellar on this map. No answers to be found by Talon.
None whatsoever. Now needing a Thrifty just to try to get the first round win on the board. And Charon is just got him lined up here alongside Munchkin. So he takes away the kills. Primi spotted out. It's got to be scratching his head.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking so far. I mean, there's still a world where Talon turns this around, but okay.
Okay, Primi finding the first. Ash peeks in, finds the kill. Yeah, back away. You haven't died yet.
Yeah. Can't wait for everybody else.
Go for the perfect run, the undefined KDA.
Yeah, I mean the spike's down anyway, so yeah.
Don't fully have eyes on it. Primi does get a gun. Spike now picked up. Tap to try to see if he can bait out any close peeks. Retaps, texture just dropping down, and now he's completely surrounded. Primi, what a transfer for the third. We'll say, kudos. A very nice and clean 3K, but still a 10-0.
Yeah.
12-0 in 3.
Have we ever had a 13-0 in a playoffs game anywhere in VCT? I mean, I know we had them at international events.
Well, I think the Paper X Talon Lotus was not, I think it was like the first game back after an international.
Yeah.
I don't know that we've ever had it in a playoffs game here.
I don't think in Pacific. Maybe in another region, and I just don't know. Maybe like EDG smoked somebody in China.
I don't remember, yeah, maybe that. I don't remember when the Loud EG one was. I don't think that was a playoffs, but maybe it was. Okay, Jip Boys is just getting tapped down. Cosmic Divide opens up the side a bit, and Munchkin just going to go ahead and strafe out towards safety. Best possible setup here at the moment for the side of Talon. Closest that they've been to getting a round win. 5 players set up here.
Right along
Gen.G
the wall.
have to look for this retake.
See a couple of them. No ults other than Charon's Cosmic Divide. Is Gen.G just going to throw that out? But this retake actually very tricky now. You're going to have to explode out of this heaven position.
Well, Jip Boy's able to find one. Munchkin put down texture. You can't see a damn thing. He's just straight to the opposite side of the site. Ash is still clicking heads. Comes away with 2. Now a third. As the defuse is being stuck. Primi. Noted. Here. No, not noted. Now in a position to try to go for the clutch. The hold on the defuse, and Ash will finally be felled as Primi comes away with a Red Bull clutch to go ahead and pick up Talon's first round victory. The 13-0 not to come to fruition, but it takes them and costs them everything just to get the 1 round win.
You're exactly correct. And just looking at their buys, they have to go down to 2 Guardians. They lost so much in this retake. I mean, it looked like this was going to be so difficult for Gen.G, but Ash just walking out, popping people, drops down, finds the third. Primi there to clutch. Flash at the end to make sure. Ash just spinning, hoping that he can't get there in time, but Primi not going to fall to that. Cruz does have another Nightfall, but got some counter ults available for Gen.G. They scoop up another one for Munchkin, so that's 3 in the bag. The ult cycling, everything going so well for Gen.G. There's A+, no notes for them so far, really, in this half, other than that last round.
Peek this. See, Gun Barrel hasn't been spotted yet.
See it.
Kahlua, they're getting closer and closer, and there's the final shot coming through right as the Nightfall goes across the site. Ash connected, caught by it, does still manage to take one down with him. Primi on the floor as Jit Boys bounds forward into that smoke. By Flowers to peek out, shot. quite connecting. Overdrive immediately going to be popped, but still is wary about this potential flank. But now it seems like they can just turn their sights forward here to the players remaining. And that will be them melted down 11-1 at the half. Gen.G so far out in front.
Switching sides.
That's incredible with how good these two teams looked on the first two maps respectively. I felt like we were in for some kind of craziness here, but Gen.G just all over them. There is, I don't even know if Talon brought the instruments for their jazz performance today. This is tragic, frankly.
Yeah. I mean, considering how it started too.
Yeah, no, I thought after Haven, I'm like, oh, they look good today. Woohoo! But just for that one map.
It's very quickly running out of steam. A 1-11 scoreline to try to run back, just given how things have looked. I mean, it just feels impossible.
It does. It's hard to imagine that world where Gen.G can't find 2 rounds on any side of a map. Especially with how good it's looked. And I mean, it is, sure, the defender-sided comp that you're attempting to run as Talon, but it's hard. It's hard no matter what. You can't lose the pistol, period.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like, you know, this had to have been an 8-4 at, you know, at the worst. We'll see, though, what they have left in the tank. Gen.G, 1 pistol in the lead, 3-2, looking to make that 4-2 and bring this map to a very swift conclusion.
They're once again lined up for some mid-pressure on the pistol round for Gen.G. Nobody from Talon there. So they get the space. There is the Vice Wall at the bottom stairs of Art. So that could be a point of contention. But Talon all over the map, not getting a read anywhere, so it has to be mid.
Wall set up here. Base of Art stairs, Primi. Does he wait to try to play off of it? No, just goes for the peek and is able to find Foxy9. Spike gets dropped. That's going to be a good amount of information here for the side of Talon.
Now let's see if this is going to be a reroute for Gen.G. They're just going to keep pressing forward.
Needing to find that similar impact, and with Primi in tow, they are able to find it. 2 remaining players locked off away from one another. And the wall will go down. Texture and Charon try to be the difference makers here. It seems highly unlikely as shots on the Ghosts. Damn crisp. Flawless pistol here for Talon. 3-3 in that regard. Needing 9 rounds to get us back into a tie.
Yeah, this is a good set of protocols for Talon off the back of not receiving any contact at the extremities of the map. It's a quick rotate back over to the wall for Prim, and he's very ready for players to be there. Wall popped or not. He takes Foxy in a heartbeat, gets himself up to positive in the KD in that round with 3, 14 and 11. Still though, a long, long journey for Talon if they're gonna make this a map.
2 Guardians, Outlaw, Stinger, Ghost. Anything more than a kill, and it's gonna be a little bit of economic damage felt. Classics across the board though, aside from Foxy9. As, just around the corner here is Charon in that astral form. Primi continuing to scale forward. There's the swoop out. He's going to be on the hunt, looking for a little bit more, and eventually gets rewarded with the shot. Damage not suffered either, and that's going to be smokes down.
Yeah, nicely played by Primi. Doing what he can here. Try to resurrect Talon's life. Turn them into a phoenix.
Right there.
Swing out, high, good for 2, good for 3.
Spike down A.
It seems like the odds of finding any real damage fairly unlikely.
Bot coming back.
As that should be Talon getting themselves a very clean anti-eco. Getting a 3rd round win.
I think.
Okay, 4K. Another flawless. Gears starting to turn a little bit, but now we'll go into the bonus. Talon, if they can get that conversion here, they will very well be poised to get on the run back into this.
Right there.
What's crazy to say is this almost feels like a must-win bonus for Talon.
Oh, it is.
It is. You know, how often do you say that? They have to keep the momentum going. Still some good vibes going, despite the lopsided scoreline. Gen.G, though, actually only able to put together 3 Guardians because they have to go for full armors with the Outlaw being carried over. It's actually, there's hope here for Talon in this round.
Quick exit. Pick up the orb, just trying to funnel Munchkin in towards that null command as he frantically sprays through the screen.
I think they're looking for the tripwire there as well. Trying to see if they could cut it off the wall, but manages to stay intact for Talon. So there is a lot of util you have to clear as Gen.G, and you're trying to identify the open areas of the map. You know, there could be a wall somewhere, whether it be right at the entrance to the B site or at Art. There's going to be tripwires. Oh,
Charon just goes on the peak. Primi.
He got
shut down. Critical kill to be found. Cyber Cage set up here on the one-way. Texture Relay Bolt does connect as salvos go across. Jit Boys able to get away from them. Avoids taking damage here for the time being. Kahlua seeing a little bit here as Jit Boys now on the angle, just being overwhelmed from every single possible front. Gets picked apart.
Spike planted.
Ty now needing to deliver another 4K, but Ash will instantly find the headshot. Gen.G did not allow them to convert the bonus, and now they're up to match point.
I mean, you know, just a great opening shot. You know, on the other 2 maps, it was the first kills were the kind of part of the story. You know, with Talon dominating on Haven, Gen.G dominating on Icebox, and that opener for Charon breaks things apart. Great push and pull from Munchkin and Texture and Alley to make sure that Jit Boys couldn't do any more damage. Texture comes dashing in, Munchkin around the corner being patient until his duelist had made contact. Texture already finishing the job. Primi gonna go aggressive, has his ult. So let's see if he can keep Talon's hopes alive for another round.
Just immediately just undoing the plan there. Still denying the lurk. Cruz watching. Tiny bit of damage across. It's just going to be a trip to the wall.
Like the diligence here. Early baiting of the util by Gen.G. See what reactions come through from Talon, and also make it a little bit hard to read. They're just going to double down off the back of that 3-man push, although the spike's still sitting in mid, and they're actually going to go all the way into connector.
I think Munchkin really wants to try to keep the interest over here. So they're pushing around the back. Dimensional drift to come out. Munchkin potentially at a risk here. But Primi's going to be able to spot out. Yeah, there's not much else over here at long. Jumps back. Texture looking to try to lead the charge to open up the site. Sliding forward, able to spot out one, but not before Charon gets taken down. Ash, however, finding Jit Boys. Foxy finding Kahlua. Player advantage now here for the side of Gen.G as they look to bring the series to a conclusion. And jump forward in the bracket.
They slip the defenses. Gen.G gonna close it out.
The Cosmic Divide called in. Cruz here on the corner. Texture tagged down to 52, and they're lined up for him. It'll end in the blink of an eye as Texture picks up a 3K, and Gen.G look dominant on Pearl.
What a bounce back today for Gen.G. It looked like it might be a rough go of it after Haven, but they came storming back, only allowing 9 rounds in the last 2 maps to Talon. Fantastic work by the Master Shanghai winners, and they are on the hunt for another appearance at an international event. Got to tip your cap today to the whole squad, but especially Texture and Ash, who were just forces to be reckoned with, especially on the last 2 maps. You got to see the classic Texture operator plays, but Ash was just really on point today with his timings, with his shootings.
Yeah.
That Tejo really coming in valuable for them.
Huge performance from him, especially in that last map, but for Gen.G, a large victory, but they are still far from qualified to Masters Toronto. They will go against Boom tomorrow to see whether or not they're going to be able to punch their ticket to another international event. Missed out on the first one this year, obviously. They want a chance at the second. If they can take down Boom and play like they did today, well, then we will be seeing them back on an international stage. Very well done here for the side of Gen.G. Commiserations to Talon. We will see them still in that lower bracket. Their road is not yet over. For now, we'll send it down to Bella, who's going to be standing by and interviewing one of our winners.
It's Bella. Hello. 포쿠짱. 나니가 스키.
젠지.
젠지. Nice.
감사합니다.
Alright, it's Bella and I'm standing with Gen.G's Foxy9, the man of the hour. Congrats on your win, and today was the Gen.G Way reverse sweep. Started out on the icebox, but I wanted to ask you, you had the icebox in secret mode and then you decided to open it for Talon. What was the backstory on that? Was it specially for Talon? 오늘 너무 승리 축하드리고요. 오늘 젠지식의 패승승으로 승리를 가져가셨는데 올해 아이스박스를 꼼꼼 이렇게 숨겨두셨다가 오늘 탈론 경기에 공개를 하셨어요. 탈론만을 위해서 이렇게 숨겨놨다가 오늘 특별하게 공개하신 걸까요?
탈론만을 이제 위에 공개하는 건 아닌데 이제 뭐 애초에 작년부터 해가지고 아이스박스는 애초에 젠지 엄청 강했잖아요. 그래가지고 저희는 뭐 탈론뿐만 아니라 다른 팀을 만나도 아이스박스 만약에 픽한다, 픽 당한다, 무조건 이길 자신 있습니다. 정말 자신 있는 맵이기 때문에.
그냥 플레이오프여서 공개한 거다.
맞습니다.
It wasn't especially for Talon. I mean, Gen.G has always been strong on Icebox, so you know, regardless of which team we face, we just thought it would be appropriate to open it up for the playoffs. And Foxy, did you know that you are the #1 KD across all this year's VCT regions? 올해 시즌 통틀어서 폭구 선수가 그 전 지역 KD 1위예요. 혹시 알고 계셨나요?
그 자다 일어나서 갑자기 알람이 떠가지고 봤는데 제가 1등이더라고요. 근데 이제 정말 감사하지만은 저는 이제 라운드랑 해가지고 맵 뛴 게 별로 없어가지고 네.
겸손 나인. Very nice.
감사합니다.
I woke up and I found out that I was the #1 across all regions, but hey, this might be me being just humble, but I didn't play that many maps, so I think I got lucky with that record. And next is the undefeated Boom Esports that you're going to be facing right tomorrow. And Coach Perry mentioned that you guys might have something that you might reveal in the playoffs. Do you have anything special prepped for Boom tomorrow? 이제 다음은 무패 붐황을 만나게 되거든요. 페리 코치님이 플레이오프에 가서 좀 새로운 거를 공개할 수도 아닐 수도라고 전에 언급을 하셨는데 내일 바로 이어지는 붐과의 경기 특별히 공개해 주실 게 있는 건가요? 스포 가능한가요?
저는 젠지에서 가장 나이가 어린지라 뭐라 말을 못 하겠네요. 네. 하지만 이제 붐이 전승했던 것도 상대히 제가 없었기 때문이라서 내일 꼭 이기겠습니다.
I'm the youngest, so I don't know if I can actually put out a little spoiler, but hey, Boom is only undefeated because I wasn't at the Gen.G's last game. All right, thank you, Foxy. We'll see you tomorrow, and I'll be back after match 2. 인터뷰 너무 감사드리고요. 재밌었습니다. 내일 또 뵙겠습니다.
오늘 와주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. 고맙습니다.
저는 내일 또 매치 2 뒤에 돌아오겠습니다. 얼른 가셔야죠. 내일 쉬어야죠.
네.
We really had to take some time to make sure Foxy9 got to greet all of his friends on that stage.
Where's my fist bump, dude?
I know, Foxy.
What the hell?
Foxy, can you come over here?
I gotta say though, ice cold in the interview. We were only undefeated because I wasn't there.
He's got a point.
Yeah.
He's got a point. That's not wrong.
I mean, after this performance throughout this whole series, he does make a really, really good point. But as you can see, Gen.G looking like their former selves here, having a lot of fun on the stage, shouting in very, very good ways.
Starting way too slow in map 1 and looking absolutely useless, and then becoming amazing in the next 2 maps.
Classic.
This is the most classic Gen.G game I've ever seen.
That's why predicting this region is just impossible, man. How are you supposed to... It's two different teams that played each other from map 1 to map 2 and 3. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
But credit to Gen.G, they came out swinging here. At times we thought this might have been a 13-0. So, you know, huge respect to this Gen.G.
I mean,
team. That Pearl was so prepared.
The stereotypes really did apply to this series, where the inconsistency of these teams, whether it be slow starts for Gen.G into really warming up over the next 2 maps, or Talon really dominating pretty much anybody when they have a good read and when they're feeling it, and then being very inconsistent map to map. I mean, this was pretty much par for the course from what you were going to get from this series, and I think it really does come down somewhat to the Veto. I won't put it entirely on the Veto, but you know, in the maps where you had too much stagnation from Gen.G and Talon was able to take advantage of it, Talon absolutely smashed them. And then on the next 2 maps where there was a lot less to read into for Talon, they had a bit of a tougher time there. And I think it wasn't only the read, but also the individual players a little bit inconsistent on the side of Talon as well.
Yeah, I also feel like them having to start attack with this comp is very difficult. You know, as soon as they get onto that other side, things could start to look a little bit better for them. But by that point, the game was pretty much already
They didn't even get to play defense, dude. With this comp, they didn't even get to play defense.
Yeah,
like, this is a dream defense comp. You got the double Senti with the Cypher Vice. The Cypher going to help you keep the middle of the map clean. The Astra as well. You got the Solo Fade and the Yoru playing the off angles. This is a nightmare to attack into, but when you don't even have to play attack into it, then the game gets a lot easier.
Yeah, there's probably a lot more that they could have shown, you know, if this game was to go a little bit longer, but this game was over in the first half, you know. We saw them, that game plan just was not working. Gen.G were not rotating, they weren't rushing too much and just consistently finding those kills on them. So big respect to Gen.G, of course. We will be seeing them play again tomorrow, and Talon head to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Gen.G specialize in, right? It's the same story from last year, all the way to kickoff as well. So I feel like Gen.G, hey, this is where they belong. But going over to Talon, there were so many rounds where you could tell, hey, good game plan, good strategy.
Yeah.
And then it all just comes falling down at some point. There's so many rounds like that.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we wanted to highlight is how the teams were using their ultimates in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful Yoru ult. You have the TP already set up over towards A main. You clear all of R, and then you TP over and clear A main. So you've got everything with a Yoru ult. Follow up Prowler to take the A site for free, and then you get yourself the spike down very easily, and Gen.G has a very one-dimensional retake all the way through spawn side. Now, you talk about the fact that Talon didn't get enough done on their attacking side. Those are the rounds that they had to close out, and they got demolished in the post plant.
Yeah, now this one here from Gen.G, a nice little B long trap, forcing them forward with that Armageddon into the waiting hands there. So I think there was a lot of good from both. Even Talon, I think, had the right ideas. It just wasn't great in execution. Like that round we just saw with the Yoru ult, they're able to get into a stable post plant, and then they lose the post plant.
I mean, they got wiped in the post plant. It was all players coming from spawn. That B-long trap is ridiculous, by the way, because Ash is standing in double doors. Yeah, that's 3 players committed to B-long, and he's on almost the other side of the map, just holding his bloody aircraft carrier ready to go, just dropping a carpet bomb across B-long. Like, how do you attack into that? You're attacking into 3 people in a bloody carpet bomb.
Yeah, but then there were also times where it didn't work out so well for Talon. So if we roll the next replays here, I think we can see they're trying to bait these rotates. Like I spoke about before this map, they have to be slow, they have to push and pull. So they try and fake with the Fatal, but Texture doesn't move away from B, gets those kills. Even the Steel Garden isn't enough because Texture is able to pop these lightning hands and light up the server. So when you're forcing 2 ults into a round like this and you're not able to convert, you're not able to pull rotates, this attacker side is going to be nigh on impossible.
Your lurkers have to be able to convert those kills when you're able to create gaps, first of all, but second of all, just how slow the comp is. Like, if your Fade Prowler or your Yoru TP doesn't get you space and you aren't actually able to crack into the site, you're not getting in. You basically have to try contact for the rest of the round or it's not going to work for you. And when Texture's popping off like this is one of the better games I've seen from Texture so far in this stage. He was phenomenal.
Definitely. And we got to enjoy a lot of his, most famous moments as well. But yeah, on that neon and everything with the finger guns out, Texture was just absolutely in his element today in the series.
Yeah. Also Ash as well. I mean, I think these two in tandem really got the Gen.G team across the line today. This is some of the best play we've seen from Ash And of course, Texture, this is what we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Ash, to touch on him first, I mean, I was looking at the stats trying to, you know, create some comparison between Ash and Yeoman, and there wasn't really statistically much of a difference between the two, which says a lot because Ash has been flexing into secondary duelists as well as playing the Teo. He should be getting a lot more KPR, a lot more ADR, and there wasn't much of a difference there. But it's really the eye tests and games like this from Ash that show you how much bigger of a ceiling Ash has. Like, his individual skill and mechanics are definitely on another level. You can see him coming off the duelist role, playing in it here. This is the perfect example of an Ash pop-off game that can add to Gen.G's ceiling, and this is a perfect example of a Texture masterclass. I mean, it's a match MVP here for Texture. Yoru on Icebox was phenomenal. The Neon, he's been playing it more than any other agent at the moment, and again, here on Pearl, he was fantastic.
Yeah, and I feel like this is Gen.G back on track. You know, we were probably perhaps doubting them just a little bit in the group stage. Maybe they weren't feeling like their old selves, but now I say, hey, this is looking more like the Gen.G that we all know and love. Hey, perhaps this is them making that run. Oh no, hope I didn't.
Well, they're close.
Maybe, perhaps.
One more game.
It's looking good. It's looking good so far, but that next game for them is going to be very, very interesting. Speaking of next games, don't go anywhere because we still have one more series to go. We have T1 versus DRX. You know you don't want to miss that. We'll be back right after this quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
You ready? Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready? Yeah. Let's go. I'm a winner, not a sinner. So you know I hold it down. Got the winner in my locker. Gonna get a touchdown. Make a play, make it rain. Get the win, celebrate. At the end of the day, we're the best. Anyway, I'm a winner, not a sinner. So you know I hold it down. Got the winner in my locker. Gonna get a touchdown. Make a play, make it rain. Get the win, celebrate. At the end of the day, we're the best. Anyway, so you know why.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are on to our second series of the day, and it's gonna be between T1 and DRX, both of these teams. Our Masters Bangkok reps, will they both be going to Toronto this time around? That's a more tricky question, because it's looking more likely that it'll only be one of these teams.
Yeah, it's a grand finals rematch, but in the first round of playoffs, so one of these teams will be sent straight to the lowers today, as the other one advances that one step closer to Toronto. We're seeing DRX here, of course the Pacific champions, but they couldn't quite get it over the line like T1 could in Bangkok.
And this is what happens in the round robin format. You know, you can end up with these as your first round matchups. All it takes is a couple of upsets. All it took was for DRX to drop against Boom and for T1 to drop a couple of series, and all of a sudden we get the two teams in the grand finals who were our international representatives taking each other on in the very first round here of stage 1.
But hey, any of these teams can go up against any of these teams and they'd be prepared. I mean, that's what Pacific is, right? You can get these amazing matchups right off the bat into playoffs. But of course, DRX, they will be going up against T1. And we knew that going into stage 1, keeping that sort of Masters winner title, it would be very, very difficult. They were the team with the target on their backs, right? Everybody would catch on to what they were doing. Recently, they lost to RQ, they lost to Talon. What does that tell you?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that nobody's underestimating anymore. So we've seen these other teams manage to come out swinging and take wins off T1. They're not untouchable. We know that about this T1 team, but their ceiling is so high if they're able to deliver.
Yeah, they're one of the shakiest teams to win an international event. Domestically, I think they're map-wise 19 wins, 17 losses.
Yeah.
Like, they're barely cracking a 50% win rate in maps here in Pacific. So, you know, this is a team that is far from bulletproof. They are not some kind of domestically dominant team that's going to win absolutely every map and slap the other teams despite how much individual skill they have on this roster. But I don't know. I'm sensing some aura from the uniform change.
Yeah,
like,
it's blue.
It's blue.
What's going on there?
What do you mean it's blue? I think if I was DRX, I would take that offensively. I would say, what are you doing? You don't wear blue. Blue is our color.
That's us. That's us. It's a DRX cosplay. Is this kind of, you know, a mind games of some sort?
You gotta take that personally. You tell that to the players backstage.
DRX has to have a red version. DRX has to have a red version just in case.
I would love to see that. The colors inverted, but they'd have to sync up quite substantially to be bringing that into this game. Either way, though, for T1, I mean, you're seeing some decent statistics, but nothing kind of blows you away here in stage 1. They have had a rough run of things in the round robin. I mean, they've conceded a pretty one-sided series to the side of RRQ. They've dropped maps all over the place. So, look, we'll see what they're going to be bringing here. But, you know, question of who is going to be the best team inside of Korea. I mean, DRX have won the head-to-head over T1 here in Korea every single time. It's only over in Bangkok that we saw T1 actually best them. So when it comes to playing domestically, DRX as an org has been beating T1 a lot, but specifically these two lineups, both of the series that we saw in kickoff, DRX was able to beat them in their hometown.
Yeah, I think DRX will be happy about this head-to-head again. I think this is a team that they understand very well. And even though T1 did come out on top in Masters Bangkok, that's a different place, that's a different stage, that's different pressure. DRX have won here so many times now that, you know, we saw it even in kickoff. They know how to win this game. So I really think that it's a big test for T1 today.
Yeah, saw at the bottom of the stats there that T1 has the best timeout conversion. I know it's our favorite stat, big time. And for everyone who says that Coach Autumn is a fraud, best timeout conversion, amazing stat, guys. Trust me, it's fine. Even if you take it going into an eco or something like that, it means he's the best coach ever.
I mean, listen to these guys, right? But hey, I do want to talk about DRX. I mean, we saw those stats, and it seems as though, hey, it should be smooth sailing for DRX, right? But obviously, we can talk about it. It was announced that Flashback would be moved to the Academy roster, right? So, does this mean, this of course means that the double duelist DRX and Freeing will not be going on Euro again. Pilsky will not mauled on the desk. You are happy?
I don't care anymore. I'm just not picking him. He's banned from my fantasy team. I will never pick Freeing again.
Don't take that personally, Freeing. He's over there. He's over there.
100%
Just get me over there.
Who picked this guy?
Give me that. You did. He's in your heart.
Picked him. Unbelievable.
I'm just gonna put him here just so that the shadow of freeing is just hovering over.
You're not a believer.
Here's the thing, like you've seen the double duelist out from DRX in 8 of the 12 games that they played, I believe, here in stage 1, whereas previously they never played double duelists. So I think that the solution to their role crisis that they've created for themselves with Flashback going out of the team is just to go back to what was working for them. But not only that, I think Freeing can flex into Senti. Estrella plays plenty of Enit, so you could see a lot of double Enit. I think that they just got to go back to double Enit, which was what they were playing all the way through kickoff and Masters Bangkok. It was 19 out of 19 games of double Enit and 19 games of Teo for Freeing. So I think that's the style you're going to see from DRX. But role-wise, I think they can be a little bit more flexible. You've seen Baines flex onto secondary controller. You've seen Freeing can go on the Teo, but he could also go on a Senti, and you could chuck Estrella on the secondary Enit.
Yeah, I do think one of the most interesting changes is now we've seen Estrella take over the mantle as, the IGL.
Yes.
They spoke about this last week. He's the one calling the shots now, and Mako is a little bit more free. So that does change a lot of things. I was very surprised to hear about that change, but I think it makes sense with Estrella moving mostly back across onto the sort of initiator type players and, not necessarily being on that Senti.
The one map that I'm looking at here is Icebox for T1. I do not want to see Icebox from them in playoffs. I'll just say that. I don't want to see them play that map.
They'd probably ban it. I mean,
surely.
We're going to see it right now, but Autumn said as well that Icebox is one of their...
It's gone.
Okay. Then it's done.
We're done with that.
Done. It's
burn that map.
It's
I know it's very cold there. You're going to have
map.
to burn very hot to make it work, but burn that map for T1. I never want to see that again.
DRX banning Pearl as well. They were banning Pearl this whole split, so no surprises there. And then the picks coming in of Lotus and Fracture. What are your thoughts on this Lotus pick for T1?
Well, it's an interesting one. I think it's a map that DRX has got a good head-to-head against them. The most recently, I think the Bangkok result was the one where T1 was able to overcome DRX. So this is a map they played a lot against each other, but DRX has actually run the majority there over on Fracture. But for Lotus, that's an interesting one as well. I mean, T1 beat them head-to-head twice, I believe, since kickoff.
Yeah, I feel like for all 3 of these maps, we have Lotus, we're going into Fracture afterwards, and potentially Haven. Each of these teams, they have their own styles on each of these maps. And I would say that this is another map that is going to be incredibly close, a bit of a roller coaster ride on both sides for both of these teams, especially since it's playoffs. And for these players, they do have something else inside them that comes out when the stakes are high.
I can see why T1 would pick. I can't really see why T1 would pick Lotus here. Like, it's kind of a question mark for me because I'm looking at their last 3 games on it, and I'm not really feeling too confident. They lost versus G2.
Yeah.
They lost versus RRQ. Then Buzz had to drop 30 to beat Team Secret. So I'm really questioning why they're picking Lotus into DRX here when it's a comfortable map for them, but we'll see how it goes.
I mean, I think they just like this ISO. I think it's all about, for them, it's about enabling their individuals. That's a really big thing that they want to prioritize. We see that with a lot of the double duelists that they run. They want to get Meteor activated as well as Buzz. So I think that's why they like this map. I do think his ISO does not look bad there at all.
Yeah. I mean, these could potentially happen. I feel like it's going to boil down to how these players are feeling on that stage down there, because we do know that that stage, it can be transformative, right, for all of these players. And sure, the group stages were just a little bit of a warm-up, but now it's playoffs, baby, and we're going to send it to the stage for DRX and T1.
Let's fly.
Pacific. DRX.
DRX, the current kings of Pacific. Even despite all the adjustments they've had to make, they are still in top form with this roster locked in. The role set, the big question is this DRX ready to step into playoffs?
DRX narrowly missing out on that top spot in the group, just losing to Boom. So now it means they have a gauntlet to run. They have to face T1 and then potentially, if they win, into RRQ. The road can't be any harder, but if there's one team that's up for the task, it's DRX.
Really, just one team up to the task? Because I feel like T1, they are also up to that task. They may be coming off of a couple of losses, but make no mistake, T1 is the type of team that does not let that go that easily. First day into playoffs, you can bet the Masters Bangkok winners are going to come out swinging.
Yeah, we want to see them just hit a different level of form coming into playoffs here. They have been very shaky here in Pacific in particular, dropping maps all over the place, but this roster still has a lot of talent, and you know that when they lock in, they are the very best in the world.
Oh yeah, best team in Korea is the question though for this series, right? Especially since you have players that know each other so well, and it's always so fun when you get these players that, you know, get to interact on stage and get to be so comfortable in the game and on that stage. So coming out over here, of course, our coaches who also know each other so well. So these mind games that are going to come into the series are going to be very tricky.
I think that's one thing that's the most fun about this sort of partnership system that we have here in Valorant is you know who you're playing against. You play against them week in, week out, year after year. A lot of these guys, especially in Korea, know each other for such a long time. But that means you know how they like to play. You know the compositions that they like. You understand them so well. And that just makes for some very high level Valorant, which is great for all of us here watching.
Yeah, the mind games are a bit deeper when it's somebody that you know like the back of your hand, right? Especially since there's so many layers to both of these teams. Of course, you know, when Mako went, or rather when Buzz and Stax went over to T1, the big storyline was that they would be playing up against their former team, right? So again, it is looking like it's 50-50. Pulling up our predictions, we feel like it's going to be the same as well, as we are evenly split here.
This is another game for me that's so hard to call. I'm slightly leaning in the way of DRX just because I don't trust T1 to be consistent when it matters. But honestly, this is another series where I really think it's a coin flip. It could go either way.
I totally agree. I think it comes down to mostly T1's form and how they turn up into this game for me. They've been very shaky in Pacific. I mentioned it multiple times for DRX. I think that they have some questions asked for them as well. They're still kind of bedding in this current roster. So quite frankly, despite the fact that these might be the top two teams, if you look at the kickoff results, I could see both of them capitulating here if some things go wrong or they don't find the right approach, whether it's individuals being inconsistent or changing around roles and approach and things like that.
For sure. I wish we had that percentage, by the way, when we predict, because sometimes you can't really tell by just the prediction how close it actually is. It could be 49-51, right, in favor of one team. Right now, stepping into Lotus, we have our agents. Ooh, this is
changes. Huge changes for both teams. For DRX, this is what I was saying. Freeing can be thrown on that Senti. We've gone double controller now with Yeonmin back on the Raze. Estrella, I've been asking to see him on the Viper. It's a role that he played a lot in RRQ, so I think that's going to be very comfortable for him. And a big problem that DRX had was that Flashback was not great at this agent on this map.
Yeah, but for T1, new jerseys, new style, new compositions coming in.
Doors.
We're seeing Meteor on the free... I was going to say Meteor on free.
That is freeing, by the way. That's
Meteor's
freeing.
playing Teo. So, I mean, this is a wildly different look for T1. We haven't seen this from them, especially on this map, so who knows what to expect. All of the anti-strat from DRX is thrown out the window.
Yeah, that's what makes this so interesting and going to be so exciting as well as we step into our first map of this series. We are heading into Lotus 2, and both teams, they do have their own kind of, you know, special histories on this map. So we're going to toss it on over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin, to take us through it.
Well, things are already getting a bit spicy here off the rip. No ISO for the first time in forever for Meteor, and he's playing Teo. So this is some interesting adjustments from the side of T1, but as Ines was highlighting, DRX also making some changes.
It's pretty back and forth in terms of, you know, both teams trying to make some adjustments here for the playoffs, trying to show some new looks. I think it makes sense, especially for T1, who's kind of struggled on some of the maps that were really dominant for them. The ISO stuff seems to have been figured out by a lot of teams, so let's try something different now. I didn't have Meteor playing Tejo on my cards for today, but here we are.
Here we are indeed. So a very big pivot here from the side of T1. No Sentinel in sight. Solo duelist in the hands of Buzz with that Yoru. Let's see how this operates. Granted, of course, the Viper there can basically function as a bit of a Sentinel, but
this is a bit more what
splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah, for sure. But this is a bit more what you're seeing internationally with the Lotus comps for T1. You know, the Breach Teho, a lot of teams love to do this. Buzz on the Yoru, he's been piloting that quite a bit this year to some levels of success for sure. So let's see if they can kind of string together some attacking side. I think this comp has a lot of legs on the attacker side, even against the double Sentinel that DRX is going to be bringing essentially with the Viper, but it's just a matter about how well have they been able to get this fleshed out here in the last week for T1. Just checking some boxes, but this is all just a bit of a ruse here by T1. Map exploration, but with a rebel control for DRX, they can kind of just plant their feet and wait to see what happens.
Still a Paranoia and a Paint Shell over on this side of the map. There's Mako. Just setting up a smoke in case that C hit comes through. Paranoia now at the ready. Sends it as the salvos get ready to fly. Swings out, looks for a couple shots across. Buzz does manage to find the headshot, but Paint Shells will be able to take down Sylvan, and Henneman double dips for a little bit more and just barely escapes.
And that was all a setup for T1 to clear that back corner where Mako was, and that part worked, but Hyunmin not able to be dealt with. That's going to give a numbers advantage for DRX. Bane spotted.
Yeah, caught, does get fault lined here, tucked in around the corner, however, still able to find the headshot, the finish off Stacks. Both players on site, dangerously low, but Hyunmin hits one hell of a shot. As Meteor gets taken down, and now it is all on Izu, finds the first. 3 more to try to deal with, and Bane still firing back. We'll go ahead and secure the pistol for DRX.
Yeah, just a crazy good round for Hyunmin. Finding his timings for sure. And T1 trying to set DRX a little bit off balance with some early rotations and a delayed hit. Just finds the paint shells there. And my goodness. 10 HP, no problem. Swing the corner. Izu's looking up. Bane is down. And he's got his opponent on the floor. So, okay. So far, so good for DRX. But T1 has really struggled on pistols this year. They are like 9th in Pacific right now in like pistol win percentage.
Yeah, it's not been great.
No.
Saw them running it back when they were over at Bangkok.
Yes.
But then they came back over here and it's just like, well, let's just revert.
Just go back to being cheeks at pistols. I mean, still a strong team even behind all that, but
4 Bulldogs here for DRX. And a Ghost, so change up on the usual buy.
This is old school DRX.
Yeah.
This is back, you know, Zest is on the team and everybody's got Bulldogs. And
Not sure if the desk covered it as we were coming back upstairs, getting ready for this matchup, but worth noting, Estrella apparently is calling again today.
Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely something that we need to be thinking about. Part of probably why he's feeling a little bit more comfortable to be over on that Viper. Suits him a little bit better potentially. Bane out with the haunt.
And what? Trying to find something. Granted, he is the one player with the Ghost, so overall not too much weaponry going to be handed over, but Hyunmin now also dead. Mako swooping forward, able to find one, but this is starting to get a little bit too scrappy as weapons are going to be picked up, and T1 have player advantage. Buzz, in the meantime, is just completely keeping Estrella distracted. As Freeing on the hunt here on the site. Looks for a little bit more, but now he's going to be taken down, and that is going to be a thrifty for T1 to go ahead and even things up off the rip. The eco goes their way.
Well, this is another thing that was a big part of T1's game in kickoff and into Masters Bangkok is winning ecos. Did it all over the place and showing no signs of letting up. I was kind of curious about how T1 was going to approach their lurk game, and I don't know if it's going to be consistent that you're going to have Buzz out there lurking on his own, but certainly kept the opponent's IGL in check during that round. You know, with Meteor usually being that guy, and he has been for a long time. Kind of curious how that was going to play out. So just a couple Sheriffs and Classics for DRX. See if they can turn the tables a bit. Some Bulldogs, a couple rifles. T1 though, being a little bit cautious over towards the C site.
Oh, and Freeing is just not backpedaling fast enough.
Nope.
They just run him down. Buzz coming away with the kill now, 2 charges away from having the ult. The C side completely opened up as DRX are all in transit to try to get over towards this side of the map. Hyunmin does have a showstopper. Feels like it would be a bit wanting to try to commit it here in this round, unless they can find some very solid opening kills.
I was going to say, maybe he found one with that Sheriff, but going to need to do a little bit more work. Sylvan wary of a Mako TP, I suspect.
Yep. There's Buzz pushing forward. It's going to be Mako with a headshot that you have to be worried about. Back this gunman. Now, yep, those are the kills that they needed. Showstopper, however, a bit too shallow. Sylvan at 64, still alive. Time getting away here from DRX. Now need to make a go of this, given that they had the ult committed. But it seems like the call is for them to stay contained back. Just play for some exits perhaps here. Now starting to try to flood back forward, but that Showstopper not being able to secure anything additionally for them means that DRX cannot try to turn this round on its head, pull up a Thrifty of their own. So T1 now have the lead 2-1.
Yeah, that's a toughie for DRX. It looked like you might have a window into echoing your opponents like they just did previously. Buzz with a nice opener. God, Mako. That's so good. Gudman as well, right through that smoke too. Then the crossfire's too strong. The salvos and the snake bite before that as well to corral DRX towards the back of C site. Making things much, much trickier for them. Good delay, good patience from T1. Now both teams able to mostly have the big rifles. Stack's still on a Bulldog, but things looking good as Yoru is into another realm. Still seeing where these players are.
Oh, there's the trap play. There's the execution. Buzz able to find one, but Estrella just around the corner, able to go ahead and get the punish. So decently well read and countered from the side of DRX. There's smoke dissipating. Shots through. Bane just fishing for anything that he can get, but players from T1 get away with the spike planted unscathed.
Just a matter of shutting down Mako here. Being watched by Meteor. Might be right in range of that paranoia. Oh, he dodged it.
Izu holding at the box. It's again just a trade. Viper for Viper. Tap of the door. Mako still trying to fight his way in to join in with the rest of the team. Sylvan at the same time going to be taken down, but the time is starting to tick. And Stax holding here. Comes away with two. Mako dead as Stax will find the third. T1 3-1. Was looking decent for DRX for a bit there, but Stax starts going crazy.
I said only one player still had the Bulldog. Stax putting it to darn good use. Estrella there barely ahead of that flash. That was almost great timing for Buzz to get two, but just a step behind it. And Stax ready for that last push through. Obviously the paranoia gave away Mako's position. And so far so good. I mean, you're seeing some of the classic ideas. A dimensional drift to set up the breach into the Tejo combos. So T1 kind of looking at what has worked for other teams and implementing it themselves nicely so far. One-way setup immediately every time these smokes are pinged out. I mean, we've seen it too many times this year where Mako will just TP up into him.
Yep. Well, look at the pain shell out. Get the Kate crash away from Buzz. Noise being made around B main. That draws a lot of eyes from DRX to that position. Well, Mako still just strafing around, sending out the paranoia, but Izu out in front of it. He clipped to the very last moment. And Buzz is there for a little bit of added capitalization. He hasn't been able to find one there with the stinger. There's Estrella not falling for the fake. Does he try to scale forward though? Yes, he does, and Sylvan is noting it, watching the walls. And will be able to find the last two kills. 4-1. T1 off to a very good start here with the comp swap.
Yeah, that was really nice by Sylvan to be on that backside, watching for those lurks. Prevented any further damage coming through. It's like, okay, they get one. When we're trying to flood into rubble, that's not that big of a deal. Cleaned up nicely. Good patience from T1. Wait out that initial util and then make their move. So far, so good. Now you've got some ults too. You got a Rolling Thunder. Bane does have the Nightfall. Izu has a pit for a post plant. See if T1 can continue their success. I'm about to check. T1 though, actually just gonna rotate back off of that. TP was set up, but didn't really find their window for the initial move. Now back over towards C. Cleared immediately. Not wanting to have to deal with that at all is freeing. And not on his kind of usual Tejo on Lotus. every time they ping these smokes. It is. I like the diligence. I mean, just making sure they don't fall for Mako shenanigans. Oh, how does he win that?
I don't know, but he does. Izu clearly very warmed up coming into this. Mako catching a glimpse of the shoulder, but just not quite finding the timing. Swings out, does manage to win the fight, doesn't take any damage. Strafes back across, wins the fault line, sends it the Paranoia, just trying to buy some time. Nightfall going across, that's going to connect on damn near everyone on T1. Maybe only Buzz being able to avoid that.
30 seconds left.
So for now, the players going to be working without the audio. Rolling Thunder about to come across, and that does not hit anyone either. Mako now trying to push forward, fully blinded up. However, Buzz able to find him. Now Meteor gets involved. Even though they have the read, they have the setup, they do not have the round. 5-1. T1 starting to run away with this.
That was really well handled by T1, not being scared of the Nightfall. They just keep pressing forward, and I think that timing made Mako feel like he had to press a little bit. Got blinded himself, started walking forward. Good throw by Sylvan with the Paranoia, and everybody on T1 just storming in together and able to find their shots very effectively. Not really much of a response from DRX, and they're back onto an eco. Some stingers, a sheriff, a ghost. Showstopper again for Hyunmin on an eco, but some other big ults to contend with. The cycling starting to really ramp up for T1. Now you have the Armageddon. Izu still on the pit. Buzz a couple away from his ult. So things starting to get very, very scary for DRX. And there's just, even with map control, I mean, DRX has been taking Rubble control pretty consistently, but T1's ability to refight for this space has been really nice.
Mitchell will try to delay, gets a glimpse and a couple shots across, and that will be Buzz dead. Meteor just juggling the weapons back. There's Izu. Not quite clearing the alarm bot, but no one there. Continue the pressure and find a punish with the vulnerable.
But this delay, so impactful for DRX to get in positions.
Armageddon to try to clear things out. Just another nano cycled forward here on the smoke. Bite as well. Lobbed in. Estrella, knowing that this player is going to have no audio whatsoever, just runs down Sylvan. Manages to clean up that kill. Now player advantage here with the side of the DRX, expounded upon Spain, able to find Meteor. Izu dropped. It's all on stacks in a 1v5. Sprinting over for the plant, DRX prowling in just behind him.
Huge turnaround for DRX.
Big upgrades. Stabilize the economy a bit. Swing out, Stacks able to find the first. Finds the second. Fault line at the ready. Sends it, spots the player here at drop, but doesn't read that Bane had hit the floor. And that'll be DRX find themselves a second round win.
What a time to come through, but it's just phenomenal delay on that C site, and T1 gets a little bullheaded trying to break their way in. And they're just getting cut down piece by piece. And the initial loss of Buzz, pretty devastating there as he's trying to TP out. Mako catches him right beforehand. Estrella ahead of the curve. Meteor tries to disrespect the Poison Cloud, pays the price. Stacks putting up a couple nice kills there. But in the long run, it is really, really well thought out by DRX. I thought maybe T1 would make a pivot towards B a little bit quicker, but didn't feel comfortable enough to do that just yet. This time they're going to use some util. If there was that alarm bot there, wouldn't be happy. But it was a delay from freeing. He holds on to it, now places it a little bit further back. That alarm bot spotted Izu earlier kind of gave the early read for DRX so they can make those rotates. Like the change up from T1 just to be sure that their plans aren't going to be able to be thwarted as quickly. So back to kind of standard contact shift directions. That's the very stack style of play. Izu looking to do more damage over towards Rubble. This time they're setting up for the B hit. TP right outside in the cubby.
Who's next? Oh, dimensional drift, but Gunman pushing forward, gets the spot out, and that's going to be Izu. Basically sold out by Buzz. TP forward, Sylvan, completely watched and noted. Buzz, however, around the back, gets into upper and Bane. Up, does get taken down. Buzz able to find a second. Hyunmin gonna get dropped as the aftershock forces Estrella's reposition, but he sees the bullets flying, tracks the tracers, and Meteor gets caught up. Once again, Stacks asked to try to clutch this time. Mako ahead of the curve a little bit. As Wall blocks off the approach, the players significantly closer by. Swings out, spots out one, knows that he's running out of time, and Mako is right there on top of him. Takes him out, DRX. Now 3 rounds accrued, looking to try to stabilize here in this opening half.
Yeah, that's a painful one for T1. You use the Yoru ult, you lose your Viper early, so that cedes a lot of map control over. Bane catches Sylvan trying to TP in combination with Buzz coming out of the Dimensional Drift. The timing just a little bit off there on that B execute. And DRX, yeah, I think this is a really good timeout from T1.
Still in the lead, but DRX starting to heat up, breaking down the economy. So Coach Autumn wanting to intervene here, try to right the ship and make sure that they have as impactful of an attacking side as they possibly can get.
Definitely would like to see a little bit more contention for that A rubble space earlier for T1. Kind of set DRX a little bit more off balance, make it a little bit harder to read where they're going to be, because right now DRX is able to pivot very, very quickly. Some fans of each other's teams there. It's T1 DRX. A great matchup that we've had. Obviously, yes, a rematch, as the desk was talking about, a rematch of the grand finals from kickoff. Team that faced each other in Masters Bangkok, with T1 getting the better of them in that affair. But here today, see if we'll have another DRX win in Pacific, or if T1 going to be able to replicate what they did at the global level. Estrella has an ult, but he's sitting way back in spawn. I think they're looking for a TP play. They're pinging it out. DRX is wary that out of that timeout, Sylvan might try to use his ult.
Mako just spraying across, finds Izu. Once again, Viper dead outside of A here. As Hyunmin, I think, slightly noted there on that jiggle. It's going to be him grabbing an orb, just looking to try to cycle up a third and final showstopper here in the half. Salvo's forced to reposition, gate crash over across towards the door, switch and Buzz able to go ahead, stabilize the aim, finds Hyunmin in the head. Takes him down, but still more work to be done to try to open up the side. Bane plunking in from the side here, approaching the main, catching the timing and catching Buzz there at the back of the skull. Stacks that, dodging around some of these bullets, but Mako steady. He's able to take him down. 5 bullets remaining. He's continuing to push forward, finds himself a 4th, swaps the gun. Looks for a little bit more here. And it's going to be freeing from the top rope to find Meteor to keep DRX in the driver's seat. 3 rounds now consecutively, and within touching distance of tying this up.
Now you can see some of the struggles T1 is having with this change-up of composition. They're not really able to gain the rubble control the way they like. I mean, okay, that's just an angle. That's just Mako. I mean, that's painful for sure, but even then, the answers are there for DRX. That's the bigger thing. And it's a great adjustment in position from Mako to move that far back, to have a safe angle to spray. Not going to be anticipated by the opponents. Izu way out ahead.
Up now. Brought forward here from Hyunmin. See, win percentage, pretty good. So, let's see if T1 gets a read on this at all. Their last round before the economy gets fully broken. Estrella trying to see if he can find any timings here.
Almost. He's darn close. I'm just going to keep scaling forward towards A. The door tap doesn't mean much. A little bit of a panic maneuver here.
Hit going to be sent, but should get the scout out. TP going to be interrupted, and Snakebite cannot come through as he does get suppressed. I know roughly where he's at, and there you go. The spam eventually will find him. Pit now fallen. Sign opened up, T1 in with the player advantage, and Rolling Thunder also online. Their own pit invested, freeing, however, if he can get a good angle. He's got that lockdown to try to flush them out.
It's great util by T1 to clear out their opponent's pit. Now it's their job to play defense. So far back, our DRX.
They're just saving.
I think you're right.
They see no way into this, and they don't want to try to commit ults into the round just to have it result in a loss. I think that maybe if they had access to a weapon swap for Hyunmin, get another rifle in hand rather than having that operator into a pit, they probably try to make a go of this, but it's just stacked against them. So T1 will go ahead, break this little win streak from the side of DRX and get themselves up to 6.
This is a really nice pit, though, by T1. It basically eliminates where you can put the lockdown. Like, covering that spot is really nice in a couple different ways. But, yeah, that's really smart by T1 to get there and get that pit down quickly. Able to find some really good value out of that ultimate. Secure yourself a round win. DRX with their new IGL of Australia. I almost said Australia, and I was like, no.
All of Australia is coming.
Oh, yeah. It's like when, Twitch plays Pokemon. Everybody in Australia gets to make a decision.
Those are the good old days.
Yeah, it was good. I do miss that.
Okay, well, Op is going to be passed over to Freeing. Trying to hold down that C side. Sylvan swinging out, and Sylvan dead.
Oof.
Now gets the bad news. In the meantime, Chaos over here at Rubble. And T1 continuing to try to fight their way forward, and Zax is able to find one. Hyunmin going to be taken out. Rolling Thunder now sent across towards the A site, but backpedal and Mako. They just re-swing the door again, get him right before it closed. Comes away with 2 kills. Meteor still trying to push forward. Mako wall bangs him. Dude, if Mako cannot see you, you are as good as dead.
He's got X-ray vision.
He's Daredevil.
Yeah. The man with X-ray vision. My God.
Unbelievable. And with the push out, Bane is there at the ready. A weird round, to say the least. But DRX now threatening to tie things up at 6-6.5.
Spam battles. Yeah, very odd indeed. Let's see this.
Yeah.
Oh, what an angle he finds. Oh,
unreal.
Oh my God. He's just using those doors so effectively. It's like he's been studying how teams play that position, and with that toxic screen down, he's found those angles. Unbelievable. Just, it's a magician. Was trying to show some presence over at A, but the real bulk of T1's forces are on C. Operator moved back.
Nightfall on a timing sent here. But Bane now getting the bad news, realizing that it hadn't connected on to anybody, and Izu this time is able to win out the fight. Takes out Mako, Freeing alone on C here for the moment, being hounded. Once again, the salvo is going to be sent to try to flush him forward, and Freeing, tries desperately to bounce over them. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Kill comes in. T1 now decently poised to try to secure a lead here at the half. After shock to delay, the approach of Waterfall. Bane eats a burst of damage, but knows that he has the C, so wants to scale forward to try to get the pick. Goes for it. Buzz comes away with 2. Estrella now last one standing in a 1v3. Just a bite to his name.
Yeah.
The spot out on the 1. Buzz looking for a timing. Flash goes in behind, but Estrella still a bit panicked, a bit frazzled. Cannot find the punish. Now 2 players disconnected. This is
the last round of the half.
Estrella, this is the last round of the half.
Just trying to pad those operator stats before.
All right, well.
Someone let him know.
Look, sometimes it's hard to, sometimes you lose track.
Sure.
You know?
I've been there, yeah.
You think back to Shanghai. You had Lakia sending the Nightfall in round 11.
That's true.
Thought it was the end of the half.
That's a good point.
Estrella didn't think it was the end of the half.
Huge win here for Izu. Had a couple nice 1v1s that he was able to best. Combo again with the Ult into the Tejo salvos. Breach stun, very, very effective. Stacks. Not having any of it at the end. Well, a kind of wild half. I mean, it just felt like for DRX, it's like, can Mako kill through odd angles and smokes? Yes, then win round.
Kind of. It feels that way. Let's see. Who would you want to grab coffee with? Mako, stoic but a good listener, or Stacks, the biggest chatterbox? Most people probably say good listener.
I'd rather hang out with Stacks. I'm just being honest. I like Mako. He's very, very nice, but Stax is hilarious.
No. No.
No.
Yeah, I'm glad that other side is covered up. We know what it says.
Yeah.
It said something about a tech pause.
Yeah, let's just not let that be. Let's not will that into existence, please. Also, liking the T1 jerseys they're sporting today. Make-A-Wish.
Yeah.
Foundation ones. Those are really nice. They got like the lettering on the back was really cool too.
Reminded me of like a very vintage kind of style font.
Yeah.
Almost like a Fallout
Yeah.
type, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like something you'd see out of like a old fantasy movie almost. To me.
I'd have to take maybe a harder look at it, but I was kind of getting like a okay. Old 50s TV ad type font is what I was.
Oh, that old. Okay.
Well, freeing. Able to just find a very nice shot here. Wonder if that was on a jiggle. Either way, hell of a shot.
Might have just been a timing thing, or who knows. Meteor sees that B is kind of clear. There's the turret, so Stax is going to go clear that. Buzz trying to do everything he can to keep them from going this way, and actually he seems to have done well enough. Off that turret clear. Maybe DRX. Feels like they can confuse T1 a little bit. But it's a 2-2 split. They're just going to leave B open, and if it's B, they'll play for a retake. It's actually going to be over on A. Izu and Meteor need to hold the line. I'm not sure that they're super concerned about this. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be B.
Yeah, just a quick little pivot through the door.
Yeah, just
Leaving
enough.
us straight up back. Lurking, swing from freeing, and okay, a little bit of whippage, but still a good amount of damage. Buzz and Stax both tagged up. 99 health between the two of them. Aftershock to try to flush Bane out of the corner. Does so, but has the kill on that swing. Goes right back into the corner.
Straight up. Big lurk.
Big kill. Does go down as Izu's able to find one. Bane redraws Meteor. Not fast enough. Now it's all on Izu. Tiny bit of damage there onto Estrella, but so many angles to try to clear out. It seems like widely Izu may be content to just stay tucked here in this position, go down to the spike. That will be DRX picking up both pistols. As we'll see if any of them can escape, as Izu is trying to find the punish and will be able to take Estrella down with him. The spike will swallow up on Bane, gets the destruction there, and Mako will be the lone survivor.
You don't see that every day on the pistol round.
Let's see this. Okay.
Oh, yeah, just the timing.
If it was a jiggle peek, that would be gorgeous, but it was just a slow little creep out from Sylvan that gets punished with a headshot.
Yeah. Great lurk from Estrella. Keeps Buzz from being able to open up that extra angle onto DRX.
Mind it, though, it is 2-0 on pistols for DRX. They just happened to drop the eco round of the follow-up.
Yeah.
So it was a solid 50 from T1. They can do that again. Still going to be in a good spot to try to close this out.
Now Sylvan's doing a little jiggling. That one way there, but DRX uses the bot, gain a little bit of space. Push out just being shut down.
Craig finding the hit. Sylvan gone. And I don't think we're going to be seeing a Thrifty this time.
A bit of a timing play there for T1.
Then again. Stats. Oh my god. He's trying to make a go of this Meteor. Having to backpedal. Salvo's nearly online, but Hyunmin is into the site with the 3K. Now it's down to Izu. Already damage dealt. Only one player with a pistol, so the outlaw for the moment going to be left on the ground. Let's see if Izu can make that even more costly here for DRX.
Just gonna have to read the angles.
Slow creep forward, Hyunmin. Snappy. Instantly locks on, gets the headshot, and we are tied up at 7-7.
Yeah, I mean, some ideas by T1, but just pulled the trigger on that push out a little bit too early, and with that outlaw there to cover the long range, not going to get hit by any of that U-tilt. Safe initially. Stax just Crazy good stuff with the classic. But that was all it was for T1. Going into this bonus, 7-7. Very crucial round here for T1 on this defender side.
2 players vulnerable to this outlaw.
This is their map pick too.
Yep. And naturally.
Of course, yeah. It's either Haven. They decided not to go for Haven, which is interesting. They saved it for last, but.
Curious if we do go that distance, which I think is fairly likely. If they bring out the ISO there still, or if there's going to be even more swaps in the compositions. For now, though, Hyunmin pushing forward, able to go ahead and get a showstopper behind this outlaw, so even more deadly. As DRX slowly start working their way across towards C site. Meteor wrapping around reinforces this alongside Sylvan.
They're really, once again, trying to take as much space as they can. Stack's about to clear the turret. Last time the reaction from DRX was to pivot the other direction. Instead, we're gonna send the showstopper to try to get in towards C. Sylvan
pretty shallow, but Sylvan's still gonna be taking a decent chunk of damage. Down to 55, as that's gonna be the C's now also connecting onto him. Kill, however, not gonna be found as the regen shield, so a bit more health behind.
Not ready yet.
It's 80 smoke dissipating, and I think Mako should have seen him here. For the push out, but crossfire setup looking good. Bane strafing backwards, still able to find one. Looks for a little bit more, but Meteor cuts him down to size. Freeing now, last one standing. Grabs the spike, can get the plant in. 1v3. Just that outlaw in hand. Nope, swaps over to the Bulldog. Gonna prove to be difficult, but finds the first. Fully flashed up, stuck in behind the box. Buzz, next closest, trying to find the kill, and does. Narrow margins, but T1 will reestablish the lead.
Yeah, this is pretty nice work by Sylvan to really hold the line, change of position on the C after the showstopper and the C's. Don't really allow DRX any access into the site. Tucks in behind the box. Him and Meteor set up a nice crossfire here. Really nullifies that hit. Almost maybe looked like Freeing was going to get an opportunity to do something special, but shut down in the long run. Buzz just holding the line here at the top. You know, have to take the 1v1 there. Try to see if you can get that first before Stax is able to get close enough to set up for the pinch. Buzz gonna have his ult. Bulldog for Sylvan. Otherwise, it's rifles, the normal rifles all around. Haunt cleared. TP across.
Buzz revealing that he's out wide, and Mako able to capitalize, takes down his former teammate. Sylvan, however, looking for a punish and is able to pick one up. Mako take it down, so in the end, a 1-for-1, but a Yoru that no longer has to concern DRX.
Still, and you have the Viper smokes.
Ooh,
freeing. That is, so he's been so good in those.
Very crisp with it. Still playing at a deficit, but the kills that he's gotten have been impressive.
Yeah, he's been really on point in those 1v1s.
Lockdown, a bit of a fake here. As the cluster up, Izu at a glance finding one, but eventually he's going to be forced out into the open here. Wall raised, paint shells sent, redraws the weapon. He's unable to find Bane, but Stax is there at stairs to go ahead and capitalize. And Freeing now once again. Left to try to clutch this out. Sylvan at 26 HP if he can find the kill on to Stax.
30 seconds left.
Be in a good position to make this work. For the moment, he's going to pivot back in, holding the door, however, is Sylvan. Has the headshot, and T1 now stretching that lead by 2, 9-7, with DRX's economy in the dumps.
Yeah. This is what looked like it might be a bit of a disastrous start, but still Sylvan finds a really nice timing. Catches Mako trying to get out of dodge. And Izu as well, finding a good timing for his first peek, waits for the smokes. Buys some time. Stax and Sylvan playing that very diligently at the end, especially Stax, not challenging that angle where the spike went down. Knowing that Sylvan is coming from B, he can just hold the line there. He doesn't need to go for something risky. And, you know, if they happen to go B, they're probably not going to be expecting Sylvan to be that close. If they go A, he can wait for Sylvan to come. They can team up, go for the 2v1. And DRX finally going to pull the trigger on a timeout for the first time here on Lotus. Curious to see what they want to do. I'm seeing some decent ideas, honestly, from DRX, but at times, the T1 players are just finding their moments, their timings to get the better of some players as they're trying to make their way, you know, in that last round in through the door. There was the mound kill towards Mako. So just some off-kilter timings potentially. Maybe Termi and company want to address.
We'll see. First time out call here from DRX. It's been one apiece, despite how back and forth and close this map has been the whole way throughout.
You got a lot of trust in these IGLs on both sides. Tons of experience between them. Mako just gonna push up right through the rock.
And Buzz misses the shot, freeing again here at B main.
He's nasty.
Yeah, instant hit, but can't get out. Does end up getting taken down by the aftershock, but that's still solid damage dealt here, considering that they're the ones playing on the Thrifty. Sylvan send out the paranoia, connects across some of the players entering here at the door. Be able to scale forward, however, as Hyunmin catching a glimpse. His players up at top rope. Just that stinger in hand, spotting the head, sending out that paint shell. Still somehow has not been cleared. It's going to be Estrella who's able to find Meteor. Suddenly this round starts looking a hell of a lot better for the side of DRX. Mako out wide, some random spray through the smoke. A boom bot to go ahead and ensure the drop is opened up. The spot out of one. Hyunmin trying to pressure Sylvan out of position, can't do so. Izu on the entry into the site. Finds Estrella, the bite here at the feet. The turnaround from behind, Mako unable to find the punish. Bane now dead, and Mako all alone. The plant not for him. Stacks with 3. Will stop the Thrifty from coming through. Some decent, solid early kills, but T1 is a bit better on the trades. Now get up to double digits.
Freeing just out here ego peaking and winning time after time. Oh my God. Just steps far enough out. But then if you do that, you might be paying a price because the breach, Teho can trap you in pillars, take you out pretty easily. Heads on a swivel. Nice job by T1 there. Not a lot of util to work with in that post plant. Made it pretty scary. The fault line had just come into cycle for Stacks as they were starting to finally break through. Other than that, they didn't really have much, so T1 going to be going on a fact-finding mission, then TPing to the other side of the map. Didn't see anything at Rubble, yeah.
Izu at 42, so I think just a bit of pre-fire. Let's see main jiggle.
How much you want to bet that was Mako?
It's a pretty safe bet.
Sylvan over at A on his own. He's got a tough task ahead of him here.
And he will just go ahead, back away. Little jiggles. Yep, it's able to break those lines of sight, gets himself out to safety here. Buzz at the same time, setting the dimensional drift, and he is just running and freeing, wanting some revenge for the previous round. Trying to find the catch. There's the stun, and there's the punish. Nicely called here from the side of T1, just ensuring that they can get that player advantage here.
Setups have been great.
They'll still have to try and work their way back into the site, so they don't have the dimensional drift to scout this. They have the player advantage. They have a rolling thunder, and now that gets sent out. Mako back level, however. Able to find Buzz. Izu held at bay behind the wall here for the moment. Hyunmin able to find Stacks. Aftershock from beyond. Does go ahead and claim Hyunmin, but DRX still in a good position. Now T1, I think, certainly wishing that they had that dimensional drift to try to rescout the site. DRX, they get back into this. Still down by 2.
Mako just such a fierce opponent. Back to his normal job of just being a controlling player. And he is making life a nightmare on these lurks. Just shutting Buzz and Izu out. And that rolling thunder might not anticipate that Hyunmin had tucked in that close again after it. You know, the aftershock is there, and you would think he'd abandon that position to swing back out to the site to try to protect his life. Instead, he just holds the line, catches T1 off guard. Nicely done by DRX, but man, Mako has been a real difference maker. 16 kills for him. Now an eco for T1. Some sheriffs a stinger for Meteor. Buzz just the classic. So Gunman gonna have the showstopper to boot. Things looking rather dicey for T1 in this round. They're reacting well to this A hit though.
They have to try to just clear out that boom bottom, but it's all just a play distraction. Armageddon dodged. The stun, well, will connect. Drop down though, and Estrella will go ahead and keep things covered. Hyunmin keeps himself alive for the moment. It's just angle after angle. There's layers upon layers. DRX did not give up anything for free. Izu now, last one standing to try to see if he can make a little bit more impact, a little bit more damage here. Went for the timing shot of the Jiggle Peak, but just cannot connect with the head.
Oh, this is tough, to say the least. Can you find any more damage? But trying to wait it out. Nope. Hyunmin, good for the final one.
Very crisp. DRX now, 2 rounds back to back, and 1 away from tying things up.
Dude, Hyunmin, that was a crazy good round for him. He's doing such a good job here, breaking angles to set up his teammates. He's jumping in, Bane's covering. He's jumping down, Estrella's covering. He's throwing paint shells, Estrella's covering.
Have you guys sensed the pattern yet?
Yeah, just great. But that's great teamwork, and that's what you want from your duelist. Selfless play to set up for the guys behind you. And that's going to be T1 taking their final timeout, as certainly on their map pick.
T1's victory.
They're cheering for the victory.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, from Hong Kong.
From Hong Kong.
Oh, nice. And they came to Korea. Welcome. Big Meteor fan. Very, very good. We are too, even though his Tejo's a little, he hasn't looked as comfortable, I'll say that.
I mean, you know, first time.
For sure.
First time bringing it out. It's going to be a little off, perhaps.
No doubt about it.
We'll see how it develops and whether or not he's going to be playing that as we go deeper into this series. Given that we do have Fracture coming up as the second map. Previously, of course, we'd be seeing Meteor playing the Vice there.
Kind of expect them to go back to kind of stock standard on Fracture, maybe, but I mean, it obviously hasn't been their best map. It's been one they've been kind of avoiding. Buzz does have the op. He's over at C Mound. The Rubble fight goes the way of DRX. Stacks tucked into the tree behind the door. Haunt not gonna, well, he does clear it, okay. Thought for a second there he might be able to dodge it, but now he has to fall way, way back. Difficult positions. It's the pivot being made. Prowler, Boombot, good paranoia though from Sylvan. Stun there.
Held at bay for the moment. The showstopper sent, and decent amount of damage. Splash across onto Buzz, takes him down to 55. Chillin try to assist, but now the pit here in their faces. T1. How do you try to get yourself back into this? Counter pit.
That's what I was just thinking.
Doesn't particularly feel great. Sylvan TPing forward, just looking to try to scout. His flashes go flying. Estrella tucked in on the side. Finds one on the peak. Sylvan dead. Izu gone, and they're just going to be picking him to pieces. Buzz will find one. He'll get out, but he needs to hold on to this operator. The only bit of weaponry that they're going to have going into the next round, because everyone else is damn broke.
Yeah, this is really, really smart from DRX. They've been not going B much, and this time they find a great window. Have that showstopper available to clear sight and get the pit through. So that's a good way to leapfrog your ults into a very safe post plant, especially when there's no ults on the other side to really clear it. No Armageddon, no Rolling Thunder, nor no Dimensional Drift. That means it's just hold down your angles and don't get caught. Keep Estrella alive. Protect the VIP here.
Oh,
that's
I was wondering how he had I
jump
he
spotting it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was really smart. Stingers, Sheriff, and an op.
I mean, given that they pulled off a 30 before, it's certainly within the realm of possibility. But Buzz right now is not on the correct side of the map to try to really find impact. Gate Crash is just arriving over towards A.
And again, though, I mean, DRX is just having their way with this site. I mean, having very good control over this space, even with the Tejo breach.
So he's not connecting, but Hyunmin in around the back here. Looking for the peak, and then finds the timing. Izu, nothing coming through that door fast enough. Stacks just plants his feet. Puts one right between the eyes of Hyunmin, but the follow-up from the remaining players here on the side of DRX, once again, it's just too damn good. The Stinger's not finding value. The op going to be lost on the floor. As it's going to be damn near flawless, it would seem here, barring Sylvan finding some very solid impact here, which will not be found. DRX now back into the lead with 4 rounds consecutive. 2 away from taking away T1's map pick.
Man, they're just doing a great job scaling into sight.
I want to see this shot from Stacks.
I do too.
I mean, he was... I think it was like the millisecond that he stopped moving.
That was good. Good timing. Man's been watching some Rays players and how they land and shoot. That was nice, but yeah, like Hyunmin in particular has been really impressive on this attacker side for DRX. Back up into positives for the KD. Tied with Mako with total kills, but he's been leading the charge. And he's been set up by good control of space. And then with finally T1 taking control of A Rubble, the response as well from Izu to set up the pit at C, really try to funnel DRX into B if possible. At the very worst, you can go back, shift your weight into A, and try to shut down this hit. Buzz and Sylvan though. Buzz dodges the Nightfall. Sylvan definitely can't.
Just on the 1. Spots out the TP, now looks to try to reposition. Hyunmin on the hunt, just sending himself forward. It's a tiny bit of damage, caught a glimpse of a couple players, but cannot find anything realistically here. Not found quite just yet. Tuck in behind from Meteor, just staying stagnant in position, hearing all this movement, waiting for a timing. He could try, turn back, find some impact. Finds it there as Bane will get taken down. Stacks at the same time, coming away with a couple kills. It's Mako now, last one standing, having to back off.
30 seconds left.
Tiny bit of damage going to be taken, but it looks like T1 well set to go ahead and continue to tie this up. Mako with the attempt at the wide swing, but cannot find the shots. 11-11. Make a wish.
That was good. Since they're wearing the Make-A-Wish shirt.
That was the point.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just trying to.
Okay.
I'm complimenting you. Just take the compliment.
Okay, but it sounded like you were being condescending.
Oh, no. Not in this case, sorry. Okay. Normally, you're right.
I misread.
Yeah. Normally, I am condescending. You're not wrong. This is one of those rare exceptions, so okay, I understand.
In that case, thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, well, you've got some big alts. T1 maybe could get themselves up to map point, but like these rolling thunders and dimensional drifts haven't been super effective for T1, especially on this defender side. They need to find some real value out of it. DRX has had good answers to those alts, even if it's just losing one player, or in the case of the Rolling Thunder, tucking a player and drop. Gonna use the lockdown. I don't think there's any hope in hell that T1 can clear this, so they have to run.
Yep. Everybody pushing into the back corner. No detains. No minor jumps forward to get caught, but oh my God, gentlemen on the swing. Able to find one, looks for a little bit more. Tiny bit of damage going to be there onto Meteor, but he is able to hold his ground. Buzz trying to lead the way. Flash up for the moment, jumps out of it, shorty in hand. Mako going to be taking down player advantage now here for the side of T1 as they scale their way back in, gaining control of the site. Everyone from DRX pushed back, disconnected here at Mound. So they're waiting for the taps. Buzz just goes strafing through the smoke, is able to find one. Spray now coming through, but Meteor holding for the defuse, and he is going to hold it to success. T1 take the round away, 2 players surviving as they get up to map point.
That's great by T1, saving that Yoru ultimate for the right moment on that retake, smothering Mako with util, stunning him up. I mean, Hyunmin trying to get ahead of the curve, and had that timing been a little bit sooner, maybe he could catch Meteor off guard, but Meteor ready for it. Then they know they have to get out ahead of this to make sure the plant is safe. Distracted Mound. There was no post-plant mollies or anything like that left for DRX at that moment, but still, with the angles that you could take from Mound, would be difficult to just hold the defuse, so T1 still has to get ahead of it, and they do, and it's going to be the last timeout of regulation.
Yeah.
It's DRX trying to find a way to take this to overtime, and that would be kind of what
par for the course, honestly, for what we were expecting coming into today.
Exactly. I wasn't expecting what happened in that first series. I don't expect it to happen here. It's obviously not.
Bit more tight-knit, bit more of a better understanding of each other between the two teams. Obviously just an immense amount of history across the board. Now, we'll see if this is going to be good enough for DRX to get that 12-12 scoreline. See what the economy looks like here as, yep, okay, able to go ahead and get everything nicely together. Still had a decent amount of cash behind.
Yeah, not too bad. A couple away from another showstopper already for Hyunmin. Meteor, love to get that Armageddon in there. Oh my god.
That's a seize on to Buzz.
It's
Wait
okay.
this out. Oh, TP. Okay, wall still raised. Mako just strafing in and winning the fight. Stacks.
That
Shut
side
down.
stab.
Oh, captain, my captain no longer. Mako. The very solid opening kill. Stun sent Buzz swinging onto the corner. Able to find 1-3 and backed through the smoke. Buzz absolutely destroying the shorty again. Looking for the kill, but Estrella somehow able to come away with that. But Meteor swoops in, finds it, and we are just down in the mud. Freeing brings us now into a 1v1. The door being watched. Sylvan strafing, freeing, shooting. A 3K of his own reply, and there it is. The timeout call, I don't think it meant a damn thing. But we're going to overtime all the same.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Just this little
boy.
sidestep from Mako throws Stacks off. And then you think round's done. 3K for Buzz. And he goes hopping the corner because he had hit with the fake out flash onto Estrella. And Estrella is able to recover in time. I think he turned it well enough. Oh my goodness. The fans here are stunned. I'm stunned. That looked like it was going to be, okay, we're going to fracture. Nope. Freeing, showing up when these needed most. Hitting a great one against Sylvan. Sylvan had the angle held, but again, the crosshairs just a bit off for T1. They pay the price. Huge reveal from that haunt.
A big ping out. Nade up and over the top here. Not gonna get a catch on anybody, but ooh, freeing on a walkabout. Not gonna be able to find anything in Mako this time. A tree loses out on the fight. He's TPing forward. Buzz is there, ready for the punish. T1 off to a roaring start here in overtime.
Two huge reads on both sides of the map by T1. That's gonna give them a ton of room to work with. What does Estrella have to say about it? He's had all that util.
Fight not being thrown. TP in a little bit deeper, holds the door for one, but cannot get disconnected from the fight fast enough. Sylvan going crazy with a 3K. And as Buzz will find the finisher, and T1 will find map point once again.
Yeah, I think Sylvan probably feeling a little bit grumpy that he couldn't get that last kill. Close the map out, comes alive. A nice setup with him and Meteor, expecting a push out from Freeing early. That's just good read by Buzz to get ahead of Mako's TP. Sylvan, phenomenal work. Just barreling forward with the Vandal. T1, one more round.
Thought maybe we would see the timeout, but
yeah, that's a good point.
not called.
Thought maybe an early one, but you know, if Termi likes what he's hearing in the comms, then he'll just let it go. If he's hearing what he was going to say anyway, good to go.
Yeah. Oh, the bounce, the TP forward, the fight now in towards Baby Door. Mako able to win this one out. Hyunmin. It's Hyunmin's kill. Mako comes up with some nonsense from time to time, but that was not one of them. But he will be able to find a follow-up as Buzz can take it down similarly. Izu, for one of the approach, taking quite a bit of damage. Sylvan still firing back, but this time it's Mako's turn to pick up a 3K, as that'll be the reset. 13-13. Maybe T1 and DRX saying, you know what? We want our record back. We want that longest OT series. In VCT.
Yes.
Obviously the
in franchise.
Yeah. The first strike series.
Sylvan, pretty good, but Mako just coming alive. Not going to let a repeat of what happened in the previous round, where he just goes down without much of a fight. Comes swinging. Buzz having a good map, 24-18 on the Yoru. Pressure again from DRX early. wanting to challenge that double stacked angle that Meteor and Sylvan were holding. They're going to back him off, but Buzz has gone way out towards A. And that's pulled a ton of DRX players over, so is T1 going to have the confidence? Oh, the timing from freeing, though. Oh, my God.
And that is the tip of the spear, well severed. Stax trying to creep forward. Just a glimpse there on the Bane. Continues to scale up, and Hyunmin ready with the crossfire angle. Not sure why Stax thought he was going to be able to get away with that.
That's very uncharacteristic. Freeing again, good for another.
DRX now looking to get themselves map point for the first time, potentially in flawless fashion. Just Sylvan and Meteor try to be the difference makers. Misses the timing to catch the glimpse from above, but Bane is also holding the angle, and this round is completely sideways here for T1. Barring an ace clutch from Sylvan.
Done it before.
Which he has.
30 seconds left.
We all remember that split. But a 1v5.
No ult,
like
though.
A bridge too far.
Yeah. It's OT, so no ult. Might have seen the leg.
Just doesn't have the time.
No.
Realistically. Flawless. It's DRX. We'll gain this lead. T1. Question is, do we see a timeout call from Autumn to try to extend this even further? Right now, timer continues to tick down.
I probably would pull the trigger on it here. This one looked a little bit too isolated for my likes. You know, a lot of players trying to work the map by themselves and just getting outread by DRX. The timing's there for Buzz, just a great read by freeing. I don't know what Stax is doing. That one's ambitious no matter who you are. We'll see. DRX on the attacker side. They're out their moment. Sylvan tasks to hold Mound down by himself.
Buzz, pulls back, sees Estrella. We'll just go their separate ways. Meantime, DRX aggressively scaling forward over towards C. Smoke out orb picked up here by Hyunmin. 2 away from having a showstopper.
This could be one of those rounds where you play for 2 orbs. Pretty aggressive positioning by Meteor. Not much he can do. Has to just back off.
Stun and salvos at the ready.
Imagine they just hit all of them on the entry. Yeah, a little early.
And salvos going out. Full line from Stax not really connecting. Has this decent follow-up though. The Seed Days looking for any kind of damage that they can get, but all of it for now avoided. 36 seconds remaining here. DRX, the clock starting to dwindle, but freeing, finding an entry, swoops in, finds Izu, and Sylvan's only going to be good for 1 before getting taken down. Meteor will go ahead, notes the flank, deals with Mako, brings us now into a 3v3.
Spike planted.
Spike plant gets handed to Bane. So Hyunmin still not yet having the showstopper online, but it's 1 charge away. Shock to try to clear it. Elbow position. Salvos as well. Sent Bane flush forward. Veil stuff there. On a Stax. The showstopper now in hand. Meteor backpedaling frantically over towards Waterfall. Paint Shell now at his feet. Damage avoided, but needs to try to clutch it out. He is just tagged up and about to be taken down. The shorty of that distance, not going to do a damn thing, but he's got 8 bullets left in the mag. And freeing from Mound will find it. 15-13, DRX. Extend it to OT and take down T1 on their map pick of Lotus.
Oh, you just have to be so impressed. You know, DRX bringing new players in, having to swap things around quite a bit in this stage, and it is still just business as usual. Yeah, it's close, but you just took the map pick away from T1 here in the playoffs. That is a big, big deal.
And now you have your pick of Fracture, one that has been up and down to say the least for T1 overall. A very solid start here for the side of DRX. They look to reestablish themselves as the best team in Korea.
It's been a challenge for them this stage. You know, you see this a lot, where teams win an international event and then they come back and it just doesn't seem like they've got that same magic. They've got that same kind of confidence and preparation, and all of those things seem to be starting to kind of bite T1 in the butt. And this is, again, such an important match. You win here, then you only need one more to get to Toronto. If you don't, then you got to win 3 in a row.
All the way down to that lower bracket. Things are not going to get much easier down there. So DRX off to a good start, but we said the same thing in our opening series of the day. That ended up going the distance, that ended up going to 3. Could very well still be the case between these squads. For now, though, before we get into Fracture, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
Absolutely right. We could be on another roller coaster similar to the one that we had earlier today between T1 and DRX, though I feel this is a lot more closely tied together as we saw in those last few rounds and even up into overtime.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen in this crazy, crazy region. I feel like anything can happen, but DRX do manage to steal T1's map pick away in overtime. I think this game was about as close as you could get, real back and forth.
Yeah, DRX, I mean, they change up their comp here. They are a team that does like to just change things up by a couple of agents. They're very confident and comfortable just changing up their approach map to map to map. You've seen it. If you go back through their agent comps on plenty of different maps, and even the next one coming up of Fracture, you'll see them continue to tweak things. And once again, they looked quite comfortable. Moving into this comp was phenomenal to see Marco back on the Omen, finding all of these little timings and things like that. I kind of pointed out, we've seen in the past when they ran the Viper on this map, Flashback not looking very comfortable, but it's something that Australia has played plenty of coming on from RRQ. So I think this is a comfortable looking adjustment to their comp. Freeing really started to get it together a lot more. He had a bad start to this Lotus game, but he started to put things together as we headed deeper into it, and we know what we're going to get for Hyunmin. More so, I'm surprised at the change up for T1.
Yeah.
This is finally the first time we're seeing them kind of move into a different style and start to play double in it and play the meta in terms of Teo and Breach, and the Breach was quite good for stacks. What I'm more surprised about is that you saw Meteor on the Teo instead of Izu, because I would have expected them to play Meteor on something like a Viper where he can just play a little bit more lurky. And you can see this is his first time playing Teo this whole year, or playing Teo at all, but also it's the first time not playing ISO this year. It's the first time they haven't run that double duelist comp with the ISOs, and look, he looked a little bit uncomfortable on the agent. I can see maybe why they might have thrown it in, because you saw it from Freeing actually when he used to spam the Teo before. It is this agent that you just throw out your missiles or you throw out your Teo drone, and then you're put into a lot of aim duel situations where you're actually able to kind of play out the mid round with your gun out. And maybe that's something that could have fitted Meteor, but it didn't really look like it translated into what they wanted to execute in this game.
Yeah, I feel like stylistically there's a bit of a clash there, right? So he's either going in first and he's sort of leading that pack as the duelist role, but you get a lot of setup when you do that. Or you're on a Sentinel where you're allowed to take your own aim fights, take your own space.
That's true, actually, yeah.
This Teo is somewhere in between the two, which I don't think was natural. But if we have to talk about someone who did look natural on this map, it's got to be Bacco. He's back! He's back, baby! The GOAT of controller!
So good. Mako was just owning this entire map. He was just in his element every single time. Just look at these rounds.
And I mean, I think this is a nice change, especially when we consider now Estrella has taken over the IGL. A big part of that has got to be to unleash Mako again. I mean, he's been back and forth between that IGL role or not, but he needs to find the consistency that we've seen from him in the past, because everyone knows this guy can be one of the best controller players in the world, and I felt like he was showing shades of that in this first map.
I mean, going into kickoff, this was the thing that people theory crafted, is that Freeing was going to IGL and Mako was going to be unleashed.
Yeah.
That didn't end up happening, but with Estrella coming into this lineup, I expected the same thing, and then we heard that he wasn't IGLing there initially either. So look, now you're actually starting to see a little bit more of a transition to Estrella in the IGL. This is the second series in a row, I believe, that he'll be IGLing, and Mako, you know, to see him on his, for me, his signature agent. I love watching him play the Omen. It's fantastic to watch him play that agent. Don't mind him on the Viper on certain maps, but particularly here on Lotus, the way he's able to find these TP timings, and you know, the round towards the later end of the game where he snuck into door. Like, there's very few players that have such a good intuitive sense for how to find those timings.
Yeah, that just comes so naturally to Mako. And speaking of TP timings, we did have some interesting ones on the side of T1 as well. I mean, there was one very memorable one with Buzz, I believe.
This round, I mean, this is what
a
it's
bit of
like
a hunt.
to play against Yoru, Teo breach is like you're the site anchor is freeing, you're trying to run away, you're getting paranoid, you're getting a util thrown at you from the other side of the map. What choose your path here? Do you,
you know
run
that
into
meme? You know the meme? Just hold the site, bro.
or are you going to run into a Yoru coming out of ult with a shorty in his hand or 2 missiles? It's like pick your poison, you're screwed either way.
I mean, this is why Freeing had such a slow start. I felt like he was getting bullied by this T1 composition. It was so hard to hold the site as that Killjoy there. So props to T1 for making it hard, but also props to Freeing because he got himself back in that game and managed to look a lot more solid, especially when we get to that overtime.
Yeah. Are you making any regrets right now? Any second thoughts?
No, I think everything's going okay right now. Like I think most of us have got Meteor.
Yeah.
For Killua, yeah, Freak's doing okay. We'll see. MVP's gone to Hyunmin though. I do have him on my team. But you could have definitely given it to a lot of different players. Shout out, I think Stax had a pretty damn good game on the breach. Been a while since he's been thrown back on the breach on this map in particular. So that's good. I love seeing Stax on the Flash init. Like he's decent on the info init. That's fine for me. But I love seeing him on Flash init.
Yeah, I think Stax on the breach is his home. To be honest, I think that
breach
is
and KO for me. I love seeing Stax playing those, or even Sky. But
yeah.
Why would you play that agent right now? What? Who? Like Australian agent?
Hey, I do miss seeing a lot of Sky plays lately. But, you know, maybe she'll have her time once again. Blinded.
Did
I pass?
Out.
Did you do the voice acting? Wow.
Yeah, they just pitched it up a lot. Yeah.
They probably tweaked it a little bit, and then, you know, we have Sky right here in front of us. Anyway, going back into this, you know, you mentioned, right, T1 kind of shifting a little bit here and there, but it's not looking quite as comfortable, right? And of course, it's on Meteor, and we know that he can frag, we know that he can be this player, but it's just that this is something that is new, and obviously there's an adjustment period.
I mean, I get that they want to make changes, right? I don't think Double Duelist is sustainable forever.
No, definitely
so
not.
I'm okay with them making changes, but I'm not sure that was the change I would have necessarily gone for. I mean, I'm not in the team. I have to trust that Autumn knows more than we do, and there's a reason he's down there on that stage. But it's definitely strange when you look at the way you have to play Teo compared to the way you have to play those kind of Sentinels that he's so good on. It is a very different. It's a very different vibe. So I don't really want to see him on Initiator heading into map 2.
Yeah, especially when Izu has shown already that he can play a perfectly serviceable Teo. So, look, I don't think it's going to happen on Fracture. I think that was something they cooked specifically for Lotus. I don't expect those to be the roles going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting going into Fracture because, as we know, once upon a time, DRX on Fracture, they were owning this, especially with Teho on the freeing, as you would say, right?
Teo on the freeing.
Teo on the freeing.
Teo on the freeing.
Yes, that is what we're saying now. I mean, that agent, that's freeing right there and there.
Yeah, I mean, Teo is free. Look, honestly, for this map in particular, the map stats say, look, not a lot going on, but what you're seeing at the moment is 2-1 overall in this matchup, and none of those are represented here on the map stats, but these two teams have played Fracture against each other 3 times. The 2 times in kickoff both went the way of DRX, and then over in Bangkok, it went the way of T1. And you saw T1 a little bit less flexible at changing up their agent comp a lot. This is what they've been rolling with here. The last time you saw something drastically different from T1, I think, was at the start of kickoff when they were playing Izu on the Raze, when they were playing Raze Neon. And that was specifically, I feel like, a little bit of a read into what they wanted to do against the Breach Teo meta at that time in particular. Over on the side of DRX, though, I mean, if you go back through all of their Fracture games, they keep changing things up. They'll constantly swap out what Duelist they're playing, what Sentinel they're playing, so I feel like they're quite flexible in terms of what agent comp they're actually bringing into this map. I don't know if that's based on opponent or not. It's been asked to them in interviews. I think Freeing's been asked this question in an interview. It's like, why do you guys keep adjusting things over time? And he's just said it's just what we think is best at the time, which is interesting because they change a lot. They change almost every other map.
Every week you go in and go, guys, I got a new read on the meta. We're shifting it up.
That's possible.
Let's try this. No, you play this time around.
As a coach, I would be losing it if, like, my players, or if I was a player, my coach is telling me, you're playing something different today, buddy.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen Termi ever like lose his cool in the same way some other coaches might. He's always been quite reserved. But going right now into Fracture. We have here some interesting drafts.
Yeah, again, DRX is the team that is going to change up their comp. Estrella back on the breach is going to call on the flash unit. You've got Brimstone for Marco, as you would say, and Teo on the freeing. But Hyunmin on the Neon is the biggest change here. He's been playing Yoru lately on this map, and I think Neon is a big pick right now against Breach Teo because it's so easy to be able to bait out the util, try to beat things. You stay alive with your fast lane.
T1 sticking with what they know on this map, but we are seeing Meteor go back across onto the Vice and Izu play the Teo. So this is more what we were hoping to see coming into this map. So I would expect a renewed performance from Meteor heading into this Fracture.
For sure, he's definitely a lot more comfortable on this, so hopefully those stats do pick up, especially for all of us who have Meteor on our teams. But of course, we are about to step into Fracture, so let's toss it on back over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. We can only hope that Fracture is going to deliver on all the same fronts that Lotus did. Maybe another overtime, perhaps. We'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, T1 expectedly back to something a bit more stock standard, a bit more comfortable and known from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with DRX having the confidence to pick this map against them, not having played at this stage, I don't think. So this is going to be quite interesting. Hyunmin on that Neon. Curious to see what he can do with that. He was doing such a good job on that raise. Just opening up angles, setting up his teammates, setting up himself. Beautiful stuff from him. Freeing as well, back on that classic Teho. As they said, as Big Time said, Teho on the freeing.
Quick little slide across the rope here from Bane. Hearing that stealth drone. Anticipating a push behind it, is able to go ahead and escape. Leaves Buzz now. Lone on the north side will slowly start drifting back over towards the A site, though, where the exec is getting ready to come through. Stax looking to slow things up, sends up the fault line. Ping not finding anything, and Stax hitting a hell of a shot onto Hyunmin. Denies the entry and very much shuts the door here in DRX's face.
Yeah, DRX thinking they'll have time.
Ooh, Mako.
Ooh, took a ton of damage.
Tagged up, I have to assume it was maybe Izu. Now Stax is able to find a second. Takes Mako down, and things are looking very good for T1 to find their first real pistol win here of the series, as Sylvan will find two. And that is freeing now all alone with just a ghost in hand. We know that he can be very deadly with this gun for reasons like that. But he doesn't know that all three players are stacked up in this position. As the salvos check in, a couple shots flown his way. Makes the wise call to slowly drift across towards that B site. Wall and Thorns, however, are still set up.
Yeah, so he's going to be delayed enough. T1 going to be able to make their rotates over.
So there's the wall pop. There's Thorns, and there's quite a bit of damage taken. 60 remaining. Gets the plant in play. Cuts across over towards Arcade. Worried about any kind of push around from this north side, and now can just try to stay tucked back in here behind the boxes and set up for the salvos.
Just going to come down to some timings for him. Heard the footsteps.
Here crossing, gets the final shot there, tries to strafe back over towards the sewer, cannot make it out to safety. T1 will go ahead and get the defuse and get their first pistol.
Yeah, this is a great read from T1. You know, they see Bane leaving early, and they're expecting that rotate back towards A, and Stax hitting that opening shot. Very important that he's able to shut Hyunmin down there. That stalls up everything for the side of DRX. Sylvan, nice work with the classic to find two. Brain trying to do what he can, but just a little bit too much of an ass there. Couldn't get the kill quickly enough on the Meteor. Got caught trying to switch over to the salvos. Let's see if T1 can keep this going. There's a Stinger and a Sheriff.
Stinger and a half armor, and the Sheriff on Bane, so okay. Players buying down about 1,400 here. As Orange is going to be lobbed out, popped. Line getting the hit here, swing onto the corner, and Hyunmin, those bullets connecting, buys enough time. Bane to push forward, they lose Mako in transit, but still are able to find the trade up. So now player advantage in their hands. Buzz pushing, eating some damage, finds the headshot, gets the transition across onto Estrella as well. Just like that, T1 are back in the driver's seat. Guardian recovered, however, from Bane, still an opportunity to do some damage. But he himself tagged up to 35 in the first couple shots, not quite connecting. Buzz eating a little bit more there. Noting the player out from tower. Both player positions should be known. Bane taken down, freeing now, needing to do it all, and for a second, looked like he was going to be able to find a little bit more, but 3 players surviving. T1 will close out the anti-eco.
Yeah, a lot of damage done there to T1 though. Armor's gone for both Stacks and Buzz. So, all in all, not bad at all for DRX. Able to find those early util connections that keep the players of T1 off balance. Meteor stunned up, able to be taken down. Good quick trade there for Bane, but that's a nasty, nasty flick. Buzz continuing right where he left off on Lotus, having a very strong day as the duelist for T1.
Yep, he and Stacks.
Yeah, Stacks too had a nice map.
Near the end of that, I have to look back, but he was top fragging for the longest time, so might have even finished it out that way. For the moment, it's going to be deathless at 3-0 and 2. Halfway towards that rolling thunder. Estrella only just the 2 charges from his deaths, I believe.
A little bit earlier on the change of direction for Bane there. Need to be a little bit further ahead of that stealth drone. Same reaction as we saw in the pistol round from T1, right back to A main. A little bit further ahead of it this time though.
Oh, for shots. Flying through and freeing. Able to just break things open. And then Aftershock going to be disrespected and ignored as Walt dissipating Hyunmin, wanting to try to scale forward, but it's going to be Mako who's able to find it. Hyunmin widely just drawing their attention here.
Spike planted.
Phenomenal covering fire from freeing. Let's see if DRX can close this out flawless.
Stealth drone identifying. It's DRX looking for a flawless anti-bonus. Sylvan eating some damage there on the drop down. Hyunmin still untouched, just dancing around. Spots him out again. Meteor with the Guardian. To be some very clean shots to try to get some damage through, and there you go, 1 to the head. As everybody just backpedaling away, Mako going to stick around to look and see, make sure that they can't try to get any kind of knitted fuse going through. Gets the kill onto Meteor, and will be able to escape. So a single casualty, DRX get themselves on the board here in round number 3.
Yeah, just really well prepared for T1 to be where they are. Just holding that angle the whole time is freeing, and Buzz just kind of walks right into it. Mako there, able to back up Hyunmin nicely. This time around, ooh, not much HP left there on Mako, but got out all the same. And he, okay, I was gonna say, for a second he had a Spectre, but able to get that Phantom in hand. All Phantoms for the side of DRX. Seen a few players kind of swapping between the guns. Meteor, I noticed.
A Vandal.
Oh, you're right, freeing is Vandal.
Yeah,
You're right.
One apiece. Bring it easy.
I was gonna say Meteor was swapping on Lotus. Didn't seem like he was comfortable on the Vandal. Switched over to the Phantom eventually.
Well, Armageddon now to try to open things up. T1 can just try to fill space on the back of this, and Buzz just going off a timing, sprays down in towards A main, finds one as Spring falls. Mako similarly dead. I'm only able to trade one out, but Bane finds another, brings it back to parity, a 3v3, but HP bar is relatively in tatters here for the side of DRX. Everyone tagged up, no one at full HP. Just quickly trying to pivot their way across over towards the B site. Sylvan quickly gets into position, looks for the jump, but Estrella draws down, eats a ton more damage, down to 15 health, but is able to find that kill. He'll get stunned in position, he will die. But he gets a plant in play. It's now a 2v2.
It's gonna be so tough. I mean, look how far back DRX is playing. Gotta push these angles and win these fights.
Aftershock should tell him that it's gonna be on the right-hand side, but Bane just goes crazy. What a snap to get the first. And mows down Stacks for the 3K overall. DRX tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it might be T1's round. You get a bunch of kills off the rip.
3v5 it.
Yeah. And then DRX able to punch right back, win a couple fights, shift over to the other side. Estrella wins a huge one against Sylvan. Sylvan there, 100% the right play to try to challenge that, but...
It's a smile of a man who just pounded his way through a round despite having appendicitis.
He has looked pretty solid today overall. Buzz trying to follow up off the stealth drone, seeing if they can catch a change of ideas from DRX off the back of that. But Meteor's dead.
That he is. Stunned up, flashed, gunman in on top of him. Outgunning him as well. Plant coming through, Estrella dodging out in the bullet spray.
Bane's going all the way across the rope.
Riding towards that north side. There's Buzz just dropping down. Overdrive going to be popped. Gentleman fully flashed up. Does end up falling. Izu able to find that with the Sheriff. Swing onto the door though. Stacks. A headshot. Putting one back in kind. Diffuse now held up to half as the Molly hits the floor. T1 somehow get this back in a somewhat winnable position. Still odds stacked against them. And yeah, with that spray shot connecting, that'll bring it to a conclusion. But damn solid effort in the thrifty attempt here from T1, but DRX not to be denied.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, but you know, T1 is constantly applying pressure at the other side of the map, at the north side in the beginning of the rounds. And DRX is kind of aggressively taking space now. And they're just, I mean, yes, weaker by 4 T1 in this one, but plenty of damage done. Maybe even a world where Diffuse gets a little bit closer, but you know, Bane felt like he had enough time to go for the wraparound. Didn't end up mattering, but now you've got the operator for Buzz. Izu one away from his ult, Stacks has his, Sylvan has his. Seemingly be a tricky round for DRX.
Double reclear up into Arcade. And that's going to be free and caught. Do they know that Hyunmin's in position? Listen, the answer is no, though. So it's able to find one. Jiggles on this corner. Finds Sylvan. Now knows that they have him dead to rights as things start getting absolutely chaotic. Smoke dissipating over here at main. Stacks able to find one, but Kenman comes away with a third as Stacks will fall. Kenman currently on for an ace. Buzz around the back, clearing out the cam, clearing out the trip, but it's just an op in hand. Try to re-clear and get them way forward here to the site. A lot of this is going to be on the shoulders of Izu, who does get the jump on Bane. Has the salvos, has the Armageddon. Does he opt to send it? The answer is going to be yes. That flushes.
Oh, what a
straight up forward, but the flash fully connects. Now into the 1v1. Stuns exchanged. Connects onto Izu. Estrella holding the corner and has the shot instantaneously. Close but no cigar. Economy broken. DRX now up by 2.
That's brutal for DRX. That's a round again where you have a bunch of ultimates and they don't really find enough effect. And instead, you're just getting picked apart. A couple good moments, but what a flash from Estrella. And then the cleanup as well. That last one, yeah, very nice. Bane has the neural theft. Meteor has the garden, but it's accoutrement by 4T1 again. Trying to do something.
Oh, trying to get a catch. It's going to be a repeat confidence play from Meteor.
Why not?
Pick some parts. Moments like that from Meteor. That's why he has 2 trophies.
Yeah, he's so good with the Sheriff. That's why he has all that confidence. He is better than most. Slow push up. Just Buzz over here at A. Again, a lot of these defensive ideas for T1. Not really holding true for them. We're going to get closer to the Armageddon. DRX slow creep up.
Next around the corner, dead. Spray through as Estrella finds that kill. Fast lane now set up, stuns out as Buzz being focused here a little bit by the salvos, but as the smokes are dissipating, T1, they just rack up all the kills. Buzz just absorbs all of the damage.
30 seconds.
And that is going to be T1 pulling off a thrifty. I mean, Mako, 25 seconds, try to make anything happen, but it looks like it's just going to be the call to save. Checks back in around this attacker spawn, nothing to be seen. He'll try to hold on to the weapon. The T1 bringing it back to touching distance.
That is madness. I'd love to see some of that back from T1 player angles, because that is crazy spicy. Buzz is going to go down to Mako, but
I think you care too much.
No.
Pull off the thrifty and get one away from tying it up.
Not at all. That's just all of a sudden, it looked like this was going to be not too bad. I mean, yeah, you lose Bane early, but clear stacks out. You're executing on the site. Sylvan just finds a great timing to hit Estrella in the back. And all of a sudden, there's 3 T1 players barreling down on top of you as DRX. And it's a thrifty. Just one of those timing trap plays that T1 loves to run. And you're just stuck as DRX. Plenty of money, though. Still both ults for the same players. Buzz has an op again. Going to be forced off by the stun.
I think it's can get back onto the angle, but Smoke's now called in to obfuscate. Still drone, checking, not spotting.
Those are Sylvan smokes, so they're trying to play for another push across the ropes. It's kind of been DRX's MO, so T1 going to lean into it. See if they can shut this down.
After Shock holding back the Sands position. Buzz the peek in the mid, nails the shot. Jiggle peek out, sending the relay bolt, catches a glimpse there as well of Freeing. There's a tiny bit of damage going to be taken. Tries to go for the reposition, and I don't think he's going to be ready for this one. No, he is not. Freeing able to get in on top. Coming away with 2-3 now as Stacks falls. Meteor needing to answer back in a huge way. The double face out, isolates down to 1. And Mako draws the ghost, the sidearm, delivering the final shots. DRX reestablishing a 2-round lead.
Yeah, I mean, so much pressure at this A side. I mean, util after util after util, and DRX just can't find a way to add some extra numbers over towards that A main battle. So Buzz is on a really tricky position this whole time where he's got a couple different angles to worry about. Does a decent job in the beginning, but nobody else on T1 is able to get into a spot to help him comfortably. They're trying to push through from A-Link, but they're stalled up. That kind of gives DRX the advantage they need to claim that space and open things up. T1 fought tooth and nail, but back to the ecos. I mean, granted, they've been having some success with them today. Seen a couple big eco wins for T1. This is not a position you want to be in on a consistent basis. Now Freeing as an Armageddon to boot. They're going to go all the way through sewers. They haven't done this yet, so trying to catch T1 a bit off guard.
Bit of a change up, but that peek from the north side about to come through. Izu steadily making his way closer across, and that jiggle peek tells all. Spots out multiple players. Meteor now reinforcing this spot as well. Flash not connecting. Looks for the transition there. Stun does come through, and Freeing able to peel off a kill. Bane now striking in from behind at main. Sylvan caught off guard. Buzz arriving frantically, just dashing around with just a classic in hand. Ends up falling, but this is DRX gaining control of the site. Stacks will take the rope towards that north side, where a weapon can be recoverable. Freeing might just look to try to protect them here.
That was scrappy. Everybody just running around like crazy people with the neons. See what these last two players can do. A little bit of util for Izu. Grab the Phantom.
Stun connecting. Question is it going to be cosmetic? The answer is no, it is not. Or rather, yes, it absolutely is. Sorry, I mixed it up. Because my brain's about as scrambled as both of those players as Freeing comes away with 2 headshots. I can't believe it.
Neither can I. Just looking forward to esports Doug Malding. I mean, it's just madness. Izu plays this really nice in the beginning of the round.
How does he get?
Even he can't believe
it. Hello.
I did it. Thank you.
Yeah. See, he can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't remember the saying. Timeout will, at long last, be called, it feels like. I mean, 6-3 for a while. It's so back and forth, but I hadn't seen any intervention. T1 will finally pump the brakes.
I mean, some of these rounds have been so close one way or the other. I mean, great reads on both sides. Sometimes it's just coming down to who can have that bigger impact in the heat of the moment. Some good pressure applied on the north side of the map by T1 has consistently given them some ability to react pretty well to DRX, but DRX is just fighting back. Got some great ideas and great teamwork today. a big Meteor fan.
Wanting an ace clutch there from the Teo.
Yep. I mean, that's something Freeing has done.
Yeah.
That is not an unreasonable ask. Well, kind of is, but we've seen it, so therefore, I'm okay with it.
It's within the realm of possibility. As Thorn's looking to just lock down this position here for now. Stun on the corner, obviously not going to connect. The drone will look to try to force him back. Slide in, Hyunmin looking to really up the pace there. Does end up dying as Sylvan holds down the site, but cannot escape from the Armageddon. Sax, however, able to find Estrella, does make sure that they have the player advantage, as Freeing will not be able to find it. Stacks and Buzz going to be the last two standing. It's T1. Go ahead and get themselves a 4th round win potential to still yet run this back to a 6-6 half.
Yeah, this is a really good round for Sylvan and Stacks. Find some good timings. Well, great util dump, a crunch coming through from the B main ramp. And all of a sudden, Sylvan comes alive from the site itself. Just has to eat the altar. You know, he's gonna get shot one way or another, so just goes for the shots. Comes through with it. Stacks has a nice timing himself outside of Gen.
And then we get a timeout call from DRX.
I love it.
Well, basically back-to-back here. We'll see what the adjustments look like. Still in the lead, in a position to at least have that tied up half, but Termi wanting every possible advantage, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a back and forth between these two teams. You know it would be.
Yeah.
Just know each other way too well. And both these coaches have done a phenomenal job this year with some kind of interesting things going on. At T1, you know, it looked like maybe they were going to be the weaker team, and then they came back, and Autumn got them through to a trophy, and then DRX has had some kind of player changes and things like that they've been able to just...
They've been going through the ringer lately.
Yeah.
I mean...
And look at the
Flashback now being moved down to the academy team. Right. This being the permanent core 5. Bane is playing with appendicitis.
Yeah.
Like, it's been blow after blow. Right now, DRX doing pretty well to handle it. Bane's still going neutral here in the K&E department. There's Meteor missing the timing. Trying to advance the smoke, but Estrella catching a glimpse, and as that Stinger point-blank range is able to put him down. DRX with the lower investment, still looking to try to get this one across the line, but Sylvan does come away with 2. Estrella Freeing, both going to be eliminated. Bane picks up another as clear on the tripwire, gives away Buzz's position as well as just him sprinting forward, and Mako is not ready for it. Stun out Bane, just lingering here within the smoke. The Vandal recovered, picks up a 3K. Buzz now. Last one left, the overdrive to expire. The wraparound being threatened here. Buzz completely surrounded, is dancing, and it's gonna be Bane through the box to find it, a 4K to guarantee DRX the lead at the half.
Last round.
I mean, it's just crazy how some of these rounds basically come down to timings. I mean, if Estrella...
Maybe noise when he was sprinting.
It just must have been the footsteps. But still, at timings like that, where if Meteor's maybe half a second earlier, he finds that kill and it could be a completely different round. They're coming at you from a bunch of different angles. I'm waiting for someone from DRX to hold in B tunnel, because Buzz has been kind of ignoring that. And he's been able to find some pretty quick flanks. I mean, even though DRX still wins the round, if they decide to go B again, let's see what they do. This time a heavy presence from DRX on the north side of the map. There's going to be the Vice Wall, though. They're going to be tripping, so giving some info over.
Oh, no. Sliding forward, looking for it.
Oh,
Mako
no.
does end up finding the kill as orbital strikes are going to be stacked on top of each other, and Sylvan comes away with 2 once again. As I'm Bane, Mako going to be taken down. T1 desperately looking for this thrifty, and now it's looking likely. It's backpedaling away, Estrella just stuck with a shorty in hand as the Steel Garden took away his weapons, and Hyunmin is just going to be pushed to oblivion by the Rolling Thunder. Still, maybe a little bit cosmetic, finds the first kill. Things get chaotic again, and now we go into the half with DRX up 7-5.
It's just madness. Both orbital strikes here. Trap him in. I mean, nice play by Sylvan. He's always feels like he's always good for 2 in these rounds. Just can you get a little bit more consistency from the rest of the squad? Well, Steel Garden, great. I mean, that was
hell of a half.
Yes, it's been just so chaotic. That's not what you usually expect out of these two teams. It's usually a little more, yeah.
Oh, I think they very much know what's at stake in that desperation of sticking that upper side of the bracket, being one win away from Toronto. It's starting to set in. DRX especially wanting to be able to get their way back. Perfect synergy. I think you got to go with Freak's Tail.
Oh.
For me, it's just...
It's Freak's Tail, yeah.
Because Hyunmin, like, I don't really...
He's good on everything.
Yeah, I don't really think about any particular agent with him.
No. I think he's really solid on most agents that he plays.
Oh, come on. What kind of option is this? I crave this win versus who's the best team in Korea now?
I mean, I always take who's the best team in Korea now myself.
Yeah.
But that's kind of an odd second choice.
That's like, would you like a gourmet meal or a pile of dirt? Which one would you like to ingest? There's not much of a decision to be made.
No, I tend to agree. Well, T1 trying to keep the pistol success rolling. Again, it has been a real pain point for them. Huge push out over towards A main for DRX. This doesn't really tell them a ton, but now they're starting to be a little bit suspicious that either the players are north or they're in B main. Buzz is starting to make his way into Meteor, or excuse me, Hyunmin's starting to make his way into Meteor's back. Meanwhile, Buzz is all the way up on the dish, almost in a drop.
Meteor trying to stay tucked. Tagged up. Oh, not quite checking for the angle. He's able to find the kill. Stun here onto Estrella as it gets awkward, and Meteor capitalizes in the chaos.
A panic moment there. And that cost DRX 2 players. Meteor just no fear. Continuing to storm into the back lines of DRX. They have no choice but try to go for the spike.
Mako and Bane now needing to deliver in a huge way, but side is completely surrounded with Meteor scaling forward through the defender spawn. Smoke called down, aftershock sent here. Mako will catch a timing, finds the headshot. Stack's gonna be put down. Looks for a little bit more, does find Meteor. But the salvos come through and the time is just not gonna be there. T1 taking that first step forward towards running back this map and taking us to a third. They will go ahead and close out another pistol.
This is just a little bit of an unfortunate timing for DRX. I mean, Meteor reads it nicely, anticipating that there might be pressure behind him, but this stun catches Estrella and Hyunmin as he's trying to jump around and dodge Meteor. Meteor is not gonna make it easy for you. Mako trying to do what he can, but very nice for T1. Again, pistols desperately needed for them, and they get both here on Fracture.
Mako with the 3 kills, though. Already halfway towards that orbital strike. Something to keep in mind for the future. As Bane, okay, situated in tower, just has a shorty here. Spot out the camera.
That's pretty typical. The player's going to be up there on an eco with a shorty.
Meteor v Mako about to come through. Okay, never mind. Just a couple shots to the box and will opt to back away. Meanwhile, this dish side of A site completely opened up.
If Green were to trip that wall, yeah, Meteor was right there.
Meteor, once again, going on a bit of a walkabout as the plant comes through. Potential 1v1 versus Bane over on that side. Looks like Bane's still maybe a little bit wary of it. Silva taking a forward position, pushes up, does still get stunned. He hasn't been able to collect one, but will die in response. Estrella similarly going to be taken down. And it seems like from the rest of the round from here can play out pretty smoothly for T1.
Certainly seems that way, especially Bane having that shorty. Trying to find the opportunity to use it. Just going to wait the timeout. hope maybe a T1 player comes their direction. He might get Meteor here. Oh, never mind.
Jumping over the top, Meteor will go ahead and find one. Mako willing to make this a little bit more costly. It gets an extra kill in, but 3 players surviving here from the side of T1. That will tie us up at 7-7.
It is pretty crazy how back and forth this has been. I mean, it's pretty similar scenes to what we saw on Lotus. Both these teams just so good. A bit of damage done, but Stack's just watching the long angle. Position revealed. Bane goes down. So far, Meteor being a real nuisance by himself over on the B main side. Is there going to be an answer for that from the side of DRX? I can see Hyunmin maybe lining up to get that cam a little bit deeper, checking to see if Meteor's over there, but this time on his own over at A main. Orb ult grabbed 4 stacks. And now they've got a rolling thunder. So this could be pretty tricky for DRX. Really far forward though is Bane.
Rolling Thunder, pushing Bane back. Cage coming up, but Buzz on his heels, spraying through, trying to find what he can, but it's going to be Silva there to collect it. Hyunmin drifting forward, runs out of bullets. Izu strikes him down. Guardian shot to the head, and suddenly T1 in control of the site. Spike planted and up by 2.
Oh, okay. Straya finds a stray.
Picks up 1, decent damage on the Stacks and Sylvans. They're both down to 66. Salvo's to try to open up a bit of space. It's 3 players. Push back over here towards his arcade side with Buzz slowly drifting through the sewer, but DRX, they're not going fast on this. They're opting to go for the save. They're gonna backpedal away and T1 is gonna gain the lead.
Gun here.
Just a great rolling thunder there. And the follow-up from T1. Perfect. They just go storming in off the back of it. They don't want to let the opportunity slip. And try as they might, DRX players just could not find any safety. Sure, you get 1, but that's got to feel good. T1 converting their bonus. All of a sudden, DRX kind of maybe wondering, ooh, was this the right map pick?
Uncertain. That is a huge win. I mean, obviously 3 weapons carried forward, but for Bane and Estrella, not going to be having too much going into the round. You can see just a classic full armor here for the Breach. Passing that weapon over to Hyunmin.
Just grab the gun off your fallen comrades, maybe, but a little bit of info there. Buzz, he's often going to be tip of the spear, but you do see him kind of run around on his own. But DRX, with just that 1 player there, Freeing says, I don't really think I can comfortably hold this, especially against a Neon. Gonna need a little bit of reinforcements. Gonna notice that Vice wall again. The real question is do they want to just fake trip it? Yep. And then just go back in towards A. Buzz is all the way in spawn.
Oh boy. He made noise. Yeah, Ping's coming down on his position. Seems like they have this well read. Bane, with just a ghost, is going to be a bit more trepidatious to try to go for the attack here.
This is such
time. Double face forward on the Meteor. He's looking for timing, but he's unable to find it. And then will collect. They had Mako in from behind as well. To at least guarantee a trade out. In the meantime, though, B site being taken. As Plant comes through bottom of the stairs. 4 stacks. Ult's unavailable here from either side. This is Izu trying to scale forward, take that fight. Freeing ends up getting taken down. Sylvan trying to recover here on the reload and from being blind. It's unable to find it. Buzz now striking in from behind, however. It will find 1 as Mako will get taken down. Stacks here on the verge, right on the edge of that smoke. Buzz is now the last one standing. He tries to set up for the relay bolt, but it's his head taken off. The fuse is in. DRX, they tie us up now 8-8.
This is really nice recovery for DRX because, like, looking at the map, T1 is all over the place. Buzz is on his own over at A site. He gets all the way into your spawn. Meteor's lurking around A, the bottom side of A and B. And then the rest of them are just kind of slow pushing through arcade, and then you're able to get this retake to go quite cleanly. So That is a very solid round for DRX, and now you're back to 8-8. Hyunmin's got the overdrive. See if he can continue to be a nuisance. Izu is gonna let go, try to look for some of that Cypher util. Will catch one of the trips. The other one's still at the front of B there. Drone. Yep. So, shocker, the Vice Wall in the exact same place, but there's an Arc Rose on the other side.
Good hit. Flash trap destroyed. Wall tripped.
Okay.
I mean, she said everything for me. I didn't have
she
to say.
did.
Yeah. The Vice just doing the commentary. This Buzz forced away, but Sylvan covering fire comes up with two, then a third. Just using Buzz as a bit of a distraction. Now the plant in here for T1. Bane still a world away. Mako, the only player nearby. And it's going to have to be another save as T1 will once again gain the lead.
It's just so back and forth. I mean, just looking for these little advantages, these round-around changes that you see. They're all over the place, and that time Meteor tries something a little bit different, but DRX still able to dissect it, not get caught in the trap, and yet when they try to make a move back towards the site, Sylvan's already there, and he's letting Buzz do some of the hard work for sure, but he hits some nasty shots. Gets 3, and on the hunt now, T1 just seeing if there's anybody lurking around, but it is a, oh, never mind. Caught Mako.
It's the one gun save.
If they try.
That's painful.
That it is. I mean, Mako maybe enough to pass over something like a Guardian or a Bulldog going into that next round, but now it's not going to be able to do that. Sylvan lighting him up here. Huge 3K from him, and a timeout call now. Final one from the DRX camp.
I mean, this is a tough map to read right now. T1 is doing a great job of, every round looks way different. They're making little micro adjustments with the lurks and with some of the player positionings. I mean, very difficult for DRX to kind of get info and make some reads off of it. Estrella really being put to the test as the IGL. Meanwhile, Stax is really putting on a pretty good show. I mean, granted, the counter punches have been good, but this attacker side, definitely a little bit more tricky. Yeah, it's Fracture, you've got a lot of space to work with. A lot of it's just making sure that you're getting your players in the right places at the right time, trying to keep track of the movements of your opponents, but again, T1's not making it easy because sometimes they'll send Buzz out on his own, and obviously you never know where Meteor's gonna show up. You gotta kind of wait for some of that initiator util to be thrown at you to start thinking about making the reactions, and a lot of rounds it's been a little too late. This time, gonna use the salvos. Buzz looked like maybe he was gonna try to accelerate, but takes a pause, waiting to see if anybody's around the corner. Getting pushed forward by those salvos. Just making some noise, some distraction. Kind of the name of the game here.
Fault lines out. It's offering hovering the Armageddon there for a brief little moment, but given the economy, you need to be absolutely certain.
Not in this economy.
Just gonna be push up there in the main, tripwire closed out. Estrella somewhat nearby to try to offer some support here to Bane, who's alone in tower for the moment, but he just has that stinger at range.
You have to go huge
Bane
here.
now starting to be pressured out. It's back around, swings in, is able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down, but eventually Buzz closes in the distance, finds him. Estrella similarly dead. He's still hovering this ult. They're going to commit for this.
Oh boy.
The Armageddon getting sent in. It feels like this might just be a bridge too far. No one going to be dead to that. Hyunmin does have the overdrive, maybe can deliver on this front, but it's only going to be for the one kill as Izu out from tower, peeks and finds the enemy Neon. Point blank Buzz. As Vine's freeing, Mako dead. T1 now up to double digits. And it feels like DRX overcooking and overcommitting.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't mind obviously throwing the overdrive when you're on an eco, but the Armageddon to try to push players into it. Bane finds a nice little safety spot there to spray down the players coming up ramp, and then, but T1 is just coming at you from so many different angles, and they're toying with the timings. Like, Meteor's clearing the trip, and then they're looking to see what the reaction is going to be off DRX. They don't just clear the trip and go. Trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen, and Bane throws up a smoke. They start scaling in off the back of that. Going to use those salvos once again to bully this arcade angle, but last round it was kind of a slow push up. Now it's over towards Dish, where there is a tripwire waiting. So spreading the map a little bit, our DRX, to try to get a little bit more info, to try to get ahead of this game. The T1 has been plagued, which is go all over the map and try to guess where we're going to come from. And Buzz is just going to wait it out. He hears it. They're going to wait for their
down
moment.
The sewer.
Yeah.
Do they just try to fake this? They just send the Steel Garden, but looks like he's just going to slowly creep across over towards that arcade side. Sun's sent, salvos out. Sylvan eating a tiny bit of damage. As Rolling Thunder going to be sent, looking to try to re-clear in towards Halls, but no one there to receive it as they try to go for the pinch. Little strike. Oh, splitting them apart. That Stack's isolated and dead. The spike now stranded here on the side itself. Swing around the Rosie here. Sylvan going to be able to find one, but Mako quickly trades him out. 4v2. Meteor's position noted. Isu should be known as well. Finds a hell of a shot. Puts the operator on the floor. Smoke now dissipating. As his own Armageddon going to be called in. Mako forced to try to reposition. Finds the shot. Drops down and with 5 HP survives. Recovers the op. And gets DRX a round win. We are back to Crazy Town. Things are getting weird again.
Absolutely. And this time, T1, instead of planting right when they get to the site, they want to try to clear because they know that orbital strike is there. They don't find Mako. They don't find much in a main. So they come back, and Stax is still like, okay, I know Mako's around there somewhere, so I'm going to plant somewhere in kind of an unusual spot. It's not a default spot in the back corner, and Mako still reads it.
They're never going to see that. I'm in the middle of
I'm just out in the open. Yeah.
Well, Youngman goes for the peak. Meteor taken down. It feels like the first time that we have a solid advantage for DRX at the start of the round in quite some time. T1 missing out on one of their potential ultimates that could have been brought forward here.
Now this opens up space for Freeing to quickly clear through spawn.
Wide swing out, Buzz finding the headshot and gets taken down as fast lane going to be sent. Hyunmin in danger. It's going to be Freeing actually out from tree.
Huge.
Who spares him his life. Oh, Mako just doing his normal stuff, fighting Sylvan inside of a smoke. Hyunmin will get taken down, but it's now all on Izu. The salvos and a stun. All that he has to work with comes from the flash. Stun going to be committed here. They clear up close. Tries to swing out, stray up, holding the line, able to find it. Operator can be recovered, and DRX tying it up 10-10.
And this is why it's so big that they find Meteor early and get that pick, because it opens up the space for Freeing to make that quick rotation through attacker side spawn to save Gunman's life, potentially save the round. Big opener. I mean, Buzz finds a great one. That is so nasty. Dude, Freeing is, when he's on Teo, he's just different. It's just different.
You mean when Teo's on Freeing?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How can I say? How could I have gotten that wrong? And now you've got the Rolling Thunder, the Cypher ult. T1 does have the Steel Garden still. Not able to.
Lets him know.
Yeah, not able to find the timing though. They're still going to keep pushing forward. Are they going to challenge this?
Reposition coming through. Meteor trying to approach. In from main, but into the back, and Freeing again has Buzz's number. Rolling Thunder going to go cross, as well as the Steel Guard and everything in the kitchen sink being thrown here at the site. Straya, dead as the Aftershock. Able to catch him. We can only anticipate that he was stunned up. The fight now, the action grinding to a halt. As Noise gets cut. 4v4 with still Bane across the opposite side of the map.
With Meteor creating that extra angle, T1's still keen to try to break through. It's going to come down to timing and util placement. You have Stax' fault line. Izu's salvo's off cooldown. Sylvan, no more smokes though.
Trying to flush him out, but fast lane saved. Gunman keeps himself covered. Be tight angles here to try to use that operator, and he's losing teammates. Does manage to find one, swaps to the shorty, takes down Sylvan, stacks. Last one alive here for the side of T1, brings it now into a 1v1. Bane does have the neural depth, could try to go for the reveal, but should have a pretty good idea of Stax' position. As there's the swing out, and Bane will shut him down. DRX reestablish the lead, 11-10.
Yeah, this is so back and forth. I mean, when it looks like one team has kind of found themselves an advantage, might be able to take the round, the other one just punching right back, and this time DRX trapped in a corner. The initial entry, you know, Buzz just sacrificing himself to try to clear space, and Stax and Meteor able to follow up someone, but then Hyunmin, operator shorty, just doing a great job behind that pillar. And it's gonna have to be a timeout for T1, because they need to figure out a way to get this attacker side to find the success they were having at the beginning. You know, now they're trying to get a different level of trickery where they'll make some contact somewhere, take a pause, and then try to set up for their execute. And again, setting up those crossfires, but by the time they got to the site, the biggest problem was Sylvan is out of smokes. They couldn't find that opening, couldn't create that easy entry that they really needed. You had to rely on Buzz just throwing himself out there and figuring out where your opponents are based on that. And just all the players from T1 wants to see them do well.
The last timeout call here from either side. The players now left to their own devices as T1 looks to try to get themselves back into the driver's seat. Down by 1. Still some key ultimates they're able to utilize. Looks like, okay, they do manage to pass a weapon over into Izu's hands. They get him a Bulldog. Rolling Thunder there. Just a neural theft for the moment here for DRX. Given one more round of play, you're looking at potentially having that orbital as well as that Armageddon online.
That's going to be very favorable ult cycling for DRX. T1 obviously needs this round, but
Toggle on the camera, Buzz riding the rope. And instantaneous with the headshot. Takes out Bane, Izu. And that Bulldog to good use finds Mako. Just like that, T1 in with the advantage.
Buzz is just doing a great job up in tower.
They're just calling a save.
Yeah, you have to.
Yep, they're just going to be sprinting away.
Almost down.
It's okay, T1. Timeout call working a treat. They'll make it 11-11.
And it's nothing fancy. It's just go for the B hit. Go through arcade. See if you can punish Bane up in that tower. And then you find that second kill and you're off to the races. Easy peasy for T1. God, what a match. Both these teams just so good on their adjustments.
We very well still could be going to overtime here.
Certainly feels like it.
We'll just wait and see. So, yeah, well,
that's
fine.
Yep. Nobody's there. It's okay.
Flawless round as T1 tie things up. Don't have to commit the ultimates here. Managed to maintain those.
A little bit of stress there for Termi. They are
been having a lot to deal with.
Yeah.
A lot on his shoulders, a lot on his plate. But still, I think with overall a very good approach to this playoffs here, considering everything that's happened, saying, look, even if we don't make it to Toronto, if we are able to become better from this playoffs, from this stage, that's still something to be proud of.
Oh, they should 100% be proud of the way they're playing. To me, they look very, very solid. Rolling Thunder, only connecting onto freeing.
When it pushes him into the open and into the salvo. Izu there to capitalize with that util. Player advantage now coming through. Bane quickly trying to rotate over. Hyunmin trying to watch over towards this dish side. No one on the north here from T1. Just a stinger from Mako. A neural depth available if they can try to find a corpse. Flash out, Meteor fully blinded up. Regains vision. Mako can take it down. Easy with the peek out from the door, able to find the trade up. Estrella now dead. 2v4. Spain dodging out the stun, the aftershock, forcing the reposition from Hyunmin, and it seems like once again the call to save has been made. DRX gonna have to try to play this out in overtime for the victory. T1 will get up to map point.
Again, just another kind of quick hit, set play, execute off the back of the Rolling Thunder. You kill a player on site, get that spike down ASAP. I think that might have been something that Autumn had to say is, don't overthink this. You guys are, we saw that one round where they came up through Dish, went all the way through A main, back into the hall, and didn't plant when they had the opportunity to. Kind of cost them around. Just be decisive here. Have some confidence. That's been one of the big things that Autumn's been saying a lot in some of the post-match interviews. It's that the team needs confidence, the players need confidence. And that's something that T1, if they have, he feels that that is a key to victory for them. As simple as that.
Well, it's certainly been warming up, but take a look. That neural is still available. Mako now in orbital strike online as Hyunmin swings out, finds Buzz. First kill going the way of DRX as they look to take us into yet another overtime.
No drone to check that way this time. Instead, they're going to use it to check Arcade. They're not going to see too much.
And no one playing here within the site itself.
It's just a reaction from DRX based on the conditioning from the last couple rounds where it had been quick hits from T1. And instead, T1 wisely changes directions. See if they can get this plant done cleanly.
Trips cleared out. Smokes starting to dissipate, and there's a stun into the orbital, and Stax is able to escape. Take it down to 30 HP. The plant interrupted here for the moment. Crossfire set up attempt here from the side of T1. There's now Armageddon sent to try to counteract the positions. Meteor, however, taken down as Hyunmin is able to find one. Overdrive going to be popped. Stax dead. Looking for a little bit more freeing, finding Sylvan, and here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Izu gonna look to try to pull off an absolute miracle, but he cannot. Mako swoops around from the back. The defuse will come in, and that's gonna be us going to overtime once more.
Just unbelievable. The back and forth between these two teams is just incredible. And this time, DRX, even though they get that pick, they don't quite read the bigger picture well. They're able to delay enough with the orbital strike that they can get into place to start fighting. Once the smokes drop, they're starting to cut T1 players down one by one. And that extra player is certainly helping, but DRX doing a great job. Now we go to OT. No operators to speak of. Like it's just going to be the rifles. DRX starting on the attacker's side. Gonna try a north side hit, leaving Mako all on his own down towards A main. Seemingly okay. Bane coming back. Just trying to figure out what they wanted to do. Wanted to get a tripwire set up on that northern side. 'Cause that's where T1 was putting a lot of pressure on their defense. Hyunmin flashed up. Continues to scale forward, looking like a B crunch.
There.
Somewhat aware though, RT1. They throw the smoke down right on top of the orb. They're coming from the other direction too.
And now starting to scale forward, slides in, Meteor immediately assassinated. Stax is able to trade it back, so Hyunmin dead on the ground. 4v4 now, push out Estrella. Not able to capitalize there for a brief little moment, but eventually he's able to find the kill. Buzz answering one back. Player advantage is here for the side of DRX.
Go, go, go.
Pass lane on the setup. Izu with the timing. Kitchen freeing. A bit off guard is stunned. Not quite connecting, and Izu's down to 7. The salvo sent to try to make a go of it, but Flash at the ready. Both players disconnected back in towards main. Plant not in for them. Mako just looking for the slow creep up as there's the stun. Izu says, I guess I just try to hold this one at completion. But DRX did not allow for it.
Switching sides.
Match point is theirs.
Match point.
Yeah, just a really nice play there. Being a little bit more diligent at the north side of the map. Setting up for something we didn't see a ton from them on their attacker side. SSB crunch. Bane finding a nice timing to pop through the smoke.
한명 남았습니다.
Coordination, utility great here at the end. Just not a lot that Izu could do in that position. Gunman will grab an op. Found some success on it. Looking for that early pick, but Sylvan maybe over here to back up Meteor a bit. T1 remembering what happened last time.
Meteor on the jiggle peak. Gunman going out a little bit wider, and this time the shot not going to connect. In the meantime, Buzz is going to try to push through, but Bane's going to judge the changeup here in OT, catching him off guard. Shorty does not win that fight.
Oh, that's so frustrating for T1, I'm sure. You've been bullying him up there, so what's his answer? Just grab a shotgun. Good luck.
And now they're forced to flip around the north side over towards this A site. You still have Sylvan lingering back, trying to make his way through the sewer. The judge of that range, if the peek comes through from Bane, obviously not going to do much, but DRX are getting a good sense of this. 3 players in position to get the punish. The op about to be set up over at the rope as they have to come down one by one out of drop.
Look at Mako.
To try to Goomba stop Mako. Fault line not connecting. He tucks back over into the smoke. Hyunmin on the peak, able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down the gun barrel, spotted, but Izu able to find him. But Hyunmin finding a second, freeing from stairs, gets rid of stacks, and it's now all on Sylvan. 25 seconds, a 1v4. T1 have asked this man to clutch in the past, and he has delivered, but right now it seems like it is going to be a bridge too far. The time dwindling, DRX playing around with their numbers, with the clock. And Sylvan will only be good for one. 14-12, DRX reestablish themselves as the king of Korea.
Just a great back and forth today, but DRX just a little bit more in the tank. T1 can't quite get it together when they need to. They had some opportunities, they had some chances at map points, and they could not convert. DRX fought tooth and nail the whole way through and just had a few more answers. And Estrella comes over to DRX and they get a big win. What a show for them, and continuing to make T1's lives a nightmare here in Pacific. And the run for T1, your Masters Bangkok winners, to get back to another international looks very, very difficult. It doesn't matter who you got to go through in the bottom of the bracket. It doesn't matter what's going on. I mean, Stack said it, that Pacific is basically seemingly a Masters in and of itself with how good the quality is of players. And who knows, maybe it'll be DRX's turn to go to an international and take a trophy.
Very well could be. That's got to be a bit of a relieving victory, you would think, for the org. And for Bane in particular, kudos to him for persevering through it all, but it's time to send down to Bella.
The hero of today. 하민 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. I'm standing with DRX's Bane, that Lotus OT, Fracture OT. It was like a deja vu of the kickoff finals, and it's DRX again with the win. What's your take of today's intense game, of it being so neck and neck? 킥오프 결승전 보는 듯한 그런 치열한 경기를 오늘 보여주셨는데, 오늘 경기 승리 소감부터 간단히 부탁드릴게요.
그냥 일단 이겨서 기분 너무 좋고, 확실히 T1 정말 잘하는 상대여서 이렇게 계속 연장전 가서 어쨌든 이겨서 기분 좋고요. 그냥 저희 팀원들이 정말 자랑스럽습니다.
I'm really happy that we came out with that win, and T1 is a great team. I think that's why our games maps all today was all neck and neck, and I think it's just that my team actually pulled through for the day. And we all heard that you're not feeling well, and the physical and mental stress burden to play and come through for your team at such a crucial time must have been very heavy on your mind. I wanted to ask you, was there any extra motivating factor that made it possible for you to come through as well? 오늘 몸이 좀 안 좋다고 들었습니다. 그럼에도 오늘 정말 멋진 경기력을 보여주셨는데, 좀 특별하게 끝까지 집중할 수 있었던 그런 요인이 있었을까요?
그냥 지금 몸이 조금 안 좋긴 한데, 여기서 제가 만약에 빠져버린다면 정말 팀한테 엄청 피해도 되고, 제가 그런 건 원하지 않아서 그냥 대회를 하겠다고 했고요. 그래서 그냥 1인분만 하자라는 마인드로 했는데, 한 그래도 1.2인분 정도는 했던 것 같고 그냥 끝까지 이기고 싶다, 열심히 해야겠다 생각에 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I'm not feeling my best, but I thought it was my choice to, compete because I didn't want to be a burden to the team. I said, hey, let's just play my deal. Let's play one man's portion. But I think today's result, I maybe did 1.2 portion for my team. And tomorrow you'll reface RRQ. Is this going to be revenge time? 내일 RRQ 다시 만나시잖아요. 복수 준비되셨을까요? 한마디 해주시죠.
일단 RRQ 근데 왜 복수죠? 저희 안 만났는데 리그 때.
만났다고 그랬어요?
리그 때 상대조여서 일단 만난 적 없고.
오 마이 갓.
근데 어쨌든 뭐 RRQ 일단 봤을 때 정말 잘하는 팀이고 정말 총을 잘 쏜 선수 너무 많고 끝까지 집중을 해서 오늘처럼 이겨내야 될 것 같고 월요일 날 수술하게 되는데 그 전에 마스터즈 확정 짓고 지으면 수면 마취할 때 웃으면서 마취 담지겠습니다.
Well, I didn't have any reface with RQ, but hey, we might as well take that win. My surgery for my appendicitis is on Monday, but I'll secure that ticket to Toronto and get my surgery. All right, thank you, Bane. I'll let you go. That's all from me on the stage. I'll be back with tomorrow's interview. 베인 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 저는 내일 다시 인터뷰로 돌아오겠습니다. 얼른 가시죠.
감사합니다.
So the man says he's gonna get just a couple of wins over the weekend and then he's gonna go to surgery on Monday. What on earth, Bane?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I'm pretty sure they're going to set him up with like a Ace of Predator gaming laptop on the hospital bed. He's going to be scrimming with the boys. No issues at all.
I hope so.
Oh my gosh. You have to give it to this guy to say that, like, oh, I don't want to be a burden on the team, so I'm going to postpone my surgery.
What burden?
Yeah, Frank, he was a carry.
He was actually he wasn't carrying the team, but he was kind of owning. Like
He can't do that. He might, he's hurting, so
That's
he
his
can't.
second game of Cypher ever. And he's doing that.
Fair play. It didn't look like it. It looked very comfortable today. I mean, this game was about as close as you could get between these two great teams. But DRX coming out on top, especially in their second overtime. I mean, they must be happy to get the win today, even if it's in a very close.
Yeah, it's very hard to separate these teams right now. It was a fantastic series, even though we only got 2 maps. It's hard to find a weak spot in the map pool for either one of these teams, especially with how well they know each other at this point. That's their 4th series of this year, but inside Korea, DRX is 3-0 against T1 now.
Yeah, and all jokes aside, best wishes to Bane, and we hope that that surgery does go very, very well. Of course,
Sure.
we need to see him back on the stage as soon as possible.
I mean, DRX has had enough roster issues. Like, let's just fix it up. Let's get 5 players to the server.
Termi's hair is gonna grow like white by the end of this. He's
my
like, well,
God.
what else do I have to deal with at this point?
I feel like Tommy's going to perfect cloning software. That's the only way he can get through this.
What is bro cooking? Some new players.
Well, you know what?
I've grown.
If that's
keep
the
finding these guys.
If that's the way to do this, but Termi might find a way indeed. But this series against T1, of course, every single round, right? You just had so many clashes that could go either way, which is exactly what we expected from these two teams. But hey, overtime's in both maps for this.
Yeah, I mean, like we say, you can't get any closer, so this has to sting so much if you're T1, knowing you were 2 rounds away from a 2-0 going in your direction. So I think there's still positives for them, but of course now they have to head down to that lower bracket where they can't make any more mistakes. It's a tough run for T1 from here on out.
Another great game from Hyunmin. He was solid in both maps. 7 first kills here. A little bit of a neon diffage going on, which is not easy against Buzz.
Yeah.
For T1. I don't know. This was definitely a winnable series for them, and I shouldn't be too worried with how close it was, but at the same time, this is their 3rd best of 3 that they've lost in a row now here in Pacific, and they will have to grind their way all the way through the lower bracket, and I think it's actually very difficult for the teams that have had to play this initial match to go down into the lower bracket, because they will have to play the same amount of matches as the team seeded in the lower bracket, but they've had to show more having to play this opening match here, and they're going to have less practice time and less prep time and less lead-in than Nongshim or Paper X will do waiting down there in the lower bracket.
Yeah. See, it's that burden of the Masters Trophy, right? Suddenly, it's like it's not as easy to be back on top. And if you ask me who would do better, DRX or T1 in the lower bracket, Actually, I think DRX might do better in the lower bracket in that sense. But hey, they don't have to worry about that at the moment since they do have a match coming up against RQ in the upper bracket tomorrow. So for T1 though, as you mentioned, it's going to be a tough road indeed if they want to make it to another global, if they want to prove that they do can't stay on that global stage, right? Because as it looks, T1 right now, it's they are far from invincible.
There's just no guarantees. That after that 0-2, they're 19 and 19 in Pacific maps. They are literally just 50-50 in Pacific.
Ooh.
And they're like, I know a lot of people put them on this pedestal as this fantastic team. They are the current Masters reigning champions, but here in Pacific, it's 50-50 if they win maps or not. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can just imagine when T1 came back with that Masters trophy. All of the teams in Pacific are looking at them like, okay, all right, well, we can do that too, you know? And especially for Boom and RQ, right? But we gotta hand it to Bane right now. I just wanna, you know, just massive respect to this guy.
Bro was fighting T1 and his own appendix.
Yes.
And put on that kind of performance.
I mean,
so
it's
fair
crazy.
play.
It really impresses me. Like I've coached a player who's gone through like chronic pain issues and things like that. It's insane when you see somebody that's going through a lot, like personally, and then they come to the game, no excuses, they do heavy lifting in the server. It gives you another level of respect for someone to be able to overcome all that adversity and still show up for the team and put up a good performance in an important game. Like,
Definitely.
Honestly, massive respect to Bane.
That's what makes you a professional. That's what makes you an athlete in this league, right?
sure.
He knows what he has to do. And if that means needing to, you know, be in pain for a couple of days, oh my God, Bane, I hope you're okay. I hope you get some rest after this, of course. We are seeing them again tomorrow, as we are seeing Boom as well, you know, take on, oh my God, why am I blanking? This is actually your fault. This is we are talking about Gen.G. I blame the both of you. What? I blame the both of you because of how's that awful? Like backstage stuff. And anyway, it's gonna be a tough road regardless, because as we mentioned, all of these teams, they actually do have that chance, right? Playoffs gonna be really, really messy.
Tomorrow is the biggest day for all of these specific teams. You win tomorrow, you are going to Toronto. You're on that long flight across. So the stakes cannot be any higher than this. This is exactly what we're all here for. So
yeah, and it's going to be, it could be amazing for one region or terrible for one region.
Yeah, true.
Or we could go 1-on-1. Like, see, you know, we're all hoping for 2 spots over in Toronto, but realistically, Korea could just come through and just see you later again. So we'll see what's going to happen tomorrow.
It's gonna be really, really crazy. But again, massive props to DRX for this. They were able to really, you know, hold their own and just be able to, you know, withstand T1, everything that they were doing. These two teams, they know each other so well, and I think it really shows in that series.
Sure.
We're gonna go over to our build diff rosters right now.
I think it's close today.
I actually don't know.
Oh, okay.
This is what we went
with. These are our rosters. I think
I'm feeling Hyunmin's done well for you.
Hyunmin's been the best duelist. I think Freeing's probably the better pick on the Enit today. Foxy9 was a hell of a pick from you.
I'm happy I have Mako. I'm happy I have Mako in
I
mine.
think you've got it, Mika. Honestly, I think you might have got it.
Let's hope. I mean, it's been a tough stage for me with the Talon predictions and with this. So we're gonna see right now as we wait with bated breath.
Yeah, Mika, well done. Well done today.
I deserve that. I deserve that.
The one day I copy Vic to go flash.
What
is going on there?
Yes.
I've been scouted.
And you know what? I have been slowly closing in on Vic 2 or 3 points a time every single time, and I'm slowly crawling closer to that total. Where are we at? 537? I got 10 though. I got 10 to catch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
It's doable.
It's doable, but it's gonna be so close.
I'm at 497.
Yeah.
After all of those.
Yeah.
Unlucky. Should have done better before now.
Man,
I thought you said you were taking this one seriously.
I am taking this one seriously.
That's harsh.
I you know what? It's just a stupid game with stupid rules. I'm sorry. I love you.
You put Jesse Vash in your team.
You know what? That was on me. That was on me.
He did alright. He did alright. Honestly, respect.
He did okay. He did okay. Hi, Bash. Hello. Yeah. Well, apparently I will need to work a lot harder for this. But of course, I'm not the only one who needs to work hard. We have a lot of teams that need to work really, really hard these next few weeks. As we take a look at our brackets right now, how are we seeing, the trajectory of our teams at the moment? Because we have Talon and Nongshim once again, and T1 and PaperX in the lower bracket.
T1 PaperX.
That's such a hard game in the
Brother.
Elimination match.
That is unbelievable.
Okay, but I think it's lower bracket run time. For either Nongshim or PaperX, I think it's a fairy tale.
We got to put that away though for a second, because tomorrow, Boom and Gen.G and RRQ versus DRX for 2 spots over at Toronto, and it is C versus Korea in both matchups.
Can you imagine? Okay, I didn't think that we would have this as our Toronto qualifiers.
Yeah, if there is a day to show up and be biased for your region, it's tomorrow.
It is tomorrow,
Very
indeed.
true.
It is tomorrow. I mean, like, there has been this constant, SCA versus Korea back and forth, right? This is it tomorrow. It's going to be so, so exciting. And I cannot wait to see what these teams have prepared for each other, especially since, you have 2 regions with such different play styles, and that can be so exciting.
Yeah, both Korean teams having to play back-to-back today and tomorrow. Boom and RRQ have a little bit more time to watch and do some preparation.
Yep.
So what are they going to cook up with? I mean, who knows at this point?
For sure they were watching today.
All I know is it's going to be fun.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It is going to be so much fun. So don't miss it. That is it from us here today on the desk. We hope to see you guys tomorrow. If we didn't understate it enough, it is going to be a massive, very, very important day, and we'll be here for it. We hope to see you there. Same time, same virtual-ish place. See you guys tomorrow.
Again, gonna try to push out of the doors, but thwart it, and there's Brimmy.
Come away with one. His texture's gonna be taken down. Brimmy finding another!
Jeez, he's quick. That is crazy good.
Still though, odds in Gen.G's favor as
bait switch.
Just immediately finds the shot. Texture finds the follow-up. And then starts getting away from him. 13-6 this time at Gen.G's hands.
Aggressive pushes, those lurks.
Look down. Yep. Minor zap and nearly finds some damage. Overdrive and play. Gets the transfer. Swing around the side. Can he get it? Yes, he absolutely can. This Gen.G just swatting Talon aside round after round.
Push out just being shut down.
Drake finds the hit. And again, Stacks having to backpedal. Salvo's nearly online, but Hyunmin slow creep forward. Hyunmin instantly locks on, gets the headshot. T1 can just try to fill space on the back of this, and Buzz just towards A main finds one. Spring falls. Sylvan quickly gets into position. Is able to find that kill. He'll get stuck in position. He will die. Shock should tell him that it's gonna be on the right-hand side, but Bane just goes crazy. What a snap to get the first. Bows down Stacks for the 3K overall.
Let's fly.